To many, that's an iconic sound. When you hear that, you know you're about to watch quality television. From classics like The Sopranos, The Wire, and Oz, to modern shows like Succession, Euphoria, and House of the Dragon, HBO tends to consistently pump out shows that immediately captivate audiences and even have people who don't watch television talking about them around the water cooler. However, arguably none of them quite took over the world as much as Game of Thrones. Adapted from George R.R. Martin's A Song of Ice and Fire series, Game of Thrones was created and produced by the now infamous D.B. Weiss and David Benioff. They began work on development as far back as 2006. The duo reportedly won over Martin's favor by answering the question, who is Jon Snow's mother? They managed to sell their idea to HBO, and after a disastrous pilot was reshot, Game of Thrones was released to HBO on April 17, 2011. As the show went along, it gathered popularity and critical acclaim, becoming the biggest show in the world. Everyone and their mom knew what it was, even if they'd never seen it. To them, it was that dragon show with the tits in it. But for the people who gave the show a try, they found an engrossing fantasy series with rich storytelling and amazing characters. Until the final few seasons. The general consensus is that once Weiss and Benioff ran out of books to adapt, the show just fell off, and their stardom plummeted, going from beloved directors making the best show of all time to morons who had no idea what they were doing. And statements like this didn't particularly help their case.
Dany kind of forgot about the Iron Fleet and Euron's forces.
For me, I didn't watch the show until right after Season 8 ended, meaning I knew what was eventually to come. Many have stated that this final season was so bad that they never wanted to go back and revisit the show again, and I'm very much the same way. However, I recently read the first book of A Song of Ice and Fire, which shares the name of the show, for a class, and it reinvigorated my love for the world of Westeros to a point I never even got to with the show. It made me curious as to how the books compared to the show and how well it adapted the story, so against my better judgment, I decided to start watching the show again. And hey, why not make a video about it while we're here? So join me for tonight's entertainment as we revisit the world of Westeros, where everyone is out for themselves, characters you love can die horribly at any time, and winter brings an army of the dead. But of course, anything is possible in this Game of Thrones. When I first watched Season 1 of Game of Thrones, it took me a few episodes to really engross myself within the story, the world, the characters, and the writing, but now I knew what to expect. Plus, having the context of the book, I ended up loving this season. I was really surprised by how close this season stuck to the book. Obviously, any adaptation is going to change things from the source material, but as long as those changes improve upon the story and not take away from it, it doesn't usually bother me. For the most part, the show changes very minor things like reducing the amount of people present in scenes due to the budget restrictions or leaving out small bits of dialogue. The two changes that stood out to me this season were the reduction of Jane Poole's very prominent role in the book to nothing more than a cameo in the show, and the addition of scenes where the secondary characters get to expand on their motivations and personalities. In the book, every chapter takes a perspective of a different character: Ned, Arya, Sansa, Bran, Jon, Catelyn, Tyrion, and Daenerys. These could be considered the main characters of the book and the first season of Game of Thrones. Benioff and Weiss decided to add scenes that aren't in the book to help audiences learn more about characters like Littlefinger, Renly, Tywin, and Jorah. And because this season is so dense in story, I'm going to talk about each of the main characters' storylines to simplify things, but first, let's talk about the pilot. Game of Thrones opens with a group of Night's Watchmen Rangers going out on patrol: Gerard, Will, and Waymar Royce. Will stumbles upon a group of slaughtered wildlings, however they vanish when he calls the others over. As they search for the missing cadavers, they encounter White Walkers, who quickly kill Royce. Gerard makes a run for it, but is killed as well, leaving Will to be the last Ranger standing, or I guess in his case, sitting. This cold open does an effective job at establishing the main threat that we'll be carrying out through the entire show: the White Walkers. We don't know much about them from the onset, but these ice zombies make for a terrifying presence. I can't wait to see how this plays out during the show. Can I also add how awesome this title sequence is? Not only is the music one of the most iconic theme songs for a television show, but it is accompanied by some great visuals. Each episode shows us the relevant locations our characters are in on the map's layout, along with the most notable structures of those locations. This is a simple yet effective way to visually teach the audience about the fantasy world your characters are operating in. When the sequence is done, we get to meet the Stark family. The patriarch Eddard, his wife Catelyn, his ward Theon, his bastard Jon, eldest son Robb, young lad Bran, eldest daughter Sansa, rebellious daughter Arya, and his youngest child Rickon. Eddard, nicknamed Ned, receives word that his friend and Hand of the King, Jon Arryn, is dead, and King Robert Baratheon is going to ride for Winterfell to visit. First, though, Bran gets to witness his first execution, the person receiving it being Will from the opening. He abandoned his post as a watchman and is raving about White Walkers right up until his death. On their way back to Winterfell, the group stumbles upon a dead stag in the road. Fun fact, they used a real deer carcass for this scene. They find out that the stag died fighting a direwolf, who traveled too far south. This proves to be some obvious foreshadowing, as the direwolf is the sigil of House Stark, and Ned will ultimately die because he traveled too far south because of his dealings with a stag, the sigil of King Robert Baratheon. Jon finds out that the direwolf was carrying pups, enough for each Stark child. Some time passes, and the Starks are getting ready to receive the king and his group at Winterfell. Bran is busying himself climbing around on the walls and buildings, which will come into play at the end of the episode. I like how subtle the time passing is portrayed, with the direwolves now grown from newborns to adolescent pups. The natives of the north gather to welcome the king's posse. Arya is running late because she's running around with a knight's helmet on. A very simple thing that does a great job at highlighting her character. This right here is a great shot showing the entire Stark family standing together. It's very lovely. And it will also be the only time we ever see them together, as most of them are going to die before this story's done. We're introduced to King Robert, Queen Cersei Lannister, her twin brother Jaime, Prince Joffrey, and his personal guard Sandor the Hound Clegane. Robert personally goes up and greets his friend Ned, while the rest hang back, showing how distant they are from their king, also highlighting how everyone is kind of against him in King's Landing. The king gives his touch of death to some of the members of the Stark family and shows himself to be a very jovial man. However, his first interaction with Ned, while amicable, does set up the massive vice of King Robert. He's gotten fat. Okay, there's more to it than that, but we'll be talking about Robert's overindulgent lifestyle here in a second. While I really like this scene and the character interactions, this ADR line from Arya is just really awkward.
That's Jaime Lannister, the Queen's twin brother.
Would you please shut up?
Like, I get that Weiss and Benioff really needed a way to tell the audience that Jaime is Cersei's twin for the big reveal at the end of the episode, but there had to be a better way to introduce that information. They wanted the idea that they were twins to make incest somehow more shocking, I guess. Like, we get it. They shared a womb, and now they share the room. You know what I'm saying? The incest would have been shocking in and of itself. I don't know. Anyway, that's not that big of a deal. It's just a funny reasoning, I guess, to me. Next, Ned and Robert go to the crypts under Winterfell to pay their respects to Ned's late sister, Lyanna Stark. While they're there, Robert offers the position of the Hand of the King to Ned, and Ned accepts. This is one of the few scenes taken directly from the original pilot. 90% of it was reshot on digital cameras, but some of what the crew shot on film for the original made it in. If you pay close attention, you can tell this was shot before everything else, but it's not really that distracting. It's just kinda interesting to notice. Meanwhile, there was one member of the king's posse that was missing from the arrival, and Jaime finds him at the local brothel. This is where we're introduced to my favorite character in the series, Tyrion Lannister. He's getting acquainted with a whore named Ross. Ross will be seen frequently throughout the first few seasons, bumping shoulders, and other body parts, with many prominent characters in the show. She's a completely new character created for the show as a stand-in for many nameless whores in the book. This season uses her effectively to expand on many secondary male characters, as ironically the action of meaningless sex allows for these characters to become vulnerable and give away their inner thoughts and motivations. Through Ross, we get to see the masks of characters like Theon, Littlefinger, and Pycelle slip a bit. After all, they think a whore's not going to be repeating it to anyone. No one would believe them. Anyway, that night, the people of Winterfell give the king a feast. Ned's brother and ranger for the Night's Watch, Benjen Stark, arrives in Winterfell. Jon Snow, who isn't allowed to be at the feast due to being a bastard, greets him. Jon wants to go back with Benjen and take the black, becoming a watchman. Despite having siblings and father who loves him, Jon doesn't feel 100% home at Winterfell. Catelyn hates him, and with Ned presumably going to King's Landing to be the Hand, Jon doesn't want to stay alone with her. Jon represents Eddard Stark's one moment of dishonor, and for a character who's defined by honor, that sin hangs over both him and his bastard son's head. For that reason, Jon is never going to fully feel like a part of the Starks, not truly. The struggle with identity will come to define Jon's character this season. Benjen goes in to enjoy the party, and Jon is then greeted by Tyrion. Tyrion imparts some really good advice that also highlights the best part of his character.
Never forget what you are. The rest of the world will not. Wear it like armor, and it can never be used to hurt you.
He's a man whose birth caused the death of his mother, and with his dwarfism, he was marked for a life of pain and suffering. However, he chose to weaponize his mind and turn his weakness into his strength. He doesn't care about people's insults, so those insults aren't effective. His intelligence and sharp tongue is my favorite part of his character. Inside, there are many conversations happening that set up many driving plots of the season. The dire wolves and wildlings moving south as winter approaches to the end of the long summer, Sansa's betrothal to Joffrey, and Robb's responsibility as the firstborn Stark. Afterwards, Catelyn receives a letter from her sister, the widow of Jon Arryn, that says she's fled back to her husband's home at the Eyrie, as she suspects her husband was murdered. Despite this and his wife's protests, Ned chooses to be Robert's hand. Before they leave, Robert demands a hunt. Bran is left behind to climb up the walls of the tower, where he stumbles on Jaime, who, I guess, decided to stay behind on the hunt. Oh no! Cersei spots the boy and Jaime pushes Bran out the window. This pilot does a great job at setting up our primary characters, excellently introducing their biggest character traits that will dictate their actions throughout the season and teasing the biggest threats to our characters. There's still some obvious growing pains for the show to adapt to, like some of the child actors and the introduction of necessary exposition, but overall I think this does a great job at introducing you to the world of Westeros. I know there are a few scenes I skipped, but since they were detached from everything else, and frankly this is going to be a long video anyways, I'll cover it when I talk about Dany's story later this season. The rest of the season keeps the main characters split up, following their own storylines. The primary storyline is Ned's going to King's Landing. Eddard Stark is for all intents and purposes the main character of Season 1, so let's start with his story. Ned's story at King's Landing mainly consists of his investigation into Jon Arryn's death and learning about the politics of Westeros. He's a very honorable man who assumes the best of most people, but he slowly learns how deceitful people can be. Ned's journey is by far the best part of this season. Not only is he one of the best defined and developed characters in the entire show, but his storyline is just tragic, especially on a rewatch considering his final fate. Ned has entered into a political game that he knows nothing about, and his honor and altruism is tested at every turn. First, he's honor-bound to serve his friend Robert no matter what, even though as we see more and more through the season, Robert is a horny drunk whose only use to the world was during war. He was a great warrior, but once his rebellion ended, he was left with no purpose. He's in a loveless marriage, he rules a kingdom surrounded by schemers, and his children, unbeknownst to him, aren't even his. The scenes he shares with Ned go a long way to show the depressed and regretful human beneath the light-hearted demeanor. His deathbed scene is fantastic, where he accepts his death and takes blame for it, and in a way, he's not wrong. I mean, sure, it was a Lannister conspiracy to have Lancel get him drunk so he wouldn't be able to take down a boar, but it was his own self-destructive behavior that led him to that point. There's also a scene added to the show that depicts Robert and Cersei that does a great job fleshing out both characters. A large part of Robert's character was that he was in love with Ned's late sister, who died during his rebellion against the Mad King. When she died, he lost a lot of joy in his life, leading him down a self-destructive spiral. I also love how it revealed that Cersei actually loved Robert once until she found out he only ever cared for his dead love. Another large part of Ned's story in King's Landing is his navigation of the politics of Westeros. Ned, an honorable man, faces an onslaught of schemers, killers, and general slimeballs. Everyone in King's Landing is two-faced. Robert is his best friend and great warrior, but Ned learns that he's let himself go, indulging in his worst vices. He thinks Littlefinger is a good ally because of his past with Catelyn, but he finds out that the man is willing to backstab him to get what he wants. I will say I do think Littlefinger was willing to work with Ned to a point where he realizes Ned's honor and altruism will lead to his downfall, so he decides to hop on the winning team. However, Ned's big mistake was the conversation he had with Cersei in episode 7. After discovering that all of her children were Jaime's bastards rather than Robert's children in the previous episode, he honorably confronts her and allows her the choice to flee back to Casterly Rock. His offer of mercy is his crucial slip-up because Cersei does not play by the rules. She immediately works on a plan to ensure that this information does not come to light. When Robert dies, Ned works to gather allies to ensure the rightful heir, Robert's brother Stannis, can take the throne. However, he does not account for the betrayal from the City Watch and Littlefinger. We only get a couple scenes of Ned in his cell, but I really loved both of them. He talks with Lord Varys, who also betrayed him, but these scenes reveal that out of all the people in King's Landing, the shifty spider was one of the more altruistic ones. He tells Ned that everything he does is for the good of the realm, and he offers Ned advice that will save his own life. However, Ned rejects this as it would be a compromise of his values of honor. Varys understands being willing to give up one's own life for honor, but he counters that his daughters' lives will be in danger if he dies. When the day of Ned's trial comes, he finally gives in, compromising his honor for the lives of his daughters. Cersei's willing to send Ned north to take the Black, but Joffrey determines a different punishment. This was the moment that officially set Game of Thrones apart from other fantasy stories. Sure, the nudity and the curse words felt different than fantasy like Lord of the Rings and Earthsea, but this moment really defined Game of Thrones as a subversive fantasy story. Our altruistic hero dies and the evil people win. We have 8 seasons of television, or as of now 5 books, and the main character dies in the first installment. It's so devastating on first watch, but on a rewatch you can really pick up the missteps that led Ned to this moment. He's the ultimate tragic hero, which honestly makes him one of my favorite characters in the show. Also, despite his short time in this story, his death has major implications for the rest of it, as it causes the war for the Iron Throne. The deep political intrigue and Ned's tragic navigation of these politics makes this my favorite part of the season. There are also 2 other storylines happening in King's Landing this season. While Arya and Sansa don't get a lot to do, I think their activities are very critical to Season 1. In the pilot, Arya is established as someone who doesn't like to live the traditional noble girl's life. She doesn't care about the dresses or the sewing, she likes to fight. She idolizes knights and warriors, which is why her most prized possession is the sword given to her by Jon, named Needle. You can even argue that that awkward ADR line that I mentioned earlier highlights just how obsessed she is about warriors and knights. While she's in King's Landing, Ned allows her to train with a Bravosi swordsman named Syrio Forel. For his short time in the show, Syrio proves himself to be a very charismatic man. The way he builds Arya up without treating her like a child makes him a very solid teacher. One of her lessons, where she has to chase cats, leads her to the catacombs under King's Landing, where Arya discovers the massive skull of the dragon Balerion, the Black Dread. This scene is straight out of the books, where Arya chances upon 2 men talking about the possibility of Ned's death. In the books, it's incredibly vague who these 2 men are, as Arya doesn't recognize them, but if you pay attention to the descriptions of these men, you can figure out who they are. In the show, it's explicitly clear that Varys and Illyrio are talking about this scandalous topic. It also establishes that Varys is working for Daenerys from afar, and since his motivation is the good of the realm, it shows that he believes Targaryen reign is for the good of everyone, perhaps recognizing the vices of Robert and the evils of the Lannisters. Anyway, after this, when Ned has been betrayed, the King's Guard is barreling through King's Landing, killing anyone associated with the Starks. Sir Meryn Trant is sent to collect Arya and bring her to the king. At this moment, Arya's romanticization of combat is destroyed. Syrio tells her to run and quite handily takes down some of the knights with a wooden sword, but it's clear he won't survive long. Arya has no choice but to run, hearing Syrio's death echoing through the halls. She collects her things, planning to leave King's Landing, but she encounters a stable boy who plans to turn her in. Panicking, Arya uses the first lesson she ever learned about sword fighting and sticks him with the pointy end, killing him. She learns that sword fighting is not some glamorous thing, it's brutal and bloody. When she kills the stable boy, her innocence is broken. Then she witnesses the death of her father, as the sister she's butted heads with stands there with his executioners. She's forced to go with a Night's Watchman named Yoren, who is tasked by Ned to save her. As the season ends, she has to pretend to be a boy to travel back home to Winterfell with some other young degenerates. Arya's story this season serves to break down our notions of valor within a fantasy setting to make it more grounded and brutal. And while it took Maisie Williams a little bit to fully grow into this role, I think Arya is one of the more interesting characters of this season, and I can't wait to see where her storyline leads later. I really hope it doesn't disappoint. On the other hand, Sansa was probably one of my least favorite parts of Season 1. That's not to say it was bad, though. I found Sansa to be an insufferable, entitled brat for most of the season. The way she treats Arya is horrible, and she willingly ignores so much awful crap about Joffrey to live her fantasy. But I also get that this was intentional. If Arya romanticized knighthood in the way of the warrior, Sansa romanticizes the fairy tale princess life. She believes she's found her Prince Charming in Joffrey Baratheon, a perfect prince who will sweep her off her feet to go live in a pristine tower to overlook the land of Westeros while making a beautiful family. However, her Prince Charming turns out to be an evil, conniving little weasel who thrives off the misery of others. Even though she finds this out on the King's Road in Episode 2, Sansa continues to pursue her ideal fairy tale life with Joffrey up until the moment he orders for her father's head. That's the moment she realizes the pure evil of Joffrey. I had already mentioned how this moment is impactful for the overall story of the show, but it also serves as defining turns for many of our main characters, as we will later see. Up until that moment, Sansa believes that for all of Joffrey's faults, he still genuinely loves her. When Ned is arrested for treason, she goes to Joffrey in good faith to spare her father's life, thinking that she has his ear. Obviously, she didn't. Now she's stuck as a prisoner to the family who killed her father. While I found Sansa to be frustrating and insufferable early on, it becomes clear not only that her naive worldview is guiding her decisions, but the purpose of her arc is to shatter that worldview. That's why, while her story is my least favorite part of the season, I wouldn't say it's poorly written. That's why this season works as well as it does. Characters are intentionally written to be unlikable for a purpose, and whether or not they become sympathetic by the end of the season is meticulously crafted by the writers. Also, while I'm on the topic of Sansa's story, I want to briefly talk about Joffrey. While his role expands in later seasons, he serves well as the antagonist to the Stark girls for the first installment of the show. He's introduced as a gallant prince, but once his mask slips, whew, you come to hate that snot-nosed little prick. I love seeing Tyrion smack that kid in the face over and over again. It's hard to make me hate a child character, but this show does so well. I'll also add that I enjoyed Sansa's relationship with the Hound. Through his interactions with her, you get layers peeled back about this grizzled man introduced to be a beast. However, I do wish they did the scene that gives us Sandor's backstory like it was written in the books. In the show, Littlefinger just tells Sansa at the jousting tournament, and while it works for what it is, in the books, the Hound himself tells Sansa in private. This not only serves as an exposition scene, but one that establishes that Sandor Clegane has developed empathy towards Sansa, building their relationship. To my understanding, that was how the show was going to do the scene, but because of a rain delay, they couldn't do it. Oh well. Even without it, the payoff where the Hound saves Sansa's life when she's about to attack Joffrey in episode 10 was great. While Sansa herself can come off as insufferable from time to time this season, I think the overall arc she has and the little interaction she has with some of the secondary characters really pays this off in the end. Another large story of season 1 is what has been called Tyrion's road trip. Throughout Season 1, Tyrion Lannister travels to many key locations in Westeros, intersecting with many main characters' storylines, who we'll talk about as Tyrion meets them. Most of Tyrion's plot is used to expand on his character, highlight a more sympathetic side to the Lannisters, and develop the world of Game of Thrones. The first leg of his journey involves him traveling from Winterfell to the Northern Wall with Jon and Benjen. His time in the North, while short, manages to do a lot. First, I absolutely love the relationship between Jon and Tyrion, how they bond over the circumstances of their birth and the social stigma surrounding it. I think this is one of the most underrated relationships in the show. We also get to learn about many of the struggles the men of the Night's Watch face through their conversations with Tyrion. Because he's a member of an influential family, they try to convince him to tell the king that winter comes and the White Walkers with it. When the time finally comes for him to leave, Tyrion hitches a ride with a Night's Watchman named Yoren, who's going to King's Landing to pick up recruits. He leaves Jon behind, whose storyline this season follows his journey to becoming a man of the Night's Watch. We see him befriend some of his fellow trainees with Tyrion's help, all of whom start out hating him thanks to Sir Alistair's intervention. In the book, Jon has a larger group of watchmen surrounding him, but Weiss and Benioff decided to reduce that number, eliminating characters like Halder and Toad from the show, save for a brief mention toward the end of the season. The boys we are left with are Grin, a strong and slow-witted boy who was abandoned by his father, Pip, a sharp-tongued former singer who was sent here for rejecting the sexual advances of a lord, and Rast, a Weasley and nasty rapist who arrived at Castle Black with Jon. I think the decision to shrink the cast of Jon's group was a good one, as even with the smaller group we do get, there isn't a lot of time taken to develop these characters. Pip is my favorite of the three, as his backstory is gradually revealed to us, revealing him to be a decent guy stuck in a difficult situation. The ultimate reveal shows Jon that just because he's a bastard hated by his mother doesn't mean his life situation is worse than anyone else's, as he still got to live the life of a lord's son. Plus, I'm just partial to sharp-witted characters. Rast is the love-to-hate guy out of the group who will hop between doing the right thing and the wrong thing in order to serve his own desires. Grin is probably the blandest of the group, but he appears in the most episodes, so we'll see how he's handled in later seasons. Their screen time is lessened in favor of developing Jon's relationship with three other characters at Castle Black: Commander Georg Mormont, Sir Alistair Thorne, and Samwell Tarly. Each of these characters represent the three aspects of Castle Black that Jon interacts with. Sam is the cowardly son of the Lord of Hornhill that Jon takes under his wing to protect him from the relentless bullying of the other boys and even Sir Alistair. The way he's able to easily take command of his fellow trainees, even convincing them to ignore the authority of Alistair, shows his natural leadership. As Jon and Sam learn more about each other, they come to develop a real brotherhood by the end of the season, becoming Jon's anchor to the Black. He also demonstrates his aptitude for history and medicine after the bodies of two watchmen are found and rise as whites. Sir Alistair Thorne is the man who trains the new Watchmen recruits, taking it upon himself to make Jon's life a living hell, getting multiple boys to attack him, goading him into attacking a superior, and screwing Jon over by preventing him from becoming a ranger. He is a stern and vindictive man who despises that the Night's Watch has become nothing more than petty criminals rather than nobles. He's from House Thorne, a noble family that sided with the Targaryens during Robert's rebellion, which adds reason to why he targets Jon with more animosity than the others. He represents the worst of the Night's Watch for Jon and is the primary reason Jon hates it. He knows just how to push Jon's buttons, playing a meticulous game to worsen Jon Snow's life. This culminates with Alliser getting Jon assigned to the stewards instead of the Rangers, knowingly ripping Jon's dream out from under him. Fortunately, his unfair treatment of Jon is balanced out by Jeor Mormont. Lord Commander Mormont is a gruff yet honorable man who rules over the Night's Watch. He sparsely appears in the first half of the season, but he becomes prominent in the back half, helping Jon turn his misfortune into a unique opportunity by placing Jon under him as a steward. He plans to prepare Jon to become the next Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, seeing his potential. This pays off when, after the found corpses of the Rangers come back as whites, Jon saves his life. Grateful, Jeor gives Jon his family sword named Longclaw, solidifying the two's father-son dynamic. Unlike Pip, Grin, and Rast, I think Jon's relationships with Sam, Alliser, and Jeor are well developed and clearly defined. I really like all three of these guys, along with another character I've yet to talk about. Maester Aemon is a bit of an enigma when we first meet him, but he proves himself to be an exceptionally wise man who is revealed to be the uncle of the overthrown Mad King of Westeros. He uses his own experience to impart wisdom to Jon toward the end of the season when Ned is captured for treason. This is the crux of Jon's arc. Despite the bonds he has formed here, he still feels duty-bound to the Starks. So when he discovers that his father has been executed and his brother is going to war, he immediately leaves Castle Black to join. If not for the intervention of Sam, Pip, and Grin, Jon would have been branded a traitor and executed like his father. This provides a great moment for Jon as he commits to his found brothers. Though if Grin and Pip were allowed more time to develop, this would have hit a little harder for me. However, Jon's story this season was great, mirroring in some way Ned's. Jon is an honorable man going to an unfamiliar area facing many that want to cut him down. However, the reason Jon managed to survive was that he was surrounded by honorable men that became his friends, even his brothers, while Ned was left alone by conniving, selfish people who wanted power. His story also allows for the seriousness of the coming winter to really sink in for the audience. The next stop on Tyrion's journey is a return to Winterfell. Lady Stark, who he will chance upon and we will talk about later, is gone, so Robb greets him as the acting Lord of Winterfell. Robb seems to be acting a little older than when Tyrion left him, and he doesn't tolerate Tyrion's wit. Hodor carries the little Lord Bran into the throne room to also greet Tyrion. I'll fill in the blanks in a second, don't worry. All you need to know right now is that Bran can no longer walk. Once again, I really like Tyrion's interactions with these two Stark children, slowly earning Robb's trust and extending his help and sympathy towards Bran. He offers a design for a custom horse saddle for Bran to be able to ride again. I love the reason he gives to a suspicious Robb for helping the boy.
I have a tender spot in my heart for cripples, bastards, and broken things.
Once again, this gives good insight into Tyrion's character. He loves those that society would usually toss to the side like him. Tyrion plans to leave Winterfell the next day, so we won't get much more from him here. But since we're here in Winterfell, let's talk about Bran. Bran is our point of view character here in Winterfell, giving us the current goings-on in the Starks' hometown, which honestly isn't a lot. Most of the events in Winterfell serve to set up stories for future seasons. Bran is left in a coma following his tower tumble until Ned kills Sansa's direwolf lady on the King's Road. He awakens to find himself a cripple and his parents gone. After Tyrion provides the custom saddle design, he enjoys his daily exertions into the woods with his brother Robb and Theon. While those two concern themselves over events in King's Landing, Bran is still lost in his childlike fun, leading him to a dangerous encounter with some wildlings who are trying to escape south from the White Walkers. Fortunately, Robb and Theon rescue the boy and take the female, named Osha, as a servant. It is a bit weird to me that she's supplied enough trust to wander around Winterfell by herself so quickly, even spending time alone with Bran, the boy she tried to kill. You'd think there'd be someone guarding her most of the time, but I guess not. I suppose Robb just allocated all resources to war preparation. No one could be spared to make sure the crazy wildling doesn't try to kill anyone, much less the boy she already tried to kill. But with that being said, I do like Osha as a character. In her interactions with Bran, she constantly tries to stress the importance of the coming long winter. as he is the only one willing to listen to her. Since she is stuck as the Stark's servant now, she wants to ensure that they can protect themselves from the real threat, and their bond, no matter how quickly it developed, is very endearing. All this while, Bran is tormented by nightmares featuring a three-eyed raven. This is something we come to learn about more in the later seasons, but these dreams prove to be something important for Bran, as he starts suffering nightmares of his father's death before Maester Luwin receives confirmation of such a thing. Two benefits of being able to see through Bran's eyes are seeing the Stark change, no pun intended, in his brother Robb and natural world building. As Bran is still a child, and a cripple, he doesn't have much to do besides learning with Luwin. These few scenes provide a natural way to learn more information about Westeros that allow a fuller understanding of the world our characters inhabit. And, being a child, the sudden development of Robb is much more striking. He goes from just another Stark child in the pilot to the widely supported King of the North at the end of the season. Through Bran's eyes, we get to see the beginning of that transformation. With both of his parents gone, Robb must step into his role as Lord of Winterfell, suddenly looking older and more grizzled. I absolutely love the dinner scene in Winterfell. Ned is being held in King's Landing as a traitor, and Catelyn is holding Tyrion the Imp hostage in an unknown location. The North prepares an army to go free the Warden of the North, but they need a leader. Robb asserts himself as their general, but he's still a boy, something that the loud and boisterous Great Jon Umber points out. In response to the Great Jon's challenge, Robb's direwolf Greywind attacks the man, biting off two of his fingers. Lord Umber laughs it off and swears loyalty to Robb Stark. This is where Robb officially becomes a man. Also, I just freaking love the Great Jon. What a crazy guy. I really wish he returned in future seasons instead of disappearing and dying off screen somewhere between seasons 4 and 6. Anyway, we'll get more from Robb when we talk about Catelyn here in a little bit. Bran's story is very light this season, but it provides very critical moments and setup that will prove important later in the show. Tyrion's next leg of his journey takes him to the inn at the crossroads, where he bumps into Catelyn, who takes advantage of the fellow patrons' loyalty to House Tully to formally arrest the imp for trying to kill Bran. Now, up until this point in her story, Catelyn has been on her own little road trip. The night after Ned left for King's Landing, an assassin wielding a Valyrian steel dagger tried to kill a still comatose Bran. Fortunately, Bran's direwolf Summer killed the attacker, saving both Bran and Catelyn's lives. The next day, Catelyn finds golden hair in the tower Bran was pushed from, causing her to suspect the Lannisters had something to do with the attempt on Bran's life. She resolves to travel to King's Landing to personally tell Ned of her findings, with Winterfell's Master-at-Arms, Sir Roderick Castle, escorting her. There, she receives help from Littlefinger and Lord Varys in figuring out who owns the assassin's dagger. Littlefinger says it was his, but he lost it in a jousting bet to Tyrion, causing Catelyn to suspect the imp in attempting to kill her son. This is the fun part of Littlefinger's character. While every other character has a chance to lay out exactly what they're thinking or what they're motivated by, Littlefinger always plays things close to the chest. We never fully know if he's telling the truth at any given moment. The most we get from him is when he explains his backstory to Ros, where he had tried to duel for the hand of Catelyn Tully back in the day. Every other moment, he's slyly delivering dubious information and suggestions, and it's up to us as the audience to figure out what his endgame is with everything he says. Catelyn also gets to reunite with her husband, briefly relaying the information she has learned to him. Ned vows to bring justice to the Lannisters, but insists that Catelyn returns to Winterfell for her own safety. However, before she reaches home, she stops at the inn at the crossroads for her fateful encounter with the man she believed tried to kill her son. Instead of taking her prisoner back home, she takes Tyrion to the Vale of Arryn. Her group is attacked by hill tribes, but none of the important characters die in this encounter. This attack once again highlights the good Tyrion has. Instead of taking the chance to save himself, he chooses to save the life of the woman who has taken him prisoner, earning some favor with his captors. He also gets to bond a little with a sellsword named Bronn, cracking jokes with him as they ride. Once they get to the Vale, they are received by Catelyn's sister, the widowed Lysa Arryn, her son Robin, and Sir Vardis Egan. Tyrion is taken to the sky cells below the Eyrie, while Catelyn remains to talk to her sister. This woman is crazy. Different characters emphasize how paranoid Lysa has become since the death of her husband. She's become withdrawn and protective, wanting to shut herself off from the world to protect herself from the Lannisters. But now that she has one in her custody, she wants vengeance, along with her sickly son Robin, who's probably just as crazy as her. Meanwhile, Tyrion is left in a sky cell for a few days until he finally convinces his jailer Mord to deliver a message to Lysa that he'd like to confess his crime. The sky cell is a terrifying concept. The idea of having a prison dangling above the clouds with no walls in the cells is such an ingeniously evil one. In the book, it mentions how the floor of the cell is ever so slightly angled towards the ledge, meaning you could accidentally slide out while you sleep. You know what else you could easily fall out of? The Moon Door, which is what Robin and Lisa want to throw Tyrion out of. This is the method of execution here in the Vale, and it's what Tyrion faces if he doesn't prove his innocence. When he comes before the Honorable Lady Stark and the people of the Vale, Tyrion confesses to his most horrid crimes.
When I was 12, I milked my eel into a pot of turtle stew. I flogged the one-eyed snake. I skinned my sausage. I made the bald man cry.
Obviously this offends his captors, but Tyrion reveals his reason for the false confession. He wants a trial by combat with Jaime standing in as his champion. Unfortunately, he underestimates Lisa's desire for blood, so he must find a champion within the room to face the Vale's captain of the guard, Ser Vardis Egen. But fortunately, sellsword Bronn volunteers. Man, I freaking love Bronn. He's a suave sellsword who builds up quite a quick-witted rapport with Tyrion during this season. While his loyalty is to money, he does seem to build some level of loyal friendship towards the imp. He fights Vardis in a duel, using cheap tricks to defeat the Honorable Knight and throwing him out the Moon Door. But with that, Tyrion evades death and leaves with Bronn. We'll catch up with those two in a second. But first, we have to finish Lady Catelyn's arc this season. With war with the Lannisters looming, Catelyn stays at the Eyrie to convince her sister to commit knights to the Stark's cause with no avail. When Ned gets captured, she finally leaves, meeting with her son Robb as his armies march toward the Riverlands. However, I'm not sure how exactly she knows where Robb's army is in order to meet them. You could argue that she's been sending crows and keeping up with their location that way, but it isn't explicitly told to us. Once again, there's a striking moment where Catelyn and the audience notice just how much Robb has grown. This time he looks very similar to his father from the beginning of the season. In order for Robb to get his army to the Riverlands and intercept the Lannister army, he must cross the Twins run by Lord Walder Frey. Since House Frey are bannermen of the Tullys, Catelyn volunteers to negotiate with the man, and this guy is a slimy, gross old man. This show does such a great job in making him one of the most hateable characters within 5 minutes of meeting him. Unlike every other location in Westeros, the Twins are solely composed of one family, the Freys. Every member of the family there is either a child of Walder, a grandchild of Walder, or a great-great-grandchild of Walder. That's right, this man is the king of incest. Not even the Targaryens went this far, and seeing how he's palming the butt of one of the youngest girls there, it's implied he makes children with his daughters as young as possible.
FBI, open up!
Regardless of this guy's prickly demeanor, Catelyn manages to persuade him to lower the bridge to let the Stark army across, with some very specific conditions, including Robb having to marry one of his daughters. This is going to prove crucial in the coming seasons. But for now, Robb manages to outmaneuver Tywin Lannister by baiting him at Riverrun while sending most of his army to Whispering Wood and capturing Jaime. However, all this comes too late as Ned is executed soon after. I love this scene where Catelyn walks stoically through camp to grieve privately in the woods, as even she must show strength to keep up troop morale. She also finds Robb doing the same as her and swears to kill all the Lannisters. Her last scene shows her visiting Jaime after the Northmen and Riverlords declare Robb King of the North, where she finally gets confirmation that Jaime pushed Bran from the tower. Catelyn's arc this season mainly revolves around her fighting for her family yet failing at nearly every turn. With her husband dead, she must stand behind her eldest son, being both his mother and war advisor. I guess we'll see how that turns out for her in upcoming seasons. Okay, we're finally going to wrap up Tyrion's road trip as he heads to the warfront. He and Bronn are attacked by Shagga of the Stone Crows, but Tyrion manages to use his quick wit to persuade Shagga and the other hill tribes to take him to his father, promising them better weapons and aid in conquering the Vale. They deliver Tyrion to Tywin and join his army, under the condition Tyrion joins them on the battlefield, to which Tywin obviously agrees. It's clear that Tywin hates Tyrion for everything he represents. Tywin only sees Tyrion as a deformed embarrassment that killed his wife. The only reason he went to war for his son is to save his house's pride. We'll see more of what makes Tywin such a great villain in the coming seasons. Meanwhile, since he suspects he will die on the battlefield tomorrow, Tyrion has Bronn rustle him up a prostitute to spend the night with. Bronn finds one named Shae. Shae is a bit of an anomaly, as she deflects any of Tyrion's attempts to learn about her past. Instead, Tyrion reveals the events of his first marriage to Bronn and Shae. He had met a girl named Tysha and fell in love, eventually getting married. However, Tywin forced Jaime to reveal that he paid Tysha to spend time with Tyrion. The only loving relationship he ever had was a farce with a prostitute, so he swore he would never get married again, only indulging in the horrors he paid. This story reveals a few things. First, it shows just how far Tywin is willing to go to ruin Tyrion's life. Second, it reveals why Tyrion spends so much time surrounded by women that other noble houses would avoid. Third, it reveals that Jaime cares about his brother's happiness. Despite how awful of a person he has shown himself to be this season, we get a handful of moments that shows Jaime might not be as bad as he may appear, something that will develop in the next season. He likes to keep the veneer of the Kingslayer and pretend he doesn't care how people view him, but deep down it bothers him, just as Tywin points out earlier in the season. The next day, Tyrion charges into battle, but is knocked out before the actual battle starts. When he awakens, he finds out that Robb pulled a fast one on Tywin capturing Jaime. With that and the news of Ned's death reaching the warring factions, Tywin is forced to reconsider his strategy. Stannis and Renly at Baratheon have now announced their claim to the throne, so he faces 3 armies gunning for his head. He decides to retreat to Harrenhal, but before he does, he sends Tyrion to King's Landing to be Hand of the King. Tyrion's journey this season helps to map out the geography of Westeros, highlights his sharp wit and intelligent mind, and most importantly, gradually peels back the layers to a man who's initially presented as a sex-obsessed wildcard who's just as bad as the rest of his family. He shows his kindness to Bran, Jon, and Catelyn and weasels out of impossible situations, all while harboring deep pain, much of which is caused by the father he continues to work under. This show instantly made Tyrion one of my favorite characters in fiction, and I really hope his strong characterization holds up in the coming seasons. Across the pond, we follow a young girl named Daenerys, one of the only living Targaryens in the aftermath of Robert's rebellion. Her older brother Viserys desperately wants to take back the throne, so he uses Dany as a pawn to achieve this. With the help of a nobleman named Illyrio, Viserys marries his little sister off to a Dothraki Khal in exchange for an army to take the Iron Throne. Daenerys' arc this season will see her fully integrating herself into Dothraki culture, growing to be their leader. In episode 1, she's a bashful little girl who completely bends to the will of her brother. Once she becomes the Khaleesi, we see her gain confidence to the point of finally standing up to Viserys. With her newfound confidence and power, she starts to push back against elements of Dothraki culture she finds to be detestable. While she does push many of the old guard Dothraki away, she cultivates a very dedicated group of followers that will follow her to the ends of the earth. Another large part of Dany's journey this season is her relationship with Khal Drogo. He's introduced as a boorish brute who, putting this as YouTube-friendly as possible, takes Dany without her consent on their wedding night. I will say I like that Drogo is more accommodating and gentle with her in the book, but regardless, both the book and the show do a great job developing this forced union into a loving relationship. I've come to really love how they are willing to do extreme things for each other. By the time Dany has to kill Drogo after failing to save him in the final episode, it genuinely feels sad that this guy dies. Drogo is a simple character for what he is, but he works well for the role he was given. That being said, the rest of the Dothraki hardly get any development. Kotho is one of Drogo's blood riders who gets more and more hostile towards Dany as she challenges Dothraki norms. Rakaro is assigned as Dany's personal guard who becomes her blood rider at the end of the season. At least he gets a brief scene with Jorah that expands his character a bit, but he's still left a little underdeveloped. And then Irri and Doria are Dany's personal maids, with Doria being portrayed as a bit more of a wild card since Viserys hired her to teach Dany to be a better lover. None of them really stand out as characters, and since all of them are dead by the time Season 2 concludes, it seems the writers didn't care much about them either. Now, a character who dies this season who's absolutely fantastic is Viserys. He's a slimy weasel of a man convinced that he's the legendary Targaryen dragon, who will avenge his family and reconquer Westeros. Since he's the king in his mind, he behaves like it. However, this makes him come across as an uppity, pompous ass, and it is hilarious to see him continually be put in his place. He comes to learn that he isn't the dragon of legend, but the nobody brother of the girl who is. Once Dany stands up to him and he loses his last sliver of power, he internally collapses. Old Viserys can't handle the idea that he isn't anything special, so he lashes out at his sister as she officially becomes one of the Dothraki. We see his cruelty as he threatens to kill Dany's unborn baby, but fortunately Drogo steps in, giving him the golden crown he's always wanted. The show does a good job alluding to Dany being the dragon from the start. In her first scene, she just casually walks into a scalding hot bath. but it doesn't bother her while Viserys is bothered by a candle's flame. Dany will eventually prove herself to be the true dragon in the last scene of the season, stepping into a funeral pyre and emerging with 3 dragons, the first to be seen in centuries. Despite his short shelf life, Viserys left such an impression on me, and this pompous prick is one of my favorite characters in the show. There is one last major character Dany interacts with in her storyline, and probably the most important character out of this bunch, Jorah Mormont. Jorah is the disgraced son of the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, who was exiled for selling poachers into slavery. His meeting of Dany seems a little convenient. We come to learn that Jorah is acting as a spy for the crown in order to earn a pardon. However, he comes to develop an unrequited love for the young Targaryen, committing himself to her and stopping the assassin sent by the king to kill Dany. For this season, Jorah mostly serves as the guy who dispenses information on Dothraki culture for Dany and the audience to learn, so his backstory seems more interesting than the stuff he actually gets to do on screen. That being said, Jorah hiding the fact he conspired to kill Dany will prove to have some severe consequences for him in the future. Overall, I really like Dany's journey this season. Her gaining of confidence and power was a fascinating, well-paced journey that felt like it earned the screen time it had despite feeling more loosely attached to the other storylines. From what I remember, the rest of Dany's plotlines won't be as good going forward, but I guess we'll see. As a whole, Season 1 of Game of Thrones is a great season of television. It had the burden of introducing a massive cast of characters, fleshing them out, and building up the world of Westeros, all without overwhelming the audience on exposition, and this season handles that responsibility handily. It mastered introducing exposition in ways that will help expand on characters I came to know and love by the end of the season. While it still had its growing pains, and some of the secondary and tertiary characters like Grenn, Pip, and the Dothraki didn't get enough screen time to fully earn some of the emotional beats at the end of the season, I can completely understand why this show blew up the way it did. It successfully deconstructs and subverts typical expectations of fantasy stories in order to create a world where honorable men die, children are exploited, combat is brutal, and where Prince Charming is an evil little snake. It's a freaking great start to this show, and I can't wait to see what revisiting Season 2 has in store for me. Season 2 of Game of Thrones adapts the second book of A Song of Ice and Fire, A Clash of Kings, and the beginning of the third, A Storm of Swords. This is where the show starts to drastically depart from the literary canon, from killing off characters who are still alive in the books, to restructuring character motivations and events, to showing storylines that happen completely off-screen, even completely omitting very important characters. I won't be going through every difference, but when something that stands out to me comes up, I'll make mention of it. The book also adds 2 points of view to replace Ned's, since he, well, those points of view are Theon's and a new character named Davos Seaworth's, former smuggler and loyal servant to King Stannis. The show also decides to follow Robb's POV as his love story happens off-screen or off-page in the books. The show also adds many different plot lines and interactions that don't exist in the books, and as such, I won't be approaching the season the way I did the first. Instead, I'll be focusing on the main story of the season, the War of the Five Kings, and then I'll talk about the plot lines that don't follow those events. The War of the Five Kings is the conflict that erupts in the aftermath of the death of Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark. Joffrey Baratheon takes the Iron Throne while both Robert's brothers, Renly and Stannis, fight to take it. Meanwhile, Robb Stark and Balon Greyjoy fight to become King of the North. Despite the increased budget, the show doesn't actually put many battles on screen. Robb's story primarily follows him falling in love with a field medic. The Greyjoy sieges happen off-screen as we follow Theon beelining straight for the defenseless Winterfell. Renly is killed before he actually gets to join a battle. All we see of Tywin is his war council planning rather than his actual battles. The only king we see in direct conflict is Stannis, who effectively becomes the main antagonist of the season. He poses a direct threat to Sansa and Tyrion in the climax of Season 2 at the Battle of Blackwater, and to Catelyn earlier on in the season. He also states that he views Robb as a traitor he will gladly kill. His war camp is also the only one that introduces an entirely new cast of characters. We're introduced to Stannis falling in line with a priestess for the Lord of Light, an Eastern god that we will see infiltrate Westeros more and more as the show goes on. The priestess, named Melisandre, believes that Stannis will be a great warrior for the god, encouraging him to reject the 7 gods of southern Westeros and fight for hers. His army becomes a horde of religious zealots, with only 2 men questioning the direction Stannis is going. Maester Crescent, a very underrated character in my opinion, sees the danger immediately, especially seeing how the boy he raised has become a bitter and vengeful person, so he tries to kill the Red Woman and fails. Davos, on the other hand, tries his best to remain neutral on the matter as he wants to support the man who spared his life, but his apathy to Melisandre's influence costs him. In the Battle of the Blackwater, he loses his only son Mathos in Tyrion's wildfire trap, which leaves him stranded in Blackwater Bay. Up to this point, he would mildly try to push back on some of Stannis' ideas, something Stannis actually accepts and respects, but he's still too willing to help with the things that horrify him, especially deploying that shadow baby who kills Renly. He's a man who's lived the past few years trying to make up for the crimes of his past, but his desire for penance leads him to commit loyalty to a man who does much worse in the name of his own selfish ambition. Stannis himself is such a great character this season. Already he's a bitter man, as he was screwed out of a seat at Storm's End by his brothers despite holding it against an attack during Robert's rebellion with only 500 men. Now that his brother's dead and Ned has revealed to him the Lannister sibling incest, he believes himself to be the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, which the laws of succession would rightfully give to him, and he isn't going to lose the position that rightfully belongs to him again. A neat little addition to his character that I love is his obsessive correction of people's speech.
That my brother Robert left no true-born heirs. The boy Joffrey, the boy Tommen, and the girl Marcella being born of incest between Cersei Lannister and her brother Jaime Lannister. By right of birth...
Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer. Call him what he is.
And it's 4 less fingernails to clean.
Fewer.
Pardon?
4 fewer fingernails to clean.
And her brother Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer. By right of birth and blood. I do this day lay claim...
Make it Sir Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer. Whatever else he is, the man's still a knight.
This highlights how he views rules in such a nice way, and combining that with the chip on his shoulder makes him a great bannerman for a lawful evil archetype. Due to his bitterness and determination, Stannis goes to great lengths to achieve this goal, teaming up with Melisandre and her black magic to take the Iron Throne. He angrily kills his brother and burns the gods of his family, things he becomes regretful for in the aftermath of his failed assault on King's Landing. He almost has a chance to redeem himself from the actions he's taken, but the Red Woman successfully seduces him to fully commit himself to the Lord of Light. At the beginning of the season, Stannis only saw the Eastern God as a means to an end, as he doesn't properly worship the guy like Melisandre and Mathos do. He even gets the catchphrase wrong.
For the night is dark and full of terrors.
For the night is dark and full of terror.
And seeing how he's a stickler for language, you'd think he'd care enough to make sure he got it right. It's a nice little detail that gives us insight into his mentality around the Lord of Light. However, once he sees a vision of himself at the end of the season, you know he's going to be a zealot going forward. Stannis and his army make for a great antagonistic force, and the inclusion of Davos gives us a nice and morally good character to root for within the bunch. The other Baratheon brother who's fighting for the Iron Throne is Renly, who ends up being the first royal casualty in the War of the Five Kings. Renly's a very charismatic young man who's been able to rally more support than his brother, but his faults come from a great quote from Catelyn.
It's a game to you, isn't it? I pity them.
Why?
Because it won't last. Because they are the nights of summer and winter is coming.
This army's a bunch of young bucks who haven't experienced real warfare. At most, they've played war with jousts and duels, but none of them fought in conflicts like Robert's Rebellion. Like Arya last season, they glorify wars in their warriors, craving conflict so they can do cool sword-fighting tricks and wear awesome armor and get their names sung for eternity. It's effectively like Ninja taking an army of Fortnite and Call of Duty players into a war zone while every kid is yelling, "Where we dropping, boys?" while trying to do 360 no-scopes off random ledges or something. What makes Renly a threat, however, is the Tyrells. The Lords of the Highgarden are a large and formidable family that were barely in Season 1, with Loras knocking dudes off horses and spending quality time with Renly. This season we get to meet his sister Marjorie, who seems like an innocuous and innocent little girl at first, but we get hints that she's about to become a power player within the Game of Thrones in the coming seasons. After Renly dies, Littlefinger is able to convince the Tyrells to come to King's Landing and fight Stannis, arriving just in time to turn the tide in the Lannisters' favor. As a reward, Loras joins the Kingsguard and Marjorie replaces Sansa as Joffrey's betrothed. With that, the Tyrells have successfully integrated themselves into the structure of King's Landing, with the Lannisters seemingly being none the wiser. Another enemy Sansa makes from Renly's camp is the Lady Knight Brienne of Tarth. She's a skilled swordswoman who dwarfs pretty much everyone she interacts with. She's driven by a heavily implied love for Renly, and when he's killed, she's blamed for his regicide. Catelyn Stark is the only one who believes in her innocence and helps her escape. As a result, she becomes a duty-bound knight in the lady's service. She's one of the truly good characters in this show. Brienne isn't out to deceive and scheme, she isn't selfish. She's a knight of the highest order who takes her duty and honor seriously. For basically the rest of the show, her two defining motivations stem from those values. She seeks vengeance for Renly's death in order to correct her failure to protect him, and she seeks to honorably serve Catelyn as her personal knight. The reason Catelyn is at Renly's camp is because she's there to forge an alliance between Robb's army and Renly's, one that seems close to happening until, well... While she's there, we get some really good interactions between herself and Littlefinger, who, as previously mentioned, was there to win over the Tyrells. It's great to see the fallout between the two as a result of Littlefinger's betrayal of Ned, and while it seems like he's trying to make amends, he's still up to his old tricks. He gives Catelyn Ned's bones and tells her that Tyrion wants Jaime in exchange for her daughters who are being held in King's Landing. Well, one of them is, but the other one's out and about somewhere, and as far as they're aware, she's probably dead. But she doesn't need to know about that. This seed is planted in her mind, and later when she hears that Bran and Rickon are dead, which also isn't true, someone stop lying to this woman about her children, she's finally pushed to the brink and breaks Jaime out of Stark custody, having Brienne hand-deliver him to Tyrion. While the storyline starts in Season 2, the important and best parts of it happen in Season 3. Honestly, this statement will become a bit of a trend as I continue talking about Season 2. Catelyn continues to be who she was last season, a mother desperately trying to save her family. I'm starting to realize she's a pretty straightforward and simple character, but damn if she isn't well executed, and if Michelle Fairley doesn't act her ass off in every scene she's in. Meanwhile, Catelyn's son is also at war, however his storyline this season isn't one of war, but of love. In the aftermath of battle, Robb meets field nurse Talissa Mager and becomes smitten with the Volantian woman who doesn't approve of his war-making. The rest of the season sees them falling in love and eventually getting married, which violates the pact he made with Walder Frey in Season 1. That's probably not gonna turn out well for him. It's also interesting that they get married in the light of the Seven, gods that neither person's family worship. Symbolically, it represents both breaking from the traditions of their parents, getting married for love rather than politics and alliances. Also, they're in the Riverlands, where people don't worship the old gods nor the Eastern gods, and Catelyn still worships the Seven, so with Ned gone, perhaps her influence over Robb has naturally inclined him towards the new gods. As you can see, this season really got me thinking about the religions within Westeros and the conflicts it causes. And we also saw that with Stannis as well with R'hllor the Lord of Light. Outside of that love story, Robb doesn't get much to do. We get introduced to Roose Bolton, who will become a very important character in Season 3, as does this marriage. On the opposite side of the war, Tywin sets up camp at the cursed Harrenhal as his army is getting thrashed not only by Robb's army but a group called the Brotherhood Without Banners. And while technically Joffrey is the king the army fights for, Tywin functionally takes Joffrey's place in the War of the Five Kings. We get to experience Tywin's war planning through the eyes of Arya Stark. Arya is well on her way back home at the start of the season, but an encounter with a group of Lannister soldiers led by Ser Armory Lorch leaves her a prisoner of Harrenhal. Yoren and one of the young degenerates that have been berating Arya are killed, while Arya, another degenerate named Hot Pie, and a king's bastard blacksmith apprentice named Gendry are captured. Before she's captured, Arya has a really good conversation with Yoren where he fleshes out his own backstory and unintentionally inspires Arya's famous revenge list. Every night as she goes to sleep, she'll cycle through all the names of the people who wronged her, planning to kill each and every one of them. She gains an opportunity to strike some off the list thanks to a man named Jaqen Hagar. Jaqen was one of the prisoners being transported from King's Landing to the Wall, being kept in a cell with two vile individuals named Rorge and Biter. When Amory Lorch's squad attacks the group, a fire is started threatening to end the terrible trio's lives. Arya stops to help them escape, and as a result, Jaqen pledges to end 3 lives of Arya's choosing to satisfy his god, aka the Lord of Light. I swear that damn guy keeps popping up everywhere this season, doesn't he? Jaqen kills a torturer named the Tickler and Ser Lorch himself at behest of Arya. The final request, however, becomes a bit more complicated, but first that requires us to talk about Arya's cupbearing. While Hot Pie goes to the kitchens and Gendry to the forges, Tywin allows Arya to become his cupbearer, unknowingly allowing the daughter of his enemy access to his war meetings and documents. These scenes between Arya and Tywin are some of my favorite parts of this season, and they weren't even in the books. Their interactions peel back layers on who Tywin is, the philosophies he lives by, and the disdain he has for those around him. To him, his family's legacy is everything. After he saved the Lannister name from his father's weakness, Tywin is hell-bent on making sure his house will remain strong long after he's gone. As we'll see in Season 3, Tywin's got his work cut out for him. He and Arya form a strange pseudo-father-daughter relationship where he offers advice and actually allows her to lie and stand up to him without punishment, whereas he'd be willing to kill one of his own war counselors if they did the same. He respects her intelligence and thinks it's humorous that she's pretending to be a low-born girl while she's looking for every opportunity to help herself or her brother. There's also a great scene when Littlefinger shows up to Harrenhal. Hey, I guess he's on his own little road trip this season. And he meets with Tywin as Arya tries to hide her face from the shrewd schemer. This scene is incredibly tense, and there's a couple of moments where Littlefinger almost discovers who she is. Honestly, I believe he does know who she is, but chooses not to divulge that information as he's curious to see what will come of Arya's schemes. He's a man who thrives on chaos after all. His stay at Harrenhal isn't long, however, as he's sent to negotiate with the Tyrells to help with Stannis' coming siege of King's Landing. This also means Tywin must leave the cursed town, leaving Arya behind with the mountain. Arya panics and tells Jaqen to kill Tywin immediately as he's on the move, which just isn't possible, so instead Arya tells the mysterious assassin to help her and her friends escape, which he refuses. She realizes she can trick Jaqen into helping her by acting like anyone in an online chat room and tells him to kill himself. Either Jaqen is duty-bound to kill himself, or he helps Arya, so obviously he chooses the latter. After helping the three kids, Jaqen hands Arya a coin that will allow her to see him again in the future. I love this dude. His weird way of talking that honestly makes sense once you realize he's a faceless man, his skill as an assassin, and his genie-like offer to Arya makes her story this season a very fun one. Her storyline also lays the groundwork for who Arya is going to become throughout the rest of the show, a shrewd and ruthless assassin. She takes the various lessons imparted onto her since the beginning of her journey. She carries a little bit of Syrio Forel, Yoren of the Night's Watch, Jaqen Hagar, and even Tywin Lannister with her, slowly transforming her into a unique type of warrior that she can thrive at being. That leads us to the final king to throw his crown into the fight, Balon Greyjoy, who operates mostly off-screen. The only activity on the Greyjoy front we see is through Theon's eyes. He is sent to his father by Robb to negotiate an alliance, only to find that his father and sister Yara have plans of their own. Balon wants to invade the towns on the northern coast to become the actual king in the north. This is where Theon's arc starts for the season. He suffers an extreme identity crisis as he grew up with the Starks, but he was only there because he was taken prisoner as a result of his father's rebellion against Ned. He desperately wants to prove himself to his father, so at the encouragement of his second-in-command, Dagmar Cleftjaw, he decides to invade Winterfell and take ownership over the city. He tries to establish himself as a strong and just ruler, but it's clear his betrayal of the people he'd grown up with doesn't sit well with the Winterfellians. Their resistance grows, and it forces Theon to go to further and further extremes to prove himself one of the Ironborn like his crewmates. It doesn't help that Dagmar keeps egging him on. When I first watched this show, I remember hating this turn for Theon, but on a rewatch it's one of my favorite elements of Season 2. Two of my favorite moments from the show thus far come from Theon's storyline. The first comes when Bran, Rickon, Osha, and Hodor, all of whom we'll get to in a second, escape. Theon tries to hunt them down, but fails. Dagmar suggests killing two of the local kids, burning their corpses and displaying them as stand-ins for the Stark children to warn the other Winterfellians not to cross him. Theon presents the corpses and looks so sure of himself as the people who raised him react in horror. Then he turns around to witness his work, and a look of horror crosses his face as well. He realizes he's gone too far. Killing Sir Roderick was expected of him, but this was cruel. Later he sits down with Maester Luwin, who, side note, great character this season. As Ramsay Bolton's armies surround Winterfell, Luwin tells Theon that he knows the lad has been pretending to be this horrible person and that it's not too late to turn back, but Theon says this:
"I've gone too far to pretend to be anything else."
This season he pretends to be a cruel Ironborn man, but internally he struggles with the actions he takes. Unfortunately, against Luwin's wishes, he decides to double down and face the gathering army with his crew, playing the part of an Ironborn warrior. His crew, however, well, they ain't flying on that same wavelength. Now, while Theon's story was great this season, I found the secondary characters perfectly serviceable, with Luwin being the exception. Despite all that Theon does, Luwin is the only man who stays in his corner offering advice that could save his life. Sir Roderick goes out like a badass, and I kind of enjoy how Dagmar behaves like a devil on Theon's shoulder to Luwin's angel. The rest of the characters, they just kind of do their jobs just fine. Oh yeah, I forgot, Bran is there too. I did enjoy seeing him serve as the interim Lord of Winterfell, being forced to grow up quickly as his brother fights the war, but it's not focused on much in the first half of the season. The other thing he does is warg all over the place, dreaming of the beckoning three-eyed crow. When Theon invades, Bran cedes authority to him before escaping with the help of Osha and Hodor. They evade Theon by hiding in the crypts under Winterfell and only come out after the Ironborn mutiny against their young captain. They find Luwin dying by the werewood, who tasks Osha with protecting the other three to ensure that they can find their way to allies across the forest. The group leaves the mighty Winterfell as it burns, which is a very sad but iconic image. Yeah, Bran's group doesn't get a lot to do this season and only really position themselves for important developments in Season 3. Meanwhile, the storyline in King's Landing primarily focuses on Tyrion becoming the Hand of the King and playing the Game of Thrones against the people who bested Ned in Season 1. He effectively replaces Ned as the main protagonist for this season. It's great seeing the juxtaposition between Ned and Tyrion as the Hand, and it's very satisfying to see Tyrion beat these people at their own game, getting justice for Ned in some of his actions. He's also hilarious this season, roasting many people who deserve to be taken down a peg.
Must be odd for you to be the disappointing child.
The man was a traitor. He tried to buy my loyalty.
A fool. He had no idea you were already bought.
No one threatens his grace in the presence of the King's Guard.
I'm not threatening the king, sir. I am educating my nephew. Bronn, the next time Sir Meryn speaks, kill him. That was a threat. See the difference?
It's all fallen on me.
As has Jaime repeatedly, according to Stannis Baratheon.
You're talking to a king! And now I've struck a king. Did my hand fall from my wrist?
There are also some great dramatic scenes like this one where he talks with Cersei about how she's losing control of Joffrey, and there's this very awkward silence between the two where Tyrion comes very close to comforting her, but the two can't accept any type of love between each other. He also gets to demonstrate strong leadership at the end of the season. In the hour-long episode that depicts the Battle of the Blackwater, when his nephew and sister run away from the fight, Tyrion steps up to lead the charge to drive off Stannis' army. Unfortunately, this act of courage also serves to be his downfall. On the battlefield, Sir Mandon Moore of the Kingsguard tries to kill him but fails as Tyrion's squire Podrick Payne kills him. However, Tyrion is still left with a mortal wound. He is taken off the battlefield while Tywin and the Tyrells come in to win the day. Up to this point, Tyrion was on a winning streak. He sent the treacherous Janos Slynt to the wall and replaced his position as the captain of the City Watch with Bronn. He was also able to discern that the doddering Maester Pycelle was in his sister's pocket while also managing to foster an alliance with the House Martell and Dorne. He also managed to keep his blossoming relationship with Shae a secret from those who would wish her harm, and he fosters an alliance with Lord Varys. He also amassed a group of loyal followers, with his hill tribes still following the imp around, Bronn remaining by his side, the loyal Podrick Payne being assigned to him as squire, and his cousin Lancel falling into his pocket thanks to blackmail. What Tyrion comes to realize is that this is where he thrives. Unfortunately, he's put into a deep sleep thanks to his injuries from Mandon Moore and is kept drugged by Maester Pycelle, allowing Tywin to come in and replace him as Hand of the King, reversing nearly everything Tyrion built up. The hill tribes are kicked out of King's Landing, Bronn is removed from the City Watch, and the city hates Tyrion. Everything he worked for was for naught. However, when offered a chance to run away by Shae, he chooses to stay and fight as he recognizes who he has to be. We also get a great moment when Pycelle wakes Tyrion up that indicates he's been putting on a front with his senility and is actually of perfectly sound mind. We get to see a lot more of Cersei and Joffrey's relationship this season. In Season 1, Cersei believed Joffrey was still her little boy who would obey everything she told him, but once he comes into power, he proves her wrong. We also see him slip from her grip over the course of Season 2. At the beginning, he orders the City Watch to murder every one of King Robert's bastards in King's Landing, which includes a little baby, something that clearly bothers his mother. He plays warlord in the throne room, and he orders an entire square of people be executed for one person throwing poop at him. Despite all of that, Cersei still loves that little bastard and fights desperately to protect him. While she's a clever player of the Game of Thrones committing horrible acts in the game, Cersei's weakness is found in her children. Everything she does for them. That's why she becomes so distraught to see Myrcella sent off to Dorne to be married. That's also why she almost kills herself in Tommen when it looks like the Battle of the Blackwater is lost. She even jeopardizes Joffrey's regal image by commanding that he be locked in a tower until that battle is done. I do find it interesting that Joffrey complies with her order. It's clear that he likes pretending to be a warrior like his supposed father Robert, making bold claims of what he'll do to his uncle when the two face off. It's also clear that he doesn't have much respect for the Council of Women and will disregard them when it suits his murderous appetite. However, in this moment, a moment that will make him an actual war hero, he obeys his mother's wishes and retreats. You could argue that at the end of the day he's just a coward, but I think it's also important to remember that he's still a child. In a moment where it looks like he's going to die, he resorts to a childlike dependence on his mother, obeying her for the first time since he had become king. I think that's why this is a great moment for understanding Joffrey's character, a kid that's so easy to hate. Meanwhile, his betrothed, Sansa, is functionally a prisoner of his family in King's Landing. She learns to navigate every interaction through lies to make sure she doesn't suffer the king's wrath. However, sometimes her generous heart betrays her and she steps in to help others avoid death by Joffrey's hands. She views everyone as an enemy, but she does gain a couple of sympathizers, namely Tyrion, the Hound, and Shae. Tyrion sees right through her lies and does everything to protect her, and the Hound has already shown sympathies toward her in Season 1. He even offers to help her escape King's Landing and take her back to Winterfell. Sansa refuses as she believes at that moment that Stannis has won the Battle of the Blackwater so she'd be able to leave freely. The Hound then abandons King's Landing in the best possible way he could.
Fuck the King's Guard. Fuck the city. Fuck the king.
Shae, meanwhile, becomes Sansa's personal maid in order to blend in while living with Tyrion on King's Landing. She advises Sansa not to trust anyone there, which might possibly hint at her future betrayal of Tyrion in Season 4. She also tries to hide the fact that Sansa is now going through puberty, making her ripe for bearing Joffrey's heirs. Shae's last interaction with her this season is when she tells Sansa to flee to her room when it looks like Stannis will win the war. A major idea drilled into Sansa's head is that despite those she finds to be allies, she is surrounded by killers and liars, which helps set up her arc for the rest of the show. If Arya is on the path to becoming a remorseless assassin, Sansa's being set on the path to become a shrewd politician. It's a little more subtle than Arya's development this season, but interesting nonetheless. I kept mentioning the Battle of the Blackwater, and I want to praise it for just a little bit. Episode 9 of every Game of Thrones season is usually a big event. In Season 1, it was Ned's execution. I promise that's the last time I'll use that clip. For Season 2, the ante is upped to be an episode-long battle. It's pretty simple all things considered, and after reading the book, it's clearly scaled down to match the budget. However, that doesn't take away from how great this battle is. Season 2 nicely laid out the two opposing factions and properly built up Tyrion's big plan, to lure Stannis' fleet into the bay and blow up a boat loaded with wildfire, a dangerous product of alchemy that is just about as potent as dragonfire. That plan works, but Stannis has a second wave waiting. That wave manages to make it to shore and force the defending knights to retreat behind the gate. They are now trapped inside, and Joffrey abandons them. Fortunately, Tyrion leads the army through a sewage system to ambush Stannis' army from behind. It works, if only for a second. Tyrion is ambushed by Mandon Moore, and all looks lost. And then... the winged hussars arrive! Sorry, I meant, and then the Tyrells arrive, saving the day. There's a nice progression of stakes, with favor shifting between both armies, yet the defenders at King's Landing constantly remain underdogs. Yes, they have the wildfire, but it's a one-and-done mechanism. The rest of the battle, they're constantly on the back foot trying to adjust to Stannis' attacks. Joffrey hides, the Hound deserts, Lancel is injured, and Tyrion is betrayed. All seems lost until the very end. It will be great to see other battles use this episode as the cornerstone to build upon. Also, I noticed that this guy dropped his arrow, and I can't unsee it, and now you won't either. Meanwhile, in the north, Jon heads out with a group of rangers led by Lord Commander Mormont. They're traveling north of the Wall to finally find Benjen Stark and learn more about the White Walkers. They make camp with a wildling named Craster who lives in his keep with his daughters/lady wives. Oh, come on, another incest family? George, one incest family? Shame on me. 2 incest families? Shame on you. 3 incest family with a 4th in the lore? I'm starting to get concerned here. Anyway, Craster's not a great person, but he is an ally of the Watch. At Craster's keep, we meet one of his daughter wives named Gilly, who Sam takes an instant fondness for. John also finds out why there are no other dudes in Craster's keep. This obviously horrifies John, and Craster's pissed that his secret has been discovered. When he is brought before the Watch, it's clear that Gior knows about this. This further highlights how morally corrupt the Night's Watch has become. Gior may be a good man, but in desperation, he's recruited a bunch of thieves, rapists, and thugs and allied with an incestuous baby killer. While he deems this necessary, this will come back to haunt him in the next season. From here, Craster kicks the Watch out of his keep, and so the group must go and make camp at the Fist of the First Man. There, John meets Corin Halfhand and his troop from the Shadow Tower in the west. Halfhand is going to make a trek to Skirling Pass, as there are reports of wildling lookouts in that area. John volunteers to go with them, to which Gior reluctantly agrees. The group does find wildlings and attacks them, with John attacking one that ends up being a girl, causing him to hesitate. Corin orders John to kill the girl and catch up with them, but John doesn't go through with it. The wildling girl named Egret tries to escape, but John gives chase. The rest of the season shows John and Egret bonding as they try to make their way back to Corin until Egret leads the bastard into a trap. He finds out that Corin is also captured, and the Elder Ranger devises a plan to integrate John into the Wildlings group to kill their leader, the King Beyond the Wall Mance Raider. Corin forces John to kill him to earn their trust, and the season ends with John going to meet Raider. For the most part, I feel pretty ambivalent to John's story this season. It primarily sets up key plot lines for Season 3. Craster's keep endures companionship with its owner, Sam finding dragonglass weapons, and John falling in with the Wildlings are all important setups for payoffs in Season 3. Nothing about the events this season, though, are bad. It's just less interesting than the War of the Five Kings going on down south. It is cool we get to see more of the White Walkers integrated into the beginning and the end of this season, and Dolores Ed was a nice addition to John's supporting cast. In the east, we find Daenerys struggling to keep her people alive in the Red Waste. Her storyline this season is the one that most departs from the book, but it honestly doesn't bother me that much, as I don't particularly care for the plotline in either versions. Dany sends Ricardo to find a safe place for her tribe to go, but he is killed by a rival Khal while he's still alive in the books, as are Eerie, Pyat Pri, and Zaro Zohan Daxos. For Ricardo, apparently the actor wanted to move on to other projects, so D&D decided to give the character a proper send-off, even though in this very season they had no problem recasting a major character like the Mountain, who would later get recast again in future seasons, as would Beric Dondarrion and Dario Naharis. I would have liked a recast to keep him around since, like I said earlier, Ricardo is the only Dothraki to really get any character work. Instead, we're left with Kavaro, who just kinda walks around and doesn't do much to make him memorable. Heck, even the writers forgot about him since he disappears after this season. We spend a few episodes with Dany slowly dying in the Red Waste until she finds the rich city of Karth almost halfway through the season in episode 4. She spends the second half of the season meeting the uppity people of Karth. You got the Spice King, who leads a group called the 13 that rules over this spectacular city. The other notable members of this council are Pyat Pri and Zaro Zohan Daxos. Pyat Pri is a fine character who serves as an obvious twist antagonist who teams up with Daxos to kill the 13 and take over Karth. He does this so he can capture Dany and her dragons to fuel his magic, but Dany instructed her dragons to burn him alive. Bro didn't even consider that dragons breathe fire. Come on, it's basic Dragon 101. Even if he thought that the dragons were too young to breathe fire, or if Doria neglected to relay the information that the dragons could breathe fire specifically at Dany's command to Daxos, you'd think this man would be smart enough to bind the dragon's mouths. Or does he not know the magic to tie a knot? Also, he says that his magic is the strongest when near the dragons, and yet it does piss all against some fire. Granted, it's dragon fire, which is a lot stronger than normal fire, as we learned from the Harrenhal lore earlier this season, but still, Mr. Pri should have been competent enough not to die here, and thus Dany should still be trapped here going into next season. I mean, you make body doubles, man! You could have just done that as a safety precaution. You literally do it in this scene, and you don't send one of your little clones to talk to Dany and her fire-breathing dragons with mouths you haven't taken the time to tie up? Come on, dude! On the other hand, I actually like Zaro Zohan Daxos. When he's first introduced, we get everything we need to know about him, so his heel turn later makes perfect sense. He's a respectful man who tries to extend sympathies to foreigners since, as a Summer Islander, he came to Karth as one as well. He clearly butts heads with the Spice King over the city's rigid standards and practices. Daxos believes Karth should be more adaptable, and he realizes that the 13 will not budge on their stances. Dany's arrival proves to be the catalyst that allows him to recruit Pyat Pri to ensure his takeover will be successful. He's a solid character whose actions fall perfectly in line with his motivations, but the story we actually follow from Dany's perspective was largely uninteresting to me. Dany mainly spends her time in Karth being wooed by Daxos and Pri while getting her request for ships shut down by the Spice King. Once her dragons are kidnapped, Pyat Pri kills the 13 and tells her that he took her dragons to the House of the Undying. She goes there, sees some visions that seem to be omens of the future, and kills Pyat Pri. She then goes to Daxos' palace to find her maid Doria in bed with him, a development that feels largely pointless and underdeveloped. I'm pretty sure Daxos and Pri can undertake this endeavor without her, and as far as I can tell, she doesn't provide them with any necessary information or access to anything worthwhile. The best I can say is that it is noted at one point in time that the dragons really liked Doria, so she could have taken advantage of that affection to make the kidnapping a little smoother. However, the dragons were already caged in Daxos Manor. They likely wouldn't be able to resist much anyways. But regardless, Dany locks the two remaining living conspirators in Zaro's massive vault to starve to death. The Dothraki loot the manor to gather enough valuables to buy a boat. I originally ended this section here, but after going through the footage, I realized I had completely left out Kieth. Kieth? I don't know how to say her name. She was neat. She got a cool costume and a mysterious aura around her. She provides Jorah with some vague warnings that I don't think are necessary, and since she never comes back to the show, she feels a little unnecessary. All in all, I don't think this part of Season 2 was bad per se, but it was definitely the weakest storyline. I found myself bored whenever the show went back to Karth, and it was the storyline that had some glaring plot discrepancies. Plus, it only really serves to give Dany the money she needs to buy some ships to go to Astapor for Season 3 and kill some of Dany's more prominent supporters, but like I said, Kavaro just vanished after this season, so really that latter purpose isn't that important, I guess. At least in the books, Zaro Zohan Daxos, Pyat Pri, and Quaith, whatever, are recurring important characters that continue to play important roles within the story. In the show, once that warlock girl fails to assassinate Dany at the beginning of Season 3, Karth is mostly forgotten as the story goes forward. As a whole, I think Season 2 carries a lot of the momentum from Season 1, although I would say it's a little weaker. We're introduced to many great characters, and the returning cast continues to be interesting and engaging. The War of the Five Kings was properly scaled, and the Battle of the Blackwater was awesome. It laid the groundwork for the increasingly large-scale battles that will come in the future. I think the secondary storylines, while still being solid, tended to be less engaging than the war, mostly serving as necessary setup for important payoffs in Season 3. I still really liked it, but I think there's a wider gap between what I loved and what I thought was just fine. Season 3 adapts a large chunk of A Storm of Swords and a little bit of the 5th book of A Song of Ice and Fire, A Dance with Dragons. While the show still follows the general events of the book, a lot of how these events play out are condensed for simplicity's sake, making for large differences between mediums and thus giving the show its own identity of sorts. Season 3 follows the downfall of the Stark army and the winding down of the War of the Five Kings. As one more king dies, another abandons the war, leaving two left, though Balon is not much of a threat to Joffrey's crown by the end of the season either. Season 2 ended with the White Walkers attacking the Night's Watch at the Fist of the First Man, and Season 3 picks up in the aftermath of that attack. The survivors, which include Jeor, Sam, Grin, Ed, and Rast, retreat back to Craster's Keep. Rast, who wasn't in Season 2, complains the entire trek back. His attitude isn't lifted when Jeor forces him to personally make sure Sam doesn't die on the hike. In the books, Rast stayed behind at Castle Black, not participating in the journey beyond the wall, but I think it was a good decision to bring him in on the mission in the show, giving the audience a recognizable character to be the face of the dissent amongst the ranks of the Night's Watch. The audience already knows who Rast is from Season 1, so we know why his bitterness is building up as the mission beyond the wall falls apart. At Craster's Keep, the Crows are forced to do menial labor while being provided little food. Some of the Night's Watchmen begin to suspect Craster of holding out on them, leading to a confrontation after a Knight's brother named Bannon dies. Jeor tries to keep the peace, but they're not having it. You gotta love how Craster is still unabashedly his disgusting and condescending self, despite the fact that these guys outnumber him and could easily kill them, which they do. A guy named Carl Tanner calls Craster a
bastard. A daughter fucking wildling bastard.
And stabs him.
That kills people!
Jor threatens to execute the guy, but Rast stabs him in the back. The compromising of the Night's Watch accepting criminals into their ranks finally comes home to roost. Though Jor makes an attempt to go down swinging, almost killing Rast as he bleeds out, he eventually succumbs to his wounds. In the midst of the mutiny, Sam is able to grab Gilly, who has recently given birth, and slip away. The rest of the season shows Sam and Gilly trying to survive in the wilderness as they make their way back to Castle Black. It is stressed multiple times in the first 2 seasons that Sam is a coward, but this season gives Sam many opportunities to commit acts of bravery despite his fear. Through Gilly, Sam finds bravery. He even kills a White Walker, the first in thousands of years. They manage to make it safely back to Castle Black, where Maester Aemon agrees to allow Gilly to stay as a refugee and commands Sam to write to all the lords of Westeros to tell them about the threats the Night Watch face. While not as eventful as some of the other plotlines I'll talk about in a bit, Sam's story this season was still great. Sam starts to finally be able to move on from being a scared fat boy who is hated by his father. By the end of the season, he's shown to be a kind man who wants to help those less fortunate than him, and this is exemplified through his relationship with Gilly. While not explicitly romantic yet, the two are able to bond over their patriarchal abuse while Sam teaches her about the world south of the Wall. They eventually feel like a natural fit for each other, something this season does a great job at doing with many other romantic pairings in Westeros. Meanwhile, Sam's brother in black, Jon Snow, adventures with the wildlings for the season. We get to meet Mance Rayder and put faces and names to the enemies of the Night's Watch. You got Orell, who formally introduces us to the concept of wargs with his pet eagle. He mistrusts Jon from the start, constantly trying to find ways to undermine and even attempting to kill him. Part of this also comes from the jealousy he has towards Jon's relationship with Ygritte, as he has feelings for the wildling woman kissed by fire. Then you have Tormund, who seems to be one of Mance's right-hand men. He's an affable man who can become an imposing threat when the wildling in him comes out, making him a very endearing character. The most intriguing character introduced here, though, is the King Beyond the Wall himself. Mance Rayder is a former brother of the Night's Watch who abandoned it and joined the wildlings. He recognized the threat of the White Walkers and used that knowledge to unite all the tribes of the wildlings, making them a massive threat to the Night's Watch. Despite his rough demeanor, his ultimate goal is to ensure the survival of his people, but because his people are a wild bunch, they have become the Night's Watch's greatest enemies. This is something that Game of Thrones has done really well with so far, allowing us insight into the various warring factions in Westeros to see that almost every army has people in it we can root for, corrupted individuals that are understandable, and characters that inspire utter contempt from me. About halfway through the season, Mance, upon learning that most of Jeor Mormont's team have died to the Whites, sends a small group of wildlings, including Tormund, Orell, Jon, and Ygritte, to climb over the wall and lead an ambush against Castle Black where they're not guarded. This mission will truly challenge Jon's allegiances. He and Ygritte grow close to each other until the famous Cave Cunnilingus scene. At that moment, Ygritte sees Jon as her beloved. She recognizes that Jon doesn't fully align himself with the wildlings, but she doesn't care as long as their ultimate allegiances are to each other. Her relationship with Jon develops very naturally, and I came to love their rapport as a couple. Like I said about Gilly and Sam, they're just a natural fit, which makes the climax of Jon's story all the more heartbreaking. Once they've climbed the wall, the wildlings stumble upon an old man tending horses. Tormund wants to kill the old man to prevent him from sounding the alarm to the Night's Watch, but Jon views the decision as a cruel one since the old man is innocent in this war. Jon does his best to help the old man escape death, but the wildlings captured the poor guy anyway. Orell proposes that Jon kill him to prove his loyalty, and Jon is now forced to make a decision: his love for Ygritte or his duty. Unlike Robb last season, Jon chooses duty. Ygritte kills the old man, and she desperately tries to help Jon despite his betrayal. Tormund tackles her to the ground while Orell and the others try to kill Jon. Summer and Shaggy Dog come out of nowhere and save Jon's life, allowing him to flee. This moment is really heartbreaking, as this officially breaks up a couple that truly loved each other. When Tormund tackles Ygritte, he says,
"He's one of them!"
What he means is obvious. Jon isn't one of the wildlings. The tragedy is what this means for Ygritte. Jon isn't hers. Jon's duty and honor came before anything else in his life, and that's why he ultimately abandons the wildlings to go back to the Night's Watch. In that way, he's very much his father's son. Jon's journey this season is a great payoff to what Season 2 set up. While ultimately being a romantic tragedy, it also serves to humanize the wildlings and make the war between them and the Night's Watch a little more complicated, creating the same inner conflict within me that Jon experiences this season. We get another fantastic romance that just becomes more and more natural as the season progresses, but the tragic rug pull at the end also makes complete sense within the context of the characters' personalities and motivations. So I mentioned Jon's encounter with Summer and Shaggy Dog earlier, and you may be asking, hey, aren't those Bran and Rickon's direwolves? What are they doing there? Or you may be asking, who? Since it's hard enough for me to keep up with the dense lore in this show as I watch it, I can't imagine how difficult it is for some people watching a YouTube video about it. Anyway, I can answer that question. After escaping Winterfell, Bran, Osha, Hodor, Rickon, Summer, and Shaggy Dog make their way north to seek shelter at Castle Black. As they travel, Bran continues to dream about the three-eyed raven and a mysterious boy. This boy is revealed to be Jojen Reed, who along with his sister Mira find the group in real life. The Reeds are the children of Lord Howland Reed, who was a close ally and friend to Ned during Robert's rebellion, but has since retreated to the elusive Greywater Watch. Jojen has something called Green Sight, which allows him to dream about the events in the past and future. Throughout the season, he tries to teach Bran how to do the same, while also coaching him on warging. Jojen and Mira are nice additions to Bran's crew, with the sickly Jojen providing information and training to Bran, and the fiercely protective Mira adding some much-needed hunting and fighting skills to the group. Eventually, Bran and Jojen decide that they're going to travel beyond the wall to find the three-eyed raven, something Osha fiercely opposes. This new plan and her constant conflicts with Mira start to make it clear that she's not fitting in with the group anymore. Up to this point, she's been a great and useful ally to Bran, but it's understandable why she refuses to go beyond the wall. We learned that she used to have a husband until he died on a hunting trip, becoming a White Walker and coming back to kill her. That trauma would be enough to stop anyone from returning home, so Bran decides to split the party up, telling Osha to take Rickon and Shaggy Dog to the Umbers in the Great Hearth. Before they go, they witness the scene where Tormund's wildlings capture the old man, and Hodor goes into a state of panic. But fortunately, Bran is able to finally willingly ward while awake, first warging into Hodor to put him to sleep, and then into Summer to save Jon from the wildlings. Is it a little convenient that Bran's crew camped really close by when Jon needed somebody to save his life? I mean, yeah. I find it a little more forgivable than other plot conveniences, as at the very least these two parties were on their own path for completely illogical reasons, and it's very probable that they would cross paths on their journeys through this area. So I'll forgive it. This time. At the end of the season, Bran and crew encounter Sam and Gilly as they travel to Castle Black, and Sam leads them to the gate that will lead them to beyond the wall. Sam arms them with dragon glass that he found last season and sees them off in the most dangerous leg of their journey yet. Overall, Bran's story is really solid, giving us some new characters and lore that spice up his journey north. It promises new possibilities for what Bran can do, and it allows him to find out that despite his lack of working legs, he isn't as helpless as he thinks, which is a very encouraging thing to see a little boy discover. There's one more story happening in the north, and it follows Bran's former captor, Theon, who has now become a captive. After his crew betrayed him last season, he was turned over to a mysterious group that spent pretty much the entire season torturing him. Layers are gradually peeled back to us about what's really going on, and Theon's excessive punishment should be enough to win back anyone who hated the lad after season 2. The big question is, who is this sadistic kid who takes sick pleasure in torturing Theon? Well, if you paid close attention, it's pretty obvious from the jump. That X looks pretty similar to the flayed man on the crest of the Bolton family. So I guess the real question is, which Bolton is this? At the end of the season, it's revealed that it's Roose Bolton's bastard son, Ramsay. This kid gives Joffrey a run for his money in being one of the most hateable, despicable characters in this show. He's initially introduced as an ally for Theon, helping him escape, killing his pursuers, and providing him a little bit of emotional comfort before leading him back to the torture room to keep cutting him up. He sends some girls to stimulate him, and then chops his wang off. Theon gets put through the ringer this season at the hands of the Bolton bastard, and contrasting the last son of Greyjoy with this deranged psychopath is a very simple yet effective way to immediately win back the audience's empathy after his betrayal last season. There's also a great scene where Theon confides in Ramsay, before his heel turn mind you, about why he raided Winterfell. He first confidently declares that he's Ironborn before he realizes that
my real father lost his head at King's Landing.
It took all of this for him to truly realize that Ned was his true father. But now, not only is that father dead, he's estranged himself from everyone who would call him family. Fortunately, there is one person still out there who cares about him. At the end of the season, Ramsay sends Theon's baby maker to Balon, warning him to retreat from the north or he'll get more pieces of Theon in the future. Balon is completely apathetic, but Yara still feels familial connection to her bumbling brother, and she prepares a war party to go rescue him. Theon's story's pretty light this season, but it provides great character development and emotional payoffs for Theon, further confirming him to be one of my favorite characters in the show thus far. The plot in King's Landing gets very complicated this season. While Tyrion and Sansa are still the protagonists we follow there, they're mainly used as pawns by the various schemers that populate the capital of Westeros. Season 3 is very schemy. The primary plot here follows the Tyrells competing with the Lannisters in the game of politics. Marjorie immediately gets to work establishing herself a queen of the people. The masses fall in love with her and by proxy Joffrey. The Boy King loves this new form of attention, so he starts following more and more of Marjorie's advice. She also starts spending a lot of time with him, feigning interest in his hobbies like killing and death. This worries Cersei, whose relationship with Joffrey is becoming more and more distant, so she goes to Tywin to beg him to do something about Marjorie. Tywin refuses, as in his mind somebody needs to control his sadistic grandson. Tywin and Cersei have their fair share of squabbles during the course of the season. Like I said earlier, Tywin's primary focus is keeping his family's legacy strong. Unfortunately, his children make it difficult to achieve that goal. We'll see more of what Jaime has done to disappoint his father next season, and we already know what he thinks of Tyrion, so this season's main focus is shedding light on Cersei's failings in her father's eyes. Unlike her brothers, Cersei fights desperately to be the perfect son for Tywin. No, I didn't misspeak. I mean son. In the world of Westeros, generally men and women have very specific roles they are supposed to do to serve their families. Cersei actively fights her role to get married to a highborn man to create alliances for Tywin, especially after her awful marriage to Robert, but she constantly fights to put herself in positions of power to protect her sons, the future of the Lannister household. Yet Tywin doesn't show any love to her. She thinks it's because of her sex, but Tywin has another reason for his distaste of his daughter.
I don't distrust you because you're a woman. I distrust you because you're not as smart as you think you are.
Oof, honestly, that's kind of worse. I really like how each season thus far has pulled more layers off of Cersei to make her a more and more sympathetic character. The real battle of schemes between the Tyrells and Lannisters actually originates here at this council meeting with this little-fingered guy. Well, actually, if you want to be more accurate, this all started all the way back at the beginning of the show, but I'll expand on it when the show reveals that information. Anyway, this council meeting scene is a great vignette of characterization. Tywin calls his first council meeting as the Hand, and when everyone walks in, he's still standing. He's the center of power in the room. No one wants to make a move until he does. The reason he doesn't sit immediately is to assert his authority over everyone in the room, something he also does to Joffrey when he dares to walk up the steps of the Iron Throne to look down on him. Once Tywin finally decides to sit, Littlefinger immediately pushes past Varys to sit next to him. Littlefinger is attracted to power and wants to be in close proximity to it. There's literally a scene later in the season where Varys just walks in on him sitting next to the Iron Throne counting swords. Varys rolls his eyes at Littlefinger's behavior and casually walks to his seat 2 down from Tywin. While Littlefinger is aggressively ambitious, Varys wants to keep those in power at arm's reach, yet has no desire for power himself. Meanwhile, Pycelle casually takes the seat furthest away as he's mainly glad to be there and of service. He's a guy who likes to go under the radar and keep on keeping on. Cersei, however, grabs a chair and puts it on the other side of the table to be at her father's right hand. She's willing to break pleasantries and traditions, but she still desperately wants the approval of her father. Tyrion arrives late and loudly drags a chair to the end of the table, completely opposite of Tywin. The imp is a disruptive force, especially to the 3 on the other end of the table, whom he directly opposes. Oh, I should also mention that this small council is meeting in the Tower of the Hand, Tywin's own domicile, instead of the main council room in the King's Quarters, yet another way Tywin demonstrates his dominance. In this meeting, Tywin rewards Littlefinger for his work convincing the Tyrells to join Joffrey's army and save King's Landing at the Blackwater Bay by giving him Harrenhal, making him the Cursed Castle's lord. His new status would allow him to be eligible to marry a highborn lady, namely Lisa Arryn, Catelyn Stark's crazy sister. This marriage would give Tywin access to the massive army of the Vale to help defeat Robb, Balon, and Stannis' armies. Highgarden and the Vale have the largest armies in Westeros, so this would be a guaranteed victory. Tyrion smells something suspicious here, however, and he attempts to stop it. Unfortunately, he fails and Littlefinger prepares to leave, making Tyrion the new Master of Coin. Outside of this meeting, Ros, who was recruited to be Varys' spy at the end of Season 2 and was promoted to be Littlefinger's right-hand woman, discovers that Littlefinger has prepared 2 feather beds, which are super high class, for his departing ship. She deduces that Littlefinger plans to take Sansa with him to the Eyrie. Varys, concerned for the girl's safety, goes to Olenna Tyrell to propose that she betroths Sansa to her grandson Loras quickly. Olenna is another one of my favorite characters in this show. She does not give a crap about decorum. While everyone runs around exchanging pleasantries and at the very least attempting to subtly mask their true feelings, Olenna likes calling a spade a spade. She openly roasts her own son, the Lord of Highgarden, and doesn't even try to hide from certain rumors of her grandson's proclivities. However, she's also a kind-hearted woman who plays the Game of Thrones in her own special way. Since she has spent time with the lonely Stark girl earlier, Olenna takes pity on Sansa and agrees to Varys' plan. Also, when she first met Sansa, Olenna hears tales of how awful Joffrey is. That will be important later. All seems bright for Sansa. She's about to marry the man she was clearly smitten with in Season 1, just don't tell her which team he plays for, but she will also finally be able to leave this horrid place. Unfortunately, though, it seems like this was all a part of Littlefinger's plan. He knew of Roz's double-cross, so he turns the poor whore over to Joffrey, who's eager to try out his kinky little crossbow on her, and he now has vital information that will help Cersei finally convince Tywin to interfere in the Tyrell schemes. He immediately makes plans to marry Sansa off to Tyrion and Loras off to Cersei, something both of his children are not very happy with. This positions Tyrion to presumably become the Lord of Winterfell by marriage and further connect the Lannister house to the Tyrells, making for a very confusing family tree. Now that Littlefinger has won this skirmish and left, the rest of the season follows Tyrion and Sansa's relationship. While mostly used as a pawn this season, Tyrion still has plenty of things to do. He's trained in the ways of the coin, learning that Littlefinger has been borrowing money from the Iron Bank in Braavos that has put the crown in serious debt, and he officially secures Varys as a dedicated ally. In Season 2, Varys' loyalty is dubious at best, especially after seeing how he's treated Ned, but in Season 3, Varys opens up to Tyrion to the story behind his lack of balls, and he even shows the dwarf that he's kidnapped the man who stole his sausage all that time ago. Later in the season, Varys would even try to pay Shae to leave King's Landing since her presence is a threat to Tyrion. This scene officially confirms that Varys sees Tyrion as an ally, believing that the imp is vitally important to the safety of the realm. Tyrion's other friends continue to be Bronn, who, after being kicked off the City Watch and gained knightship, is now butting heads with more proper knights like Mirren Trent, so dignified he was willing to beat a little girl. And Podrick Payne, his dumb but loyal squire whose bravery at the Blackwater is rewarded with a night with Tyrion's favorite whores. This spawns the best running joke of the show, where Pod is somehow so good at the sexy times that the women of the night refuse to accept payment. On a more serious note, Tyrion also has his fair share of great dramatic moments this season. He has 2 conversations with Tywin that just further confirm Tywin's deep-seated hatred for his son. He refuses to give Tyrion Casterly Rock even though it's his by rights, since Jaime is a sworn Kingsguardsman, and Cersei is, well, a woman. But Tywin's love of tradition and legacy are briefly sidelined for his hatred of the imp. He will reluctantly agree to reward Tyrion for his bravery, but would never give his home to the abomination that killed his wife. In another argument much later in the season, Tywin reveals that on the day Tyrion was born, he almost took baby Ty to the sea and let the waves carry him away, but because Tyrion was a Lannister, Tywin chose to raise him. It is brutally devastating to hear a father say that to his son. The only reason Tyrion is alive is because of Tywin's dedication to family and legacy, but Tywin's hatred has led him to torment his son every day of his life. Comparatively, his conversations with his sister go a little better. Though the 2 butt heads all the time, they're forced to confide in each other multiple times throughout seasons 2 and 3. This season, Tyrion is able to divulge that Sir Mandon Moore's assassination attempt at the Blackwater was likely a command from Joffrey, and Cersei, after weaseling her way out of a marriage with Loras, advises Tyrion on his marriage. She tells him that the best way he can help Sansa is to give her a child, as Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen were the only reasons she never killed herself while married to Robert. This reveals that on some level, Cersei has some empathy towards the young Stark girl. However, young and girl are important words here, as Sansa is 13 years old! Thankfully, that fact, and his undying love for Shae, stops Tyrion from consummating the marriage, and he tells Sansa that he will wait until she wants to do the deed, if ever. Unlike in the book, the two start to bond over the fact that they're surrounded by horrible people and become friends of sorts, creating a very cute dynamic. Oh, and Tyrion threatens to kill Joffrey at his wedding feast. This won't help him in the future. Sansa, for her part, honestly doesn't do that much. Apart from her weird relationship with Tyrion, Sansa also gets to bond with Marjorie, almost becoming gal pals as the season goes on. Outside of that, Sansa's pretty much caught in the waves of schemes people have for her, as she is effectively the key to Winterfell. Public knowledge is that all the Stark children are dead, or presumed dead, apart from Robb and Sansa, so once Robb dies, whoever was married to Sansa owns the North. To that end, she's pretty much a prize that the Lannisters and Tyrells fight for, but she doesn't have much agency for herself. I think part of it is George R.R. Martin's developing theme about how women are effectively oppressed in this system and world, but he manages to do that with characters like Cersei, Marjorie, Olenna, Arya, and Dany without compromising their individual agencies and goals. Sansa kind of plays out as the ultimate damsel in distress, which works for what it is, but it feels like she gets tossed to the sidelines for this season. Overall, the King's Landing plotline this season ramps up the political intrigue, allowing many of the secondary characters to truly shine. Littlefinger, Varys, Marjorie, and Olenna proved themselves not only to be well-defined characters, but formidable players of the Game of Thrones. Unfortunately, this leaves Tyrion and Sansa on the sidelines for most of the season, though the Lannister family is enough to bolster Tyrion while Sansa is a pawn in everyone else's game. Hopefully she can get better things to do later in the show. Also, this isn't even in the script, but I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Littlefinger's little speech at the end of episode 6. That is one of the greatest speeches I have ever heard, and I love it so much because it defines everything that Littlefinger's about. Chaos is a ladder. That's how he views the world. He wants to climb that ladder by using chaos and creating it and taking advantage of it so he can gain more power, and you're going to see that as the show goes on. Meanwhile, the War of the Five Kings rages on in the Riverlands. Well, kind of. Robb Stark's army is winning every battle they participate in, but they continue to lose the war to the Lannisters. The season follows Robb making a desperate bid to defeat Tywin Lannister once and for all. First, he takes his army to Harrenhal, where he finds that it has been abandoned by the Mountain, who has killed every prisoner and left. The only survivor is a maester named Qyburn. Well, a former maester, as he's been stripped of his chain. Robb receives word that his grandfather and Lord of Riverrun, Hoster Tully, has died. He decides to leave Roose in charge of Harrenhal and head to Riverrun to Hoster's funeral. In Riverrun, we meet Catelyn's uncle Brynden the Blackfish and her brother and new Lord of Riverrun, Edmure Tully. After the funeral, we get a scene that perfectly encapsulates both characters. Robb scolds his uncle for impatiently attacking the Lannister army at the mill. While he won the skirmish, he ruined Robb's plan to lure the army into a trap that was guaranteed to eliminate them all. Despite being older than Robb, Edmure acts like an impulsive, glory-hungry child. Everything he does out of loyalty, but he frequently screws up. On the other hand, the Blackfish is quick to verbally reprimand the new lord, being a stern and serious man who has a great love for his family. Both Tullys became instant standouts for me this season, and I really wish we got to see more of them in the show. Meanwhile, Robb is also dealing with dissent in his army. The loudest voice is Rickard Karstark. Roose Bolton also has his problems with Robb, but he keeps it a little quieter, and he's left behind in Harrenhal, so he isn't really that much of a problem for Robb. Well, at least for now. Rickard pretty much takes every opportunity to degrade Robb, expressing his anger either at him or Catelyn. Much like Miss Stark, he is a man who's lost almost all of his children. 2 of his sons were murdered during Jaime's first escape attempt from the Stark camp last season. Understandably, he got pissed off when Catelyn was barely punished for freeing him later, and Robb didn't do much to get Jaime back. That resentment continues to fester, and when Robb marries Talissa, a weak move strategically, he begins to lose faith in the King of the North. When the army gets to Riverrun, Karstark discovers that in his impatient attack, Edmure managed to take Martin and Willem Lannister as hostages. Since the 2 are the sons of Kevan Lannister and thus cousins of the Kid King, Rickard decides the only way to enact his vengeance is to kill them. Robb now has a very important decision to make: deliver justice and kill the lord of a very important family that is tied to him by blood, losing their loyalty, or lighten the punishment and encourage more vengeful insolence in the future. Choosing to follow in his father's footsteps, Robb delivers justice to the Karstark Lord. While being just in his decision, this is the next step in the downfall of the Stark army. Desperate for a win, Robb hatches a scheme to launch an invasion on Casterly Rock while Tywin is in King's Landing, but that means his army has to cross the Twins and win back the favor of the incestuous old man he betrayed. After speaking with two of Walder's sons, Lame Lothar and Black Walder, Robb agrees to marry Edmure off to a Frey girl of Walder's choosing. Edmure, while not initially on board with this idea, eventually agrees to receive his penance for his screw-up at the mill after a scolding from the Blackfish, who, might I add, hypocritically rejected an arranged marriage himself when he was younger. Anyway, Robb resolves to take what's left of his army to the Twins for the wedding and then on to Casterly Rock. Along the journey, Talissa reveals that she's pregnant with the heir to the north, something that excites both Robb and his wife. Yet again, I'm going to say this, but these two make such a natural pairing. While we didn't get to see a lot of them during Season 2, every interaction Robb and Talissa have in Season 3 do a great job at convincing me that these two are madly in love with each other, but like Jon's romance this season, it will also end in tragedy. But we'll get to that in a second. Catelyn spends most of the season catching up with her brother and uncle, grieving over more deaths in her family and advising Robb on his counsel. Once again, she continues to desperately try to keep her family together, or what's left of it. With Ned and Hoster dead, Bran, Rickon, and Arya missing and presumed dead, and Sansa's rescue mission unaccounted for, all she has left of her family is Edmure, the Blackfish, and Robb. She starts to finally warm up to Talissa as well. These four are all she has left in the world, and she wants to ensure they live. She's suspicious of Walder's proposal, but goes along with the celebration. Everyone seems to be having a great time. Even Edmure is pleasantly surprised when he sees that his wife-to-be is easy on the eyes. Brynden Blackfish drinks so much that he has to take leave to urinate outside. He's a lucky son of a gun because once the bedding ceremony is initiated and bride and groom are carried off to consummate their marriage, the band plays The Rains of Castamere, which, as established earlier in the season by Cersei, is a song that immortalizes the destruction of the Rain House by Tywin Lannister after their rebellion against his father Tytos. While a popular song in Westeros, the choice of this song is very intentional by the phrase. Catelyn feels an overwhelming sense of dread as she sits back down next to Roose Bolton, who's giving her a very unnerving look. Discovering that he's wearing chainmail, Catelyn realizes too late that treachery is afoot. Before Robb can react, the Freys have killed almost all of his men, including his wife and unborn son. He's shot with crossbows and barely survives. Catelyn makes one last desperate bid to save what's left of her family, grabbing Walder's current daughter-wife and putting a knife to her throat. She will spare the girl's life only if Walder will let Robb walk out of the Twins alive, but Walder says he can always find another wife. Robb surveys the people he's lost and turns to his mother, uttering his last word, "Mother," before Roose Bolton delivers the final blow. In the end, Robb was without his army and his wife, turning back into the boy we saw in Season 1, and Catelyn loses the last of her family. In a heartbreaking, guttural scream of anguish, Catelyn slits the throat of the little Walder girl before Black Walder returns the favor. The Red Wedding was this season's big event, and it was a truly shocking and heartbreaking affair. Despite his setbacks this season, Robb was poised to make amends with the Walders and make a significant blow against the Lannisters, while Catelyn was able to hold on to hope once more that she will be able to save Sansa. But like with Ned, the honorable people don't get to win in this world. They are undermined by an incestuous old man, a manflater pretending to be their friend, and a ruthless pragmatist willing to go to extremes to get rid of nuisances. Personally, I would have liked to see more of Robb's army here at the wedding to add to the weight of this defeat, as Robb, Talissa, and Catelyn are the only characters we know who are killed. The Blackfish escapes with a piss break, and Edmure is taken captive. It would have been cool to see Greatjon Umber return and drunkenly kill a handful of Walders before being taken down like in the books, or even seeing a couple of other book characters like Wendell Manderly, Mark Piper, or one of the Mormont women integrated throughout the first 3 seasons of the show in minor roles that would make this tragic payoff even stronger. As is, the Red Wedding is still a great climax for Season 3. It's yet another devastating loss for characters who, in a world of Westeros, are some of the most morally good, and it caps off Robb and Catelyn's arcs really well. Though I will say it is a missed opportunity not to introduce Lady Stoneheart after this, as it was such a great continuation of Catelyn's arc as a mother who has lost everything, but alas, it didn't happen. Unbeknownst to Catelyn, her daughter Arya is alive, but not really that well. After escaping Harrenhal with Hot Pie and Gendry, the group chance upon members of the Brotherhood Without Borders, namely Thoros the Red Priest and Angai the Archer. Once again, this is yet another important meeting that is highly coincidental, but yet again I would argue that it's still a likely one. It was established last season that the Brotherhood Without Banners was a widespread nuisance for the Lannister army, and it's reasonable to assume that they would still have small groups of outlaws roaming around. A chance meeting like this is not that far out of the way of believability. Now, I really like the two outlaws we meet in this scene. Thoros is an alcoholic priest of Roller, there's that damn guy again, who was sent with Beric Dondarrion by Ned Stark back in Season 1 to hunt down the mountain. Once Ned and Robert died, Thoros and Beric formed the Brotherhood as a free-roaming force fighting for the late king and helping the small folk. Later, it's revealed that Thoros was actually sent by the High Priest of Roller to convert Robert to the Lord of Light, but his vices and drunkenness and lust were perpetuated by the young king, causing the two to tumble down similar self-destructive practices. Now he's still a drunk who has rededicated himself to the Lord of Light, becoming a flawed man who feels unworthy of the gifts he's been given. Angai, on the other hand, is a lot simpler. He's just an impressively good archer, but I think he has a pretty charismatic personality. Plus, the scene where he almost kills Hot Pie is pretty cool. The group takes Arya and her friends to the inn at the crossroads where Thoros treats them with food and drink. He's about to let them go when more members of the Brotherhood bust in with a prisoner who turns out to be the Hound, one of the few people in the Riverlands who can actually identify Arya. Okay, this is yet another big coincidence. The likelihood that the Hound is captured by the Brotherhood Without Banners and brought to the inn at the crossroads where Arya just so happens to be after being captured by a different group of the Brotherhood outlaws, led by basically the second in command of the group, is incredibly slim. All of this has to happen so Sandor Clegane can recognize Arya, causing Thoros to take her hostage to take her to Riverrun for ransom. The entire plotline for Arya hinges on this coincidence. This borders on being contrived a little more than the other coincidences I've talked about so far, but everything that spirals because of this coincidence makes sense, and that this is technically the inciting incident of the story, I will tentatively overlook it. Don't worry, the blatantly bad stuff is coming later. I will mention the way Arya is recognized in the books is through a guy named Harwin who actually used to work for Ned back in Winterfell before he died. That's also a coincidence, but I think it's done a little better and also offers just another pretty interesting character dynamic to add into this mix. But he's not in the show, so, take that for what you will. Anyway, like I mentioned, Thoros concludes that Catelyn would pay a pretty penny for her precious princess, so he decides to take Arya to his leader, Lord Beric Dondarrion. Hot Pie decides to stay behind at the inn to cook while Gendry continues on with Arya. Hot Pie's departure was kind of sweet. Despite him never really being a character that was incredibly strong, he had managed to naturally slot himself into Arya's group throughout Season 2. And his direwolf bread gift to Arya was honestly kinda sweet. At his Riverlands hideout, Beric holds a trial by combat for the Hound. Despite having the upper hand with his flaming sword, the Hound is able to overcome his fear of fire and kill the outlaw lord. Except not really. Turns out the entire Brotherhood are recent converts to the Lord of Light. After being sent by Ned to kill the Mountain in Season 1, yes, these two are the same person, Beric was killed, but Thoros managed to sober up and somehow revive him. Every time Beric dies, Thoros brings him back, but not without cost. Each time Beric comes back, he loses a little bit of himself. The Lightning Lord becomes a very interesting character with the few scenes we see of him, and despite dying in the books to resurrect Catelyn, I am looking forward to seeing more of him in the future of the show. Arya's time with the Brotherhood is short, as her trust is shattered when Melisandre arrives. She has warmed up to the group a little bit, and even Gendry decides he wants to join them. Unfortunately, Melisandre shows up looking for the bastard of Robert Baratheon. She also drops a very controversial prophecy on Arya.
Brown eyes, blue eyes, green eyes. Eyes you'll shut forever.
Anyway, Beric and Thoros turn Gendry over for some gold, and Arya is reminded that despite their claim to help small folk, the Brotherhood Without Banners are still outlaws who seek gold. Distraught, Arya runs into the woods where the Hound is waiting to kidnap her. Fortunately, Sandor also plans on taking Arya to her mother to collect a ransom. Catelyn is now heading for the twins for Robb's wedding, so that's where the Hound is going to take Arya. We will see a little more of them as a pair in Season 4, but once again, the Hound develops a very good rapport with the Stark daughter. Unfortunately, the two arrive at the twins as the Red Wedding starts. Arya ditches the Hound and witnesses some Freys kill Grey Wind, and later she even witnesses the Freys parading Robb's body around with his direwolf's head replacing his. She still believes there's a chance to save her mother, but the Hound finds her and knocks her out, indicating once again he may not be as bad as he's been built up to be. He recognizes that even if Catelyn was alive, Arya would only get herself killed. Fortunately, she gets at least a little bit of vengeance on a group of Freys at the end of the season. Arya's story this season, while a little reliant on coincidences to propel the story forward, is still a very good element of Season 3. We are introduced to an interesting group of characters who challenge Arya's views on honor, driving her into the arms of a much more ruthless man. While she starts the season with a group of friends and benevolent captors, she finds herself in a much worse situation by the end. Still, she manages to build her skills by learning how to shoot a bow under Angai's guidance, so she will carry a little bit of the Brotherhood with her going forward. Her time with the Hound and her anger and grief over Catelyn and Robb's deaths drive her into a much darker place, where her only companion now is a man who, while maybe a little misunderstood, is still worse than Syrio, Jaqen, Hot Pie, Gendry, and the Brotherhood without banners, leaving her in a very precarious place for Season 4. Jaime and Brienne continue their trek through the Riverlands this season, bound for King's Landing to exchange Jaime for Sansa Stark. Unfortunately, they hit a few bumps in the road. Jaime's primary focus on this trip is berating Brienne and looking for a chance to escape. He finally gets one and takes it. He underestimates the beauty of Tarth's abilities, so their fight comes to a draw, allowing a hunting party led by a guy named Locke to sneak up on them. Locke is a new creation of the show, taking the place of a book character named Vargo Hoat, aka the Goat, a villainous comedic relief who led a band of outlaws and mercenaries called the Brave Companions. In order to simplify things and give audiences less to keep track of, D&D folded the Brave Companions into the Bolton family and created Locke to lead them. For what he is, I enjoyed Locke's presence. He's Roose Bolton's best hunter, sent to find Jaime and bring him back to Harrenhal. I like that he's part of the Bolton family, as he's the first indication we get that not all the people fighting for the King of the North are morally good people, thus making the conflict a little bit more morally gray. And he can serve to foreshadow that Roose isn't Robb's most loyal bannerman. I also really like how he despises Jaime because he represents everything Locke hates. He thinks highborns are pompous asses that think their status makes them superior to lower-born folk like him. And none were as pompous as Jaime the Kingslayer. When he chops off Jaime's hand, it's not just a moment of shocking cruelty, it's Locke's way of breaking Jaime's smugness, bringing him down to his level. And it works, as we will see. Locke is a great villainous presence, played really well by one of my favorite character actors, Noah Taylor. He was actually supposed to be fed to the bear toward the end of the season in a reference to Amory Lorch's death in the books, but Locke left such an impression that he was kept alive to return in Season 4. Brienne and Jaime's time with Locke and subsequent imprisonment under Roose Bolton proved to be transformative for the duo, primarily for Jaime. In Season 1, Jaime Lannister was the infamous Kingslayer who would parade himself around like Prince Charming, priding himself on his expert swordsmanship and familial superiority. He's equally charming as he is ruthless, but in Season 3 he's broken by Locke. When with Brienne, he's initially antagonistic, taunting her appearance and ability while looking for a chance to escape. When the two are captured by Locke, Jaime finds some of his honor by trying to advise Brienne on how to make her captive's forced advances as easy on her as possible. When she's taken to the woods for Locke's satisfaction, Jaime intervenes, spinning a lie that Tarth is an island of great wealth that would pay Locke handsomely for the Lady Knight. His success in this lie goads his prideful confidence into promising all the gold of Casterly Rock for his return to Tywin. Unfortunately, this triggers Locke's hatred for lords, costing him his sword hand. Locke removes a critical element of what makes him a master swordsman. Without that hand, he can't hold his sword to fight. Without his sword, he's nothing. Having been humiliated and crippled, Jaime becomes a shell of his former self. He tries once to fight off his captors, but his sickness from his hand wound causes him to quickly abandon that attempt. This proves to him that he's no longer the Jaime he once was, and he resorts to longing for death. He begs Locke and his men to kill him and then resorts to starving himself. The only thing that convinces him to keep going on is Brienne. Upon arriving at Harrenhal, Jaime is teased by Roose and treated by Qyburn, who has now been enlisted into the Liege Lord's services as an unofficial maester. Then we get one of my favorite scenes in the show, the bath scene. Jaime joins Brienne in the bath, with Brienne being visibly uncomfortable with sharing the bath with the Kingslayer. Jaime tries to hold on to who he once was, shooting a cruel jape at Brienne's failure to protect Renly, but he immediately apologizes when she stands to defend her honor. Then he finally opens up to her. When Jaime was an heiress's Kingsguard, the Mad King was an incredibly paranoid man who was driven to madness by that paranoia. As he lost ground during Robert Baratheon's rebellion, Aerys began placing caches of wildfire throughout King's Landing. As Robert's army marched from the Trident, Tywin and his army arrived at King's Landing, promising to lend aid in defense of the city. Despite warnings from both Jaime and Varys that Tywin couldn't be trusted, Aerys was convinced to lower the city gates by Pycelle. When Tywin began to sack the city, Jaime begged for a second time for Aerys to surrender, but the Mad King started raving "burn them all" at his pyromancer. As Jaime watched men, women, and children burn alive, he decided to break his oath and kill Aerys Targaryen. That was where Ned found him, and the infamy of the Kingslayer was born. Jaime's reputation as a dishonorable knight was born from an act of heroism. His conscience would not allow him to stand by while the king he was sworn to committed such evil actions. Brienne realizes that Jaime may be a good man. He passes out from his injuries, and when Brienne yells, "The Kingslayer!" he mutters,
Jaime. My name's Jaime.
This is the first scene we truly get to see Jaime Lannister. After this, Jaime is able to negotiate with Roose Bolton a deal where he's escorted by Qyburn and Steelshanks to King's Landing in return for clarifying that Roose had nothing to do with Jaime becoming left-handed. However, the Leech Lord refuses to allow Brienne to join him on the trek, as she is to be held for the crime of treason against Robb. Before he goes, Jaime pledges an oath to Brienne that he will fulfill the Lady Knight's oath to Catelyn. Unfortunately, he finds out that his lies to Locke earlier have come back to haunt Brienne, as Locke is convinced Lord Tarth is holding out on him and refuses to return his daughter. So Jaime returns to Harrenhal to save Brienne from a bear. Together they arrive at King's Landing, and we get one last great moment between Jaime and Brienne where she encourages him after some random kid roasts Jaime for looking like a farm boy. And then finally, Jaime and Cersei are reunited. Aww. Brienne, for her part, doesn't go through such a big transformation, but she serves as a beacon of honor and heroism that Jaime could be like. She makes Jaime a better person. Early on in their journey, Brienne and Jaime encounter a rogue farmer on the road. Jaime believes that the guy recognized him and that it is a necessity that the farmer dies. However, Brienne refuses to murder who she sees as an innocent person. Unfortunately, that guy sells them out to Locke, but it's the thought that counts. Not only does this highlight who Brienne is at her core, but it also reveals to her that not all common folk are as innocent as she thought, and through her interactions with Locke and Jaime, she learns that her view on good and evil in the War of the Five Kings isn't as black and white as she once believed. Still, she stands by her duty and her honor, despite this, making her a very good character that elevates the characters around her. Overall, this is one of my favorite parts of Season 3. Jaime's deconstruction reveals the man he truly is, and it properly sets him up for a proper redemption arc. Let's hope they don't screw that up. Brienne is a very easy character to root for thanks to her almost childlike dedication to her duty and honor, and Locke makes for an easily defined antagonist that, while not being a standout villain in the show, still proves to be a well-written one. Davos, meanwhile, has a more simple story this season. In the aftermath of the Battle of the Blackwater, Davos is left stranded on a rock where he's rescued by Salador's son. And I have to say, I'm pretty sure Davos should have died here. If he didn't die of starvation or dehydration or even sun exposure, he surely would not have been rescued by Salador. Discounting the luck it would take for the pirate to even see Davos on the rock from this far away, I still think this scene is a little functionally confusing. Salador's men ask Davos which king he served in the battle, and Davos answers that he served Stannis, prompting his rescue. However, it's revealed that Salador was abandoning Stannis' army anyway, so why would these guys ask for Davos' allegiance, as they had none themselves? In fact, I would even say that it's a deterrent that Davos serves Stannis. For all these guys know, this is some random Stannis fanatic, so why would they go out of their way to pick him up as they are abandoning the very person he serves? You could only lie to the guy for so long before he notices that you're selling either south or east and not north to Dragonstone. In fact, Salador is insistent about not going back, so why would the rescue crew be so heavily prompted to save this rando if he's a loyal follower of the man you're abandoning? But despite the confusing circumstances of his rescue, Davos' story is still a solid one. His story kicks off when he learns from Salador that Melisandre has begun sacrificing her challengers to R'hllor. Blaming her for Mathos' death, Davos resolves himself to return to Dragonstone and kill the Red Woman. It doesn't go well for him. Declaring him a traitor, Stannis throws Davos in the dungeons, where Stannis' daughter Shireen begins secretly meeting with him to teach him how to read. This adorable little girl suffered from a usually fatal disease called grayscale as an infant, leaving her face scarred. Despite this, she's always seen with a giant smile on her face. We only get to see a little bit of her this season, but she quickly establishes herself as an incredibly optimistic girl even though she carries a heavy lot in life. Even though Davos tells her that he's a traitor to her father, she still sees the Onion Knight as a friend, so she teaches him to read. Meanwhile, we get a peek behind the curtain on the internal struggle going on within Stannis. When we first see him, he's pretty devoted to the Lord of Light, trusting Melisandre in everything she says, but once she suddenly leaves to go on a mysterious mission, Stannis is left with only himself and his thoughts. I had already mentioned his daughter Shireen, but we also officially meet his wife Selyse for the first time this season. I mean, she technically had a cameo at the beginning of Season 2, but that doesn't count. In the book, Stannis' family is introduced in the very same chapter Stannis first appears, but this decision to introduce them much later works well, showing that Stannis has been so focused on claiming his throne and, working with the Red Woman to attend to his family. We find out that Selyse is a deeply troubled woman who has gone mad with grief as she had 3 stillborn sons she keeps in jars in her room. It tortures her that she's unable to produce a proper heir for Stannis. In her grief, she has become a fanatic for the Lord of Light, and she was the one who invited Melisandre onto Dragonstone in the first place. Stannis, ever the man of duty, tries to confess his adultery from Season 2, but she reveals that she already knows and doesn't care, as anything in the service of the Lord of Light could never be a sin. Despite her tragic situation, it's clear that Selyse is also a bad influence on Stannis, driving him back into the arms of Melisandre. But since she's gone, Stannis resolves to visit Shireen, much to his wife's chagrin. With Shireen, we get a little softer side of Stannis. A little. I mean, for Stannis, soft is like a rock. It doesn't last long as she's too concerned for her friend Davos. Stannis would eventually visit the Onion Knight himself, where he agrees to free Davos on the condition that he never raises a hand against Melisandre again. He then reveals that Melisandre has brought Gendry back to Dragonstone. Being a bastard of Robert Baratheon, spilling Gendry's king's blood in a sacrifice would provide for potent magic for Stannis. Davos realizes that Stannis is telling him this in hopes that Davos would object, but Stannis decides to show the power of the king's blood through a leech ritual Melisandre is conducting anyway. Stannis throws 3 leeches filled with Gendry's blood into a fire, naming Robb, Joffrey, and Balon to mark them for death. All 3 of these characters would die as the show goes on. Was it because of the leeches? Who knows? This scene also made me aware of the great dynamic between Stannis, Melisandre, and Davos. Melisandre is an extravagant priestess who serves as the devil on Stannis' shoulder, while Davos plays the common folk angel on his other. Davos' conscience won't let him stand by and let a boy be murdered, so he frees Gendry, which draws Stannis' ire. The Onion Knight is about to be executed, but Davos plays his trump card, a letter from the Night's Watch. His literacy lessons pay off as he presents Sam Tarly's letter that details the White Walker attack at the hand of the First Man. Stannis is not fully convinced of Davos' usefulness, but ironically enough, the woman that Davos so hates saves him, saying that Roller has deemed him a crucial part in defeating the Whites. Now deemed a champion of the god he hates, Davos once again becomes Stannis' hand as they prepare to abandon the War of the Five Kings and travel north. The story at Dragonstone may largely serve as a transition period for Stannis' army, but this allows us to get a deeper understanding of the kind of man Stannis is, solidifying his relationship with Davos. Despite some plot weirdness at the beginning, Davos' small journey of literacy just makes him more endearing as the average Joe of Westeros. Finally, Dany's adventure is a lot more interesting this season. Her time is split between 2 locations, Astapor and Yunkai. By the time Dany and her army of Dothrakis arrive in Astapor, her dragons are now the size of small dogs, and while becoming formidable hunters, they are nowhere near strong enough to single-handedly help Dany take over Westeros, so Jorah recommends Dany recruit a notorious group of soldiers called the Unsullied. And by recruit, I mean buy, as the Unsullied are a group of eunuch slaves bred and raised with the explicit purpose of becoming hardened soldiers who will obey their masters without question. We learn that part of their training involves killing a puppy they've grown up with and stripping a child from its mother's arms to kill it in front of her. Great guys. They're so well trained that they will let you cut their nipple off without so much as groaning in pain. And I almost threw up in this scene. My nipples shrunk in response to this. Dany is hesitant to buy slaves, as she was a slave of sorts whenever Viserys and Illyrio forced her into a marriage with Drogo, but Jorah tells her that this is a necessary step to take to win the Iron Throne. When they first arrive, Dany is saved from a warlock assassination attempt by Sir Barristan Selmy. After being dismissed from the Kingsguard by Joffrey and replaced by the Hound in Season 1, Barristan started looking for Dany. He had always put more loyalty in the Targaryen family than their usurpers, but his vows had tied him to the throne regardless of who sat it. Now that he's been insulted by the Boy King by being dismissed from service, something that should never happen to a knight, and replaced by a guy who wasn't even knighted, a bitter Barristan has now sought out Dany to pledge loyalty to her. He joins Jorah as Dany's advisor, and he becomes a great foil for the exiled knight. Jorah has a flexible morality, focusing on the end goal and willing to do whatever necessary to get there. He's also very insistent on buying slave soldiers, while Barristan is opposed to the idea. Jorah's position makes sense, not only because the Unsullied would significantly bolster Dany's army, but also because his background in selling smugglers into slavery has softened his view on the practice. Meanwhile, Barristan is a paragon of honor, being staunch in his values and beliefs. He views slavery as immoral and insists that Dany wins the throne with honor. He also has a better grasp on how Westeros behaves, since both Dany and Jorah haven't been to their homeland in years. With that information, he's able to see the bigger picture of Dany's conquest and believes she needs to win over natives to not only win the throne, but keep it. So on the matter of purchasing the enslaved Unsullied, Jorah embraces the practice as a necessary evil, while Barristan wholesale rejects it. Dany, while taking both of their counsels, chooses a different path. She meets with the Unsullied's master, Krasnus Monaclus, pretending to be a dumb blonde Westerosi bimbo as the slaver comfortably insults her in High Valyrian. He's lured into a sense of security during the negotiations, and they finally come to an agreement where Dany will purchase all the Unsullied, even the soldiers that aren't fully trained, in exchange for her biggest dragon, Drogon. As a bonus, Krasnus gives Dany his translator slave, Missandei. Dany's first conversation with Missandei establishes her goals for the next leg of their journey. She bought the slave girl in order to offer her freedom, but since Missandei doesn't have anywhere else to go, she devotes her service to the Targaryen girl. On the day of the exchange, Dany takes command of the Unsullied and gives Drogon to Krasnus. The slaver is too busy admiring the dragon to notice that Dany has dropped her act, commanding the Unsullied in the language she pretended not to speak. Once he finally catches on, he gets Dracarys. Dany commands the Unsullied to kill their slave masters and free every slave in Astapor. With that, she becomes the Chainbreaker. Instead of completely embracing the slave system as a means to an end like Jorah advised, or wholesale rejecting the system on principle like Barristan wanted, Dany basically broke the system apart, taking it over and changing it to fit her personal morality. So yeah, this is the birth of Dany's girl-bossing arc that all the Twitter feminist stans love, completely ignoring the consequences of all this. That's not to say that what Dany does here isn't the right decision to make, as both of her advisors push for her to accept the slave trade as is while she decides to break it apart. She offers the Unsullied freedom, allowing them to choose their service for her, their own names, and their own leader. While this does a fundamental good for the Unsullied, later Dany will have to face the consequences of her actions, something we'll explore later. For now, we follow Dany to Yunkai for the rest of the season, where she tries to negotiate with the sellsword companies to convince them to drop their swords and free their slaves. It seems as though none of the sellsword groups are willing to help, but Dany suddenly finds an ally in Daario Naharis, a lieutenant of the Second Sons. He's tasked by his superiors to kill Dany, but he instead betrays them and gives their heads to Dany, offering the service of the Second Sons to help take over Yunkai from the remaining hostile sellswords. His reason for doing this is, well, Daddy Daario is horny. He rejects the bros before hoes mentality, so don't ever let him be part of the boys. He will kill you in an instant for that Tarkosi. Why am I saying this? Fortunately for Daario, Dany seems to have the hots for him as well, choosing to trust the sellsword. Daario leads Jorah and the Unsullied's new leader, Grey Worm, into Yunkai to ambush the sellswords of the city. Somehow, just the three of them are able to defeat these large swaths of enemies and conquer Yunkai for Dany. I'm not gonna ask too many questions about that, I guess. The season ends with Dany offering the slaves of Yunkai their freedom, to which they respond by crowding around her and calling her Misa, which means mother. While still a solid season for Dany in its own right, the story perfectly sets up the struggles Dany goes through next season. She has taken up the cause of freeing slaves as they remind her of her own past, but she does this in an indiscriminate and reckless way that will have consequences. For this season, Barristan, Grey Worm, and Dario join Dany's group, with Barristan being the clear standout character, adding a very good balance to Jorah's advice. We also get to see Dany's capacity for cruelty and for compassion. I still like Dany's journey in Season 1 more, but this was definitely a step up from Season 2. Overall, Season 3 was great, despite some plot points driven by coincidence that straddle the line of acceptability and contrivance, and some logistics weirdness. It still provided many high highs that have defined the show. The Red Wedding, the wall climb, the bath scene, Theon's faux escape, and Littlefinger's climb speech are all iconic parts of what makes Game of Thrones what it is. From the brilliant character moments to the heightened political intrigue, Season 3 of Game of Thrones proved to be another great one. Season 4 adapts the rest of A Storm of Swords, and for the characters who have already gone through most of their storylines from that book, they go through the part of their storylines from A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons. This season is absolutely great. This is the best the show has looked, with the cinematography, sets, and VFX all working together really well. It also has a lot of ground to cover, having to juggle the Purple Wedding, Tyrion's trial, the conquering of Meereen, killing the mutineers, and the Battle of the Wall, and Season 4 does it handily. There are technically 3 event episodes this season involving the previously mentioned Purple Wedding, Tyrion's trial, and the Battle of the Wall. Season 4 revolves mainly around these 3 events, with a lot of the other plot lines taking up less screen time. However, most of these storylines serve as great payoffs to everything that the past 3 seasons have built up to. King's Landing is a major focal point of Season 4, revolving around both the Purple Wedding and Tyrion's subsequent trial. The Purple Wedding serves as a bookend to the events of Season 3, while kicking off Tyrion and Sansa's storylines for the rest of this season. It's such a great affair, creating a cataclysm of great moments. Jaime threatens Loras, while Cersei threatens Brienne in a more subtle manner. Oberyn drops some accusations on Tywin and Cersei. Cersei gets frustrated with Pycelle, setting up her shift in loyalty to Qyburn. But of course, the main event is Joffrey's cruelty, whether it be chunking change at Bard, setting up a dwarf rendition of the War of the Five Kings, and laughing at Robb's brutal death in front of Sansa, or his treatment of Tyrion. Now, that last one is by far one of the most infuriating things to watch due to how drawn out it is. Seeing the effort Joffrey puts into humiliating Tyrion just makes me want to strangle the kid. Fortunately, someone beats me to the punch. Every action Joffrey takes in this sequence is so meticulously drawn out, milking every bit of hatred you have towards this character, which builds up to a great crescendo. It's very satisfying to watch this prick die a horrible death after the past 3 seasons of cruelty, especially after watching what he did to Tyrion. Naturally, Cersei blames this regicide on her dear brother. This sets up the main plot of the season, the trial of Tyrion Lannister. Tyrion is only left with a few allies after he's thrown into a dungeon. Sansa has vanished, he's forced Shae to leave to keep her out of danger, and Varys has been recruited by the prosecution, making no bones about his lack of loyalty to the Imp. This leaves him with Jaime, Bronn, and Pod. Dear old Podrick Payne visits him regularly, but Jaime sends him out of the city with Brienne in order to keep him safe from Tywin. Bronn is getting investigated by the Crown, so he's not really allowed to visit his friend. He's then roped into a betrothal to lawless Stokeworth that will send him to Stokeworth Castle. However, Jaime, as the captain of the Kingsguard, is able to visit Tyrion unimpeded. Despite being separated since the pilot, Jaime and Tyrion pick up with each other like no time has passed, and like Tyrion isn't currently sitting in a cell for regicide. Specifically the regicide of Jaime's son. Unlike the uneasy relationship between Tyrion and Cersei, the two brothers clearly love each other unconditionally. Their bond is one of my favorite parts of the season. The rest of Jaime's time in Westeros' capital involves him catching up with his family. Despite his growth last season, Jaime almost reverts back to his old self when it comes to Cersei. He grows a little distant from her as the season goes on, especially with her behavior around Tyrion. Unfortunately, he's now trapped in this relationship. I should also briefly mention the controversial scene where Cersei and Jaime do the deed right next to Joffrey's corpse. It's usually painted as an unconsensual act on Cersei's part, though the creators never meant to portray the scene that way. The editing does make it a little confusing at certain points, but you do see Cersei engage in this act willingly at certain angles. Her protests are more against doing the deed at this particular location, not against doing the deed in general. The scene is meant to show that the two cannot contain themselves around each other, even to the point of desecrating Cersei's beloved son's corpse. Jaime also clashes with his father this season. Tywin has lofty aspirations for him, a lordship at Casterly Rock and a marriage to a highborn lady. Unfortunately, Jaime doubles down on being a Kingsguard captain for the new King Tommen despite his one-handedness. Though, later in the season, Jaime is willing to give up his dream of being a knight to make sure Tyrion lives. Something Tywin readily agrees to. However, Tyrion throws a wrench in that deal. We'll get to that in a second. Speaking of Tommen, the minute he is crowned king, people immediately start trying to influence him. Olenna sends Margaery to start building a relationship with the Little King in order to turn him against Cersei. Meanwhile, Tywin sees Tommen as a piece of clay he can mold into the perfect king, unlike Joffrey, whom he essentially calls a blithering moron at the dead boy's funeral. Look, I know the kid was an asshole, but geez, can we have a little bit of respect for the dead here? He's brutal, but I guess Tywin isn't exactly wrong. On top of having to deal with an insolent Jaime, he also must continue to deal with Cersei. He's essentially forced into this trial by her hatred of Tyrion, but he willingly goes along with it, planning to send the imp to the wall in order to be rid of him, while not executing a Lannister for king and kinslaying. Now, while Cersei tries to convince her father that she will continue the Lannister legacy, she refuses to go along with her betrothal to Loras. When it becomes clear that Tywin won't budge on the issue, she reveals her incest with Jaime to him. This scene is crucial for understanding Tywin. Despite all of his lecturing about family, he never even paid enough attention to his own children to realize the obvious. They shaggin'. It is rather ironic that he's the last to know about his children's private activities. Now, the trial of Tyrion Lannister has got to be one of the most agonizing things to watch, and I mean that in a good way. For half an episode, we see testimony after testimony that intentionally leaves out context to make Tyrion look bad to the judges, or in Cersei's case, she just straight up lies. We then get Varys, who throws Tyrion under the bus, which stings for the dwarf, sure, but it's not entirely unexpected. The ultimate stab in the gut, though, is Shae. Stung from being dumped by Tyrion, Shae arrives and reveals that she's not just his lover, but his whore, lying that he and Sansa planned the assassination of Joffrey. This is such a heartbreaking scene. For nearly 2.5 seasons, this was such a great couple to watch on screen. They were one of the couples that just fit together perfectly. Their love was palpable in every scene they were in, so to see Tyrion's reaction to this betrayal is crushing. Despite agreeing to Jaime's plan, this sends Tyrion over the edge, where Peter Dinklage delivers perhaps his best performance of the show. Despite everything he's done for King's Landing, for Westeros, for his family, for his own father, everyone is far too willing to baselessly blame him for Joffrey's death and put him to the sword. In a final bid, Tyrion yet again demands a trial by combat. It worked out for him once, so why not have it happen again? A now thrice recast Gregor Clegane is chosen to be the champion for the crown, while Tyrion struggles to find one himself. Jaime literally can't lend a hand, while Bronn refuses as he knows his chance of winning is low. Fortunately for Tyrion, Oberyn Martell volunteers to fight for him. For most of the season, the Dornish prince Oberyn has been trouncing around King's Landing with his wife Ellaria Sand being filthy degenerates. However, every once in a while, Oberyn reveals insight into his reasons for traveling from Dorne to the capital of Westeros. The formal rationalization is that his brother Doran is too sick to come, so he's just here to represent the prince. But under that perfectly reasonable facade, Oberyn is here to seek justice for the death of his sister, the wife of one Rhaegar Targaryen, son of the Mad King. He wants the head of Gregor Clegane and the man who gave the command to kill his dear Elia, who he suspects to be Tywin. This is why he chooses to fight for Tyrion. This duel is a roller coaster of emotions. Oberyn is clearly the better fighter here, playing with his food before striking. He desperately wants the Mountain to confess his crime while publicly accusing Tywin of giving the order. For most of this match, it seems like he's gonna win, but this desire leads to his downfall. Bronn actually predicted this match pretty well.
Maybe I could take him. Dance around until he's so tired of hacking at me, he dropped his sword. Get him off his feet somehow. But one misstep, and I'm dead.
The death of Oberyn Martell is by far the most brutal thing we've seen in the show. So brutal, I dare not even show it on YouTube. And with that mind-blowing death, Tyrion's last bit of hope is gone. Well, for a little while at least. Jaime and Varys have devised a plan to help Tyrion escape before he's killed, with Varys reaffirming his friendship with the imp. However, Tyrion takes a brief detour before taking leave. He visits his father's chambers, finding Shay in Tywin's bed. This breaks the dwarf's heart, and he suffocates the love of his life. Next, it's time for Tywin, whom Tyrion finds dropping some kids off at the pool. Despite being held at crossbow point, Tywin still is cold self, though he does try to negotiate with his son so he can live. Unfortunately, Tyrion shoots him after his father calls Shay a whore one too many times. With his last breath, Tywin disowns his son before dying on the pot. Everything this season has built up to this moment. Thanks to his own family's machinations, Tyrion is pushed to the breaking point, and shooting Tywin is his way of completely removing himself from the Lannisters before escaping east. Finally, Tyrion gets some level of satisfaction after a season of misery. Tywin Lannister did not in fact shit gold. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. That was from the book, and it was such a good line. Seriously though, read those books. They're really good. The storyline in King's Landing was absolutely fantastic. The Lannister family's reunification provides the best example of how poorly they work as a family unit. Tyrion's heartbreaking downfall and Jaime's fallout with his sister and father are so depressing to watch, but we get satisfying deaths for Joffrey and Tywin to book in the plotline. Now, the Purple Wedding also directly spins off into two other storylines this season that follow Sansa and Brienne. After being approached by the fool Ser Dantos, whom she saved from Joffrey's wrath last season, Sansa is suddenly whisked away by the drunk fool in the aftermath of the deadly wedding. She's taken to a ship in Blackwater Bay where she learns that Littlefinger is her savior. He has Dantos killed and they leave to the Eyrie. This is where Sansa spends the rest of the season. On their way there, Littlefinger reveals that he was behind the assassination of Joffrey Baratheon, orchestrating events that helped Olenna Tyrell poison Joff's wine. He does all this in order to create enough chaos that would allow him to take Sansa out of King's Landing unnoticed. He also begins coaching her on the way the world really works, and Sansa gets her first real taste of scheming. In the Eyrie, she has a seemingly heartfelt reunion with her Aunt Lysa, but she quickly learns what we already know. This hoe is crazy. We learn that she was the one who killed her husband Jon Arryn at the beginning of the show at the behest of Littlefinger, as she is in love with the scheming lord. So everything that has happened in this show has happened as a result of these two's little love affair. Things fall apart quickly in the Eyrie as Littlefinger kisses Sansa in full view of Lysa, causing the already on edge Lady of the Vale to have a full-on breakdown. She threatens to throw Sansa out the moon door, but Littlefinger intervenes. Lysa once again falls for his charms, but then he pushes her out the moon door. This is the first time Littlefinger gets his hands dirty and kills someone himself. After being cleared of any wrongdoing thanks to Sansa, Littlefinger then becomes the Lord of the Vale thanks to his marriage to Lysa. This season truly makes me appreciate Littlefinger's schemes. In just a short amount of time, he managed to arrange people like a chessboard and make the right friends that would allow for his ascension into power. He started the show as just some guy who had weaseled his way into becoming the Master of Coin under Robert. He then seduced Lysa Arryn, convincing her to kill her husband. Lysa would send a letter to her sister Catelyn to plant suspicions against the Lannisters in her mind, setting up this tension between the Starks and the Lannisters. Littlefinger would then have a quicker opportunity to take power when Ned learns of Joffrey's bastard origins, but when Ned chooses his honor, Littlefinger betrays the man to put himself in the good graces of Cersei while also provoking a war with the Starks. His successful negotiations with the Tyrells that won the Battle of the Blackwater would win him lordship over Harrenhal. This lordship makes him eligible to marry Lysa, which he does, and with her death he becomes Lord of the Vale, one of the most powerful positions in Westeros. He now sets out to groom Robin Arryn to become the next king of the Seven Kingdoms. However, there is now an unknown element that may threaten his plans. Sansa lies for Littlefinger in order to protect him from a distrustful council of lords. Her lies keep Littlefinger from being executed. This is a calculated decision on her part, as she doesn't know what Jon Royce or the others would want from her should Littlefinger be killed, but she knows exactly what Littlefinger wants of her. He tries to cast doubt on that thought, but she doesn't buy it. She is Littlefinger's weakness, and she knows it. In the last episode of the season, she transforms herself into a new person, taking mentorship over Robin. She's ceased to be a pawn in the Game of Thrones, she's now a player. The season finally reveals the full scope of Littlefinger's plan, and it ushers Sansa into being a much more active player, making her storyline this season a very good one. Now, Brienne of Tarth leaves King's Landing much later than Sansa, as Jaime sends her out to track down the wayward wolf girl. She's accompanied by Podrick, who becomes her squire much to her dismay. Despite his general incompetence, he eventually wins her over by serving her the best he can. That's what I love about Podrick. He's a bit dim and he doesn't really have any skills, but he's the most loyal person in Westeros. No matter what, he will serve you to the best of his ability till the end of his life. However, he is able to impart some wisdom on Brienne when she just point-blank tells someone about her quest to look for Sansa. All his time in King's Landing has taught him to be cautious around strangers, at least. He learned something. Fortunately for Brienne, though, the person she tells about Sansa is Hot Pie, who happens to know a different Stark girl. It was good to see Hot Pie again, and it seems like his cooking's gotten better too. Character development. Now knowing that Arya Stark is alive, Podrick reasons that she would head to her only living family member, Lysa Arryn. This sets them on a collision course with Arya and the Hound. Those two have spent the season traveling from the Twins to the Eyrie. Since the rest of Arya's immediate family died at the Red Wedding, Sandor decides to take her to her Aunt Lysa in hopes of ransoming the little Stark girl off to the Lady of the Vale. They moonlight as father and daughter on their journey to keep away unwanted attention. On their way, the pair encounter different people, creating interactions that allow Arya and us, the audience, insight into who the Hound is as a person. He claims to have a code of not stealing before robbing a farmer of all his money. His justification is that, as a realist, he recognizes that the farmer and his daughter are as good as dead when winter comes and you can't rob a dead man. Over the course of this season, Sandor grows close to Arya and opens up about how his face got burnt. Now, we had already gotten this story in Season 1, and I had said I wished we got the Hound himself to tell the tale like in the books. This payoff makes that scene's absence worth it. This shows us that this incident was something that deeply pains him to talk about, so to tell it to Arya illustrates how close he's grown to her. We get an added detail to the story, though. After Gregor pettily burnt his little brother's face, Daddy Clegane chose to protect the young mountain over disciplining him or seeking justice for his little pup. This gives insight into Sandor's actions. The Hound has been on his own his entire life. He never really had anybody in his corner, so he learned to fight everyone he interacted with. This is why he took pity on Sansa, as she was a lost pup with no allies in King's Landing, especially after her father died. He is a lonely man who finally finds someone he can bond with in Arya. Unfortunately, her bond with him has led the wolf pup down a worse path. In the aftermath of the Red Wedding, Arya is left essentially broken. She continues to obsess over her list and threatens the Hound. Together, they find a Lannister soldier named Polliver, the guy who killed Lommy back in Season 2 and stole Needle. Yet again, this is another chance encounter in the Riverlands, but I call this one justifiable as the mountain soldiers are patrolling all over this area, so these two weary travelers have a good chance at bumping into these guys. Arya is able to cross yet another name off her list, and she repeats the last words Polliver spoke to Lommy before killing him the same way, taking a lot of pleasure out of this kill. Later, Tywin puts a high bounty on the Hound, which puts Rorge and Biter on their trail. The two criminals attack the pair, leaving Sandor with a bite wound, but the Hound quickly kills Biter while Arya easily kills Rorge, something she learned from her companion. The two make it to the Eyrie right after Lysa dies, so they have nowhere else to go. My only question about this would be, why did Sansa not hear about this? I understand she's moonlighting as Littlefinger's niece right now, but you'd think the gate would report that Arya Stark, one of the missing Stark girls, arrived at the Bloody Gate, and that they would hold her in custody until Littlefinger and Sansa got there. Because of this administrational oversight, the two girls barely miss each other. This then leads to the clash between Brienne and the Hound. Sandor finally has taken it upon himself to become Arya's protector rather than her captor, and Brienne's association with the Lannister arouses their suspicion. The inevitable fight ensues, leading to Brienne triumphing over the Hound, but Arya disappears. She goes to the dying Sandor. He he relents that Brienne is more worthy of protecting her and begs for the gift of mercy, aka like assisted suicide, by the way. But Arya ignores him and leaves. The season ends with Arya finding a boat and using the coin Jack and Hagar gave her in Season 2 to buy passage to Braavos. While Brienne's story this season was basically going from point A to point B, Arya and the Hound's buddy adventure was great. The two made such a great pairing, and while the Hound manages to find some small morsel of redemption in his combat-ridden life, Arya's relationship with him has plunged her further into darkness. Meanwhile, in the north, we follow the three same plotlines from last season, though one takes more screen time over the others. Theon is barely in Season 4, and he doesn't get a lot of development in the time he gets. The main point of Theon's story this season is to emphasize how Ramsay has almost effectively brainwashed the last Greyjoy son into becoming his loyal servant Reek. He reveals that he didn't really kill Bran and Rickon in Season 2, prompting Roose to send Locke after the boys. He helps Ramsay take Moat Cailin from the Ironborn, killing his fellow men in service of the Bolton Bastard. The ultimate scene that shows how broken Theon has become is when we get an admittedly underwhelming payoff to Yara's rescue mission. Yara and her Iron Men are able to easily infiltrate the Dreadfort and find Theon, who's locked in the kennels, but Theon freaks out on his sister long enough to buy time for Ramsay to arrive and thwart their rescue attempt. While the fight ensues, Theon hides in the dog cages. This convinces Yara that her brother is too far gone and abandons him, and with that the Ironborn pretty much become irrelevant until Season 6. The more interesting developments come with the few scenes we get of Ramsay. Despite being just as despicable and hateable as Joffrey, Ramsay is afforded a little more character motivation and development. The writers use his reunification with his father Roose to reveal that Ramsay desperately wants to be accepted by his father as a son. He is a bastard born of a non-consensual interaction between Roose and a low-born woman, so he feels like an outsider in the Bolton household. His torture of Theon and conquering of Moat Cailin are merely bids to win his father's favor, but that doesn't stop him from indulging in his cruelty. When Roose finally acknowledges Ramsay as a Bolton rather than a bastard Snow, Ramsay is clearly happy about this, and for a minute you almost forget about how awful this kid is. Almost. I mean, he's still awful, let's make that clear. I mean, he hunts women for sport, so he's not a sympathetic villain by any means. This season just uses Theon as a vessel to expand on Ramsay's character while reaffirming his despicable nature, and for what it is, it works. Now, Locke's hunt for Bran takes him to the Wall, where he infiltrates the Night's Watch to see if they know where Bran could be. He works his way into Jon's good graces, becoming a quick, close ally to the boy. Jon is in a precarious place, though, when Locke arrives. Once he is recovered from his wounds he received from Ygritte last season, Jon is put under the scrutiny of Alliser Thorne, who has a new lackey in the form of former Lord Janos Slynt. The two want to hang Jon for betraying his oaths, but Maester Aemon steps in and pardons the boy. However, this doesn't stop Alliser from scheming against Jon the rest of the season. I really like Alliser in Season 4. The addition of Janos Slynt makes Alliser a much more likable character. He tries to trick Jon into situations where he can be punished, while Janos actively advocates for Jon's death. Janos seems to have let his position as the former City Watch commander and Lord of Harrenhal go to his head, trying to act like a respectable highborn when he's just a bumbling moron. He's also a coward, as shown in the Battle of the Wall. While the rest of his brothers battle the wildlings, Janos hides in the pantry with Gilly. In comparison, Alliser is honestly kind of a badass. He gets his moment to shine during the battle, where he puts aside his disdain for Jon to lead the charge against the wildlings, going one-on-one against Tormund. Despite his grudge, Alliser is still a man of honor, and a warrior. Now, when Grin and Ed arrive at the Wall having escaped from Craster's Keep, Janos convinces Alliser to allow Jon to mount a mission to kill the mutineers, hoping that Jon will die in the process. Jon understands that if Mance finds the mutineers, he'll realize that Castle Black isn't as well manned as Jon had led him to believe, so Snow leads a group of volunteers on an attack on Craster's Keep. Sam reveals to Jon that he helped Bran go beyond the Wall, and there's a possibility that Bran is at Craster's Keep as well. Locke overhears this and later volunteers to go on Jon's mission, planning to kill Jon and kidnap Bran. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite go the way he planned. The raid on Craster's Keep is a great action set piece. Prior to the event, we learn a little more about Carl Tanner. He was just a poor boy living in Flea Bottom who had become renowned for his skills as a cutthroat, learning to be incredibly effective with fighting knives. He's the product of a hard life in the streets, but he's nowhere close to being sympathetic. See, that's a bit of a pattern this season, isn't it? He's just as depraved as Craster, if not worse, turning the keep into a decrepit den of depravity. Even Rast seems to be a little uncomfortable being there. All this depravity is put to an end by John. He almost loses his one-to-one fight with Carl as Carl spits in John's eye, a dirty tactic representative of his childhood in Flea Bottom. John is saved by one of Craster's girls, allowing him to kill Carl. With all the mutineers killed, sans Rast, who's escaped, John heads back to the wall where he helps the others prepare for the arrival of the wildlings. They've been attacking villages on their way to the wall, meeting up with the Thins, led by a guy named Steer. The Thins are feared by even the other wildlings as they are the most barbaric of the free folk, as opposed to in the books where they're one of the more civilized tribes. But in the show, they're cannibals. At one village, Steer lets a boy named Ollie live in order to report back to the wall that the wildlings are closing in. Ollie will play a small part this season as a boy clearly out of his depth, but overcomes his fear during the Battle of the Wall. The wildlings later attack Mole's town where Sam had left Gilly to keep her safe. She manages to survive and make it back to the wall where Sam promises to never leave her alone again. Sam doesn't get to do a lot this season, but his small developments with Gilly are welcome. Now, the climax of John's storyline comes at the Battle of the Wall that I've mentioned a couple times. This is by far the best action set piece in the show. The choreography, the cinematography, the editing are all top notch. I mean, look at this 361 take. In the past seasons, most of the action scenes don't dare to have a shot lasting longer than like 5 seconds. I mean, even the stunt where Jamie falls off a horse has 3 cuts in it. But in this battle, shots are allowed to breathe, proudly showing off the spectacle unfolding before you. Beyond that, the tactics and progression of the action are sound and feel natural, while many characters are defined by the actions they take in battle. I've already mentioned Alistair and Janos, but other characters have their chance to shine as well. Sam shows true courage when it comes to fighting for his friends, even encouraging a scared Pip right before the guy dies. Grin manipulates Janus into leaving command to John on top of the wall, and he later motivates some of his brothers to lead a charge against a giant. John leads the charge against the wildlings when Alistair falls, establishing himself as a natural leader, while Ed takes command on top of the wall. Steer rips through the Night's Watch brothers and targets John, recognizing him as a leader, but John steals Carl's cheap tricks to kill the Magnar of Thin. Tormund beats Alistair in a one-on-one fight, and he's the last wildling fighting once they lose. Ygritte guns for John, but once she's face-to-face with him, she can't bring herself to kill the love of her life, leaving an opening for Ollie to shoot and kill her, getting revenge for his family. Oh man, that little nod. He's so proud of himself. That's tough, John. Each of these moments are defined by who each character is and reinforces who we know them to be. Janos' cowardice, Alistair's honor, Steer's barbaric alpha grind set, Tormund's ferocity, etc., etc. I wish more action movies did this. It's really simple, but it's incredibly effective. In the aftermath of this battle, Grin and Pip die. Despite not being super present in the show, their deaths are felt as they've been in the show since nearly the beginning, being 2 of John's first friends. Pip was a fun character from the beginning, while I really warmed up to the fiercely loyal Grin. Their deaths paired with Ygritte's definitely make the Battle of the Wall feel consequential for both sides. Knowing that the wildlings are going to mount a second attack, John takes it upon himself to parley with Mance, planning to kill the king beyond the wall and break up the wildlings. Unfortunately, Mance sees through this plan, but before he can do anything, Stannis arrives, making swift work of any resisting wildlings. John advises Stannis to take Mance captive, and out of respect for Ned, Stannis agrees. John's story ends with him burning Ygritte's body north of the wall at Tormund's request, mourning the woman he loved. The storyline on the wall this season was absolutely great, providing many satisfying character moments and story beats. The killing of the mutineers, the Battle of the Wall, and Stannis' arrival are all iconic moments of Game of Thrones that have gone on to define this show in the public zeitgeist. One of my favorite things it did was subtly expand on Alistair's character, making him a bit more complex and likable, but everything else this season was equally as great. Bran, meanwhile, continues his journey beyond the wall. He's gotten dangerously addicted to warging into summer, getting to the point of starving himself to cosplay as a wolf. Furries, am I right? Jojen tries to warn him about this, but his own failing health is stymieing his attempts to stop him. They are a little lost on where they're supposed to be going until they find a heart tree which reveals visions of the future to Bran. It also points Bran in the right direction of the three-eyed raven. One night the group overhears a baby crying, which turns out to be Rast, bringing the last son of Craster out to be sacrificed to the White Walkers, something the mutineer seems to be a little uncomfortable with. Bran, as Summer, finds Ghost locked in a cage, but Summer is caught in a trap. When they go to free the direwolves, the group is captured by the mutineers. Carl is about to force himself on Mira, but at that moment, Jon arrives to kill the mutineers. Unfortunately, it is Locke, not Jon, who finds the group, and the Bolton Hunter tries to kidnap Bran. However, Bran wargs into Hodor and snaps his neck. Hodor is visibly disturbed by what he did when he regains control over his own body. This is a neat little development that I wish the show explored more. The effects of Bran's warging on Hodor's already fragile headspace is such an interesting concept that feeds into Bran's addiction to warging, but it isn't really brought up again. Bran has yet another chance to reunite with Jon, but Jojen urges Bran to leave as Jon won't let Bran continue on his journey. Reluctantly, they leave, freeing Ghost and Summer on their way out, the former of which kills an escaped Rast. The group finally reaches their destination at the end of the season, where they're attacked by White Walkers. It's a neat little sequence that's reminiscent of the skeleton soldiers from Jason and the Argonauts, but there's one element about this that pisses me off: Jojen's death. At this point, Jojen is so sick he can barely walk. When the group is jumped by the Whites, Jojen is stabbed despite Mira's best efforts. Immediately after, Leaf, who is a child of the forest, an ancient race of beings with great power, shows up and just starts blasting Whites left and right, saving the rest of the group. Like, ho, you couldn't have shown up 10 seconds earlier and saved the sick kid? Oh, and when they finally meet the three-eyed raven, he's like, "Oh, he died so you could find what you lost, Bran." No, Three Eyes. He died because your little girl over here decided to drag her feet getting outside. You just spouting some bullshit to make Jojen seem important. I don't even like Jojen. He was kind of a bland character whose utility was mostly for off-screen development for Bran, but still, this feels kind of disrespectful, dude. But yeah, I guess they finally meet the three-eyed raven who promises to help Bran learn to fly. Look, this was the most eventful season so far for Bran, and we get some small stuff that could open the door to some really interesting developments. Unfortunately, this group of characters is the most uninteresting out of the other groups the show follows, but this season does establish some potentially interesting developments with Bran's warging addiction and Jojen's death. But seeing how these guys disappear for a season and are in a completely different place in their development in Season 6, I'm probably not going to get the payoff I'm hoping for. Back in Dragonstone, Melisandre continues her fiery sacrifices to the Lord of Light, this time sacrificing Selyse, Baratheon's brother. After the Purple Wedding, which Stannis attributes to the Leech sacrifice, the Baratheon army is in the perfect position to attack King's Landing, but unfortunately they don't have the men to do so. I mean, maybe if you stopped burning them all, you'd be in a better position, but you know, who am I to tell you what to do? Davos proposes hiring sellswords, preferably the Golden Company, who never breaks their contracts, but Stannis doesn't have the finances for that either. In his illiteracy lessons with Shireen, Davos learns about the Crown's crippling debt to the Iron Bank, which, might I remind you, is Littlefinger's doing, so he and Stannis travel to Braavos to request a loan. There, Davos convinces the bank rep Tycho Nestoris to financially back Stannis, as he is their best bet to get the money the Crown owes back. Davos uses some of their loan to rehire Salador San, who is conveniently in Braavos at the time. Meanwhile, Selyse and Melisandre are left on Dragonstone, where some interesting developments are happening. Shireen is causing some trouble because she refuses to convert to the Lord of Light. Being a well-read girl, as illustrated last season, Shireen still abides by the faith of the Seven. Selyse despises her for this and sends the Red Woman to convert her daughter. The two have a theology debate, but neither budges on their point of view. We get a little insight into Melisandre in the few scenes we see of her. While both her and Selyse are devout acolytes of her lord, Melisandre likes to use deception to spread her religion, while Selyse only tries to seek honesty. Playing into this, we learn that the Red Woman likes to use potions and illusions to serve the Lord of Light, something that is honestly more important in the books than in the show. When the time comes for them to head north, Selyse and Melisandre disagree about whether or not to bring Shireen. Selyse is adamant about her absence, but the Red Woman convinces her that Shireen is important to the cause. Yeah, something like that. The Dragonstone folks' story is pretty light this season, but they are necessary steps to take to properly put Stannis' army into the position they're in next season. We do get a little insight into Melisandre's values, but everything else is just characters reinforcing who they are, which works for a small subplot of Season 4. Back in Slaver's Bay, Dany continues her girl boss campaign, this time arriving in Meereen. Once again, she breaks the chains of the city's slaves, her wrath inflamed by the fact that the slave masters have crucified their slaves on the road up to their city's walls. However, this is only a small part of the season for Dany. The rest of the season deals with the fallout of her girl bossing. Dany's word of the day is consequences. She didn't establish a solid form of government in Astapor or Yunkai, and now a butcher and the wise masters have taken over their respective cities.
Consequences.
Her dragons are going through their teenage phase, becoming more aggressive even to her, but she continues to let them roam freely. And then Drogon burns a little girl to death.
Consequences.
What this season emphasizes is that Dany doesn't know how to rule. Yes, she has the right heart, but it's not enough to be a chain breaker, she needs to be a proper queen. She also learns that the world isn't so black and white. Her goal is to destroy slavery in Slaver's Bay, freeing all the slaves and killing all the slave masters, but there's a couple scenes that challenge her point of view. First, a former slaver named Hizdar zo Lorak comes to her to request a proper burial for his father. When Dany took over Meereen, she had crucified 163 slave masters in the same manner they had crucified their slaves, Hizdar's father being one of them. However, Hizdar explains that his father hated the crucifixion practice, adamantly fighting against it with his fellow slavers. Dany finally sees that her wrath cannot be all-encompassing. Earlier in the season, Barristan had urged her to grant mercy to injustices, but she ignored him. She laid waste to every slaver she found, and now she realizes that not all of them were who she thought. Still, she intends to go through with killing them, ordering Dario, who now has a beard and that's the only thing different about him, to kill every slaver he finds, but Jorah reminds her that he was once a slaver as well, only standing before her today thanks to the mercy of Ned Stark. She relents and offers the slavers a choice to join her new Meereen or die in the old one. Now, on the other side of the coin, she encounters a former slave named Finez who asks her to let him go back into slavery. He's broke and too old to work for himself, while as a slave he was guaranteed a good place to sleep and 3 meals a day. He was well treated by his master and loved the children that he took care of. Dany is shocked, but once again she relents and allows any slave who wants to willingly go back into slavery to do so, only if it's under a 1-year contract. The big thing that Dany learns this season is the art of the compromise. She enters into a city she does not understand and presumes to impose her own morality onto it, not recognizing that the system she hates has more nuance than she initially thought. In order to be a good leader, she must be firm, especially when it comes to her morals, yes, but she must also see the nuance in the way the world works. I really like that this is illustrated through slavery, something that we unilaterally hate in the current year. The system of slavery in the real world was a terrible system, but we tend to forget about the individuals involved. Specifically when it comes to the American South, slavery was not fully what current Americans think it was. We dealt with similar stuff Dany deals with in this season, where we had good masters who fought against brutality against slaves, and we had slaves who loved being slaves because they were treated well and lived well. There's a YouTuber called Mr. Reagan who has a good video on the latter if you want to see some examples of that. That doesn't mean slavery was in and of itself a good thing that we needed to continue, but we as a country didn't consider what came after freeing the slaves. We were too concerned with breaking chains to actually develop a plan to help the freedmen thrive in their new lives. It also didn't help that Lincoln used slavery as an economic weapon against the South and didn't actually care about the slaves, but that's another story for another time. The point is that this is a completely realistic situation Dany is dealing with that is drawn from history, making her struggles a lot more palpable. Now, Dany isn't the only one who has to face
consequences
this season. After Varys finds out that Barristan is now helping Dany, Tywin gets worried and sends a letter to the dismissed knight that reveals that Jorah was working as a spy back in Season 1, leading to a betrayed Dany dismissing Jorah, sending her first ally away. It's a sad moment as we the audience saw that Jorah abandoned his spying to commit himself fully to Dany. Maybe Duke should have been a little more upfront with her, but you know, live and learn I guess. The season ends with Drogon killing a child and Dany is forced to lock her other 2 dragons away. Not Drogon though, dude's too much of a Chad to be locked down. Be like Drogon, get on the Sigma grind set, am I right? Dany's storyline this season was a great exploration of leadership, allowing the little girl we've been following to experience the consequences of her noble mission and the nuance of the world beyond Pentos. Overall, Season 4 was peak Game of Thrones. Just about every character is operating on top form, and we get some of the best moments of all of television in this season. Besides the mishandling of Jojen's death, I don't really have any gripes with this season. It's really good. We are now officially halfway done with this show, and unfortunately, it's all downhill from here. Okay, was I being over dramatic? Maybe a little bit. Season 5 isn't awful, but this season is where some cracks start to show in the series. It adapts big chunks of the last 2 published books in A Song of Ice and Fire, A Feast for Crows, and A Dance with Dragons, as well as some of the released excerpts of the still upcoming Winds of Winter. This season gained many fans' ire as it bungled the adaptation of some of the major plotlines in those books, but even taking out the adaptation criticisms, just about every plotline this season has some pretty big flaws in it. King's Landing has far less presence this season, as most of the key players in the Game of Thrones are working on their plans elsewhere. Most of the scenes here in Season 5 follow Cersei as she continues her feud with the Tyrells. With Tywin dead, Cersei is left alone to maintain the Lannisters' power in King's Landing. In the wake of her father's death, some old faces turn up there. Kevin and his son Lancel, who haven't been seen since Season 2, come back for Tywin's funeral. Kevin joins Tommen's council of advisor, but he's dismayed when Tommen doesn't show up to their first meeting. Instead, Cersei arrives, taking the full authority of the king until her son chooses a king's hand, which, let's be honest here, probably isn't going to happen anytime soon. Kevin rejects her authority and goes back home to Casterly Rock. He does come back at the end of the season at Pycelle's beckoning, though. We had already started to see the erosion of Pycelle's loyalty to Cersei last season, but he finally turns against her when she appoints Qyburn as the Master of Whispers. He hates the guy as the former Maester was kicked out of the Citadel for practicing necromancy, which is deemed an evil art. It probably doesn't help that the guy is still doing it here in King's Landing either. I know that Pycelle has fallen out of favor with Cersei because he's a doddering old fool in her eyes, but her sudden trust in Qyburn is a little odd. He shows up in King's Landing and pledges loyalty to her, and in return she just lets him do whatever experiments he wants. The fact that Qyburn is Cersei's closest ally either highlights how truly alone she is in King's Landing, or her immense foolishness for trusting a creepy little weasel. So far, however, he does seem to be 100% loyal to her, so I guess there's nothing to worry about. Now, Lancel has also returned after spending 2 seasons recovering from his wounds from the Battle of the Blackwater. He's also joined a militant religious group called the Sparrows, who have now infiltrated King's Landing in the wake of Tywin's death. The group is led by a humble-looking man known as the High Sparrow, who becomes a key part of Cersei's political war with the Tyrells. He replaces the current High Septon after he's caught in some blasphemous foreplay, and begins a campaign to purify the corrupt capital of Westeros. Cersei weaponizes this fanaticism by pointing him in the direction of Loras, allowing the Faith to take the knight into custody. Since Renly's death, Loras has been palling around with a guy named Oliver, who is secretly one of Littlefinger's Men of the Night. Cersei brings him to Loras' trial to reveal that he is, in fact, gay.
Why are you gay? Lesbian? Homosexual? How can I describe you?
Loras is formally arrested by the Faith alongside his sister Marjorie for lying before the gods. This trial scene highlights an interesting aspect of the High Sparrow's character. He claims to be an incredibly faithful individual who wants to cleanse the city of sin, yet here he opts not to punish Oliver for the same crimes as Loras. This could reveal that the High Sparrow is more of an anti-elitist out to punish those in power rather than truly apply the rules of the Faith to everyone. However, that does make some of the events toward the end of the season a little confusing. Olenna comes back to King's Landing when Loras is arrested and confronts Littlefinger when Oliver's testimony puts her grandchildren into religious prison. Littlefinger reveals that he provided Oliver to Cersei, but he'll provide someone else for her, Lancel. Lancel reveals to the High Sparrow that he had been sleeping with Cersei back in Season 1, and so Cersei's also arrested. At this point, I'm wondering how the Faith of the Seven suddenly have so much power in King's Landing. I I get that Cersei was discouraging Tommen's attempts to free his wife, but now that his mother is also in custody, what's to stop him from sending the Kingsguard to arrest these fanatics? These guys won't spill blood on the steps as it's against their religious code, so their arrest should be pretty easy. The other thing I'm wondering is, how did it take this long for Cersei to be found out? Lancel became a member of the Faith Militant before Season 5, and part of the requirements to do so is confession for all your sins. Ergo, he should have confessed all this before the season started, but it's implied that Elena and Littlefinger caused Lancel to come forward at this moment, meaning Lancel would have lied in his confessions, meaning that he should also be in custody, as he too is a Lannister. If my theory of the High Sparrow being an anti-elitist is true. If not, well then he's just an incredibly faithful guy, and Lancel should be in custody anyways. My point is, none of this makes sense. The High Sparrow would have immediately locked Cersei up, and then maybe Cersei, in a bid to earn freedom, would have turned in Loras. That would have made a little bit more sense, but alas. I suppose this leads to a necessary bit of comeuppance for Cersei, where she's tortured by Septa Unella until she confesses some of her sins, withholding her other incestuous relationship and the children born of it. She's forced to do the walk of shame until she arrives back at the Red Keep, where Qyburn introduces her new Kingsguard member, Robert Strong, aka the newly zombified Mountain. It is interesting seeing Cersei forced to be a political player without the crutch of Tywin operating for her or Tyrion playing a convenient fall guy. Her journey of being humbled by the pawns she tried to use in our Game of Thrones is satisfying to see, even if the steps there don't make a lot of sense. Now, the reason Jaime isn't with his dear sister this season is that he spends most of it in Dorne. Cersei receives a threatening message from the land down under, and Jaime resolves to go down there himself to rescue his daughter niece. He recruits Bronn to join him in this two-man extraction mission. This Dorne storyline is one of the most hated parts of what fans would call the good seasons of Game of Thrones, and while I agree with the negative sentiment, I don't think this storyline is necessarily without merit. The best parts of the season are Jaime's interactions with Bronn and Myrcella. Jaime bounces back and forth naturally with the former, creating fun interactions between the two. On the other hand, Jaime's relationship with Myrcella in the latter half of the season is very wholesome. We get to see Jaime actually behaving like a proper father. With Joffrey and Tommen, Jaime maintained a very distant relationship with them, but he makes a concerted effort here to be with his daughter, even confessing to her the truth about her parentage. After Tyrion sent her to Dorne in Season 2, Myrcella actually fell in love with her betrothed Trystane Martell, creating a uniquely wholesome relationship within the world of Westeros. Unfortunately, all this wholesomeness isn't going to last long, as Myrcella is murdered at the end of the season by Ellaria, leaving Jaime, after all he's fought for this season, wallowing in despair. Now notice how in the positives I never mention the actual characters in Dorne apart from Trystane. That's because they all suck. The Sand Snakes are some of the most infamous characters of Game of Thrones because all three are personality black holes with poor character building. The writers try to make Tyann stand out a little bit by establishing her as a little more impulsive and flirtatious than her sisters, but in doing so she becomes one of, if not the most annoying character in this entire show.
You want a good girl, but you need the bad pussy.
She gets an unnecessarily over-sexualized scene that only serves to re-establish that Dornish folks like to use poison, subtly setting up Ellaria's assassination of Myrcella, even though the previous season had already established the Dornish fondness of poison with Oberyn. Now, her sisters have no personality traits to make them stand out either. I guess we do get a little bit of Obara's childhood in one brief scene, and Nymeria fights with the most impractical hand-to-hand combat weapon ever, a whip. Well, at least that's more than a character like Areo Hotah gets. I bet you didn't even remember his name or remember that he existed in this show. Doran does have some potential as the Prince of Dorne who wants to maintain peace with King's Landing at all cost, even to the point of threatening to kill his sister-in-law and nieces. However, his stupid decisions toward the end of the season basically destroy his character. After Areo catches the Sand Snakes in the act of trying to commit regicide against Myrcella and Ellaria is quickly arrested as part of that conspiracy, Doran just doesn't punish Ellaria at all. Like, he does his due diligence and locks Bronn and the Sand Snakes away, and I get that he doesn't want to arrest a Lannister who is also the captain of the Kingsguard, as that would probably spark a war. However, why in the world would he just let Ellaria roam freely? Okay, she's your sister-in-law, but she also tried to kill the Princess of Westeros, who's betrothed to your son. At the very least, you should never let them share a room, yet here she is sitting across from the girl she openly advocated for killing right before trying to do it herself. All she needs to do is say she's sorry, and bam, she's back in Doran's good graces. He even trusts her enough to allow her and her daughters to see Myrcella off to King's Landing, where she plants a poison-laden kiss on the young girl, condemning her to death. Good job, Doran, you freaking moron. But speaking of Ilaria, let's talk about her plan. She wants to kill Myrcella in an act of revenge for Oberyn's death in the trial by combat in the previous season. For some reason in her mind, killing this innocent girl would be sufficient justice against the Lannisters. At least Oberyn was trying to bring death to those actually responsible for his own sister's death. But I guess Ilaria is just a psychopath. She was the one who sent that threat to Cersei for some reason. There's no real advantage to sending a vague threat against the princess to the queen, but you know, gotta get the plot going along somehow, I guess. She would have to know that Cersei would send someone to protect her daughter, making it harder to, you know, kill Myrcella. Yet she's caught completely off guard when she finds out that Jaime's in Dorne. This motivates her to send the Sand Snakes to kill Myrcella before Jaime has a chance to rescue her. Prior to this, all she did was beg Doran to let her kill the princess, with Doran obviously denying her. So what was her plan if Jaime and Bronn didn't show up? Just keep begging Doran until he finally gets too annoyed and says yes? There's obviously some sort of plan, and the only thing keeping her from enacting it was her fear of Doran. What was it? Don't know. Regardless, Jaime's arrival fast-tracked it, I guess. This leads to the Sand Snakes fighting Jaime and Bronn in the worst fight scene in the show so far, and they get arrested. With that attempt having failed, Ilaria decides to apologize and kill Myrcella with her poisoned kiss. Aw man, what a sneaky way to kill the princess and get away with it, except what's to stop Jaime from turning the boat around and coming back? They literally haven't left the bay yet. Jaime could probably shout from the deck and they could hear him. I mean, it would only be natural for him to assume that his daughter died of poisoning from the very people who just tried to kill her a few days prior. At this point, you're dead on the spot. Areo and his guards, Jaime and Bronn would be more than enough to take on Ilaria and the Cringe Patrol. Boom, you're all dead, you frickin' retard. But I guess she's lucky that the captain of a boat doesn't know how to pull a U-turn, as in the next season Doran has to find out via Raven from King's Landing that Myrcella has died. What makes this plotline worse for me is that in the books, Doran is actually a really cool part of the story. For example, Doran isn't just a spineless guy trying to keep peace with King's Landing. He's playing the long game, planning to strategically place the Sand Snakes in key positions in King's Landing so that he can take over. Areo is actually a point of view character along with Doran's daughter Arianne, who is absent from the show. Arianne wants to put Myrcella on the Iron Throne, as the Dornish society is a matriarchal one, and she gathers a group to enact that plan. There's a little more to it, such as the prominent roles the Kingsguard Knights Eris Oakheart and Balon Swan play in this, as well as the plan going horribly wrong and the fault being pinned on a guy named Darkstar. But this video isn't about the books. The point is that the books have a much better storyline for Dorne, and this season just fumbles the ball in capturing even a fraction of that storyline's quality. So far, I haven't disliked a lot of the changes that the show made from the books, as these changes served the show story better. But this time around, they just made the wrong decision flat out. While I loved the wholesomeness around Jaime, Myrcella, and Trystane, the rest of the stuff in Dorne is just a mess. Maybe the plot lines in the north will be a little better. While we still follow the same characters this season, a lot of their stories bleed into each other, creating a sense that the show is starting to enter into its endgame. Characters are reunited, new relationships are forged between prominent characters, and we finally get introduced to the big bad of the show. This is an extremely consequential season for the North, but it's not without its problems. Jon continues to be in his contentious position from last season, as he must work with 3 different groups of soldiers under one roof. He's got to deal with Stannis' army fighting for the Lord of Light, the Wildlings, and his own brothers. The 3 groups don't get along, and they each want something different from Jon. Stannis wants Jon to join him in his planned assault on Winterfell. If he can defeat and overthrow the Boltons, he believes he can win over the Northerners to his cause. Thanks to the rejection letters he's been receiving, he has determined that he won't have the men to take Winterfell himself. He wants Jon to convince the Wildlings to join him. Jon does his best to talk to Mance, but Mance, believing that the Wildlings would fracture yet again if he bent the knee, refuses in order to keep his honor. He does not consider, however, that he is being burnt at the stake. Thanks, R'hllor. And he's afraid to die in such a painful manner, so Jon mercifully shoots the king beyond the wall before his death becomes too undignified. I think Stannis low-key respects Jon for it. Yes, he ruined the sacrifice, a sacrifice of king's blood, mind you, but this was a great move strategically as Jon has now earned the respect of the wildlings, more specifically Tormund, whom Jon ushers into the new leaders of the wildlings. Personally, I would have liked the show to follow the events of the books where Melisandre secretly spares Mance's life, disguising him with a glamour as Rattleshirt, as Mance is important for the Lord of Light's vision. Not only do we get more Mance, who's only appeared in a handful of episodes in the show, but we would also get a payoff to Melisandre's conversation around deception and spells from Season 4. Plus, Melisandre does this behind Stannis' back, creating a more complicated relationship between the two. As the show presents Mance's death, it works to firmly situate Jon among the inhabitants of Castle Black, and the rest of the season works fine enough without the book's events being incorporated into it. Well, Stannis doesn't have the wildlings, but he does receive a letter from Lyanna Mormont that says she will only pledge loyalty to the King of the North. This gives him an idea to legitimize Jon as a Stark and instate him as the Warden of the North in order to gain the Northmen's loyalty. Despite his best efforts and the efforts of Davos and Melisandre, Jon has to decline the offer. You see, while all this is going on, the Night's Watch is holding elections for the new Lord Commander, where the two remaining candidates are Alliser Thorne and Danis Malliser. Sam, at the prompting of Aemon, puts forward Jon's name and he's berated by Janos Slynt. Sam, standing his ground, roasts the crap out of him.
Her name is Gilly. Brother Slynt knows her quite well. They cowered together in the larder during the battle for the wall.
Lies!
A wildling girl, a baby, and Lord Janos. I found him there after the battle was over, in a puddle of his own making.
This man is an absolute lad, and I love him for it. With Aemon's final deciding vote, Jon becomes the new Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, putting him in no position to take Stannis' offer, even if he wanted to. With that, Stannis is forced to march north alone. As Lord Commander, Jon immediately starts putting his house in order. As a sign of respect befitting a nobleman, he assigns Alliser to be First Ranger while he puts Janos in charge of rebuilding Castle Greyguard. Janos indignantly refuses, and as his father did in the first episode of the show, Jon beheads a black brother in accordance with the law. This is a great scene that illustrates Jon's qualities as a leader. He's willing to act with honor and extend an olive branch to his enemies like Alliser, yet at the same time he recognizes that if Alliser and Janos continue to conspire against him, it would be bad news, so he sends Janos away. Either he accepts and leaves, or he refuses and dies. Either way, Janos is taken off the table. And Jon has the balls to go through with executing the law no matter his personal feelings. Meanwhile, Alliser steps aside and allows this to happen, which once again reinforces that his top priority is his duty as a brother of the Night's Watch, and Janos' final moments is a perfect bookend to his character as he begs for his life before losing his head. Jon's most controversial decision comes a little later when he decides to allow the wildlings to pass through the wall and settle in the lands just to the south, known as the Gift. Many of his subordinates push back against the decision, even his allies like Ed and Ollie. However, his reasoning is that with the White Walkers coming, these wildlings will either die and become soldiers of the dead, or they can become allies against the coming threat. To that end, when he finds out about an encampment of wildlings hiding out in a town in the north called Hearthome, he tasks Tormund with going there and proposing that they come south of the wall. The wildling argues that the group won't come along unless they see the Lord Commander himself is there to affirm that the offer isn't a trap. Once Jon and Tormund are gone, Sam is pretty much left by himself at Castle Black. Aemon's failing health leads him to eventually die, becoming the only character in Game of Thrones to die a natural death on screen. He was a sweet old man who believed in Jon and Sam, helping them in small ways to become the men that they are at this point in the show. With Aemon's hand of protection gone, Sam and Gilly are jumped by a couple of black brothers who, lest we forget, are full of a bunch of vicious criminals. Sam's cowardice is pretty much gone at this point as he continues to stand and defend Gilly despite being beat down over and over again. He's finally saved by Ghost, and then he and Gilly finally smash. Meanwhile, Jon finally arrives at Hearthome. Ah, Hearthome. Perhaps one of the most overrated episodes in this show. Yes, there are other events that happen in this episode, but come on, we all know why it's rated 9.8 out of 10 on IMDb. It's for the hard home sequence. It starts out fine enough with Tormund killing Rattleshirt to establish his authority or something, and Jon negotiating with the wildlings. Naturally, the Thin leader is the most hostile towards him, and the guy who looks like Tormund obviously agrees to the offer. Ed meets One, who is an absolute unit, and then everything falls apart. Alright, this is going to be quick bullet points for my own sanity. Let's see, we got the Night King deciding to attack in waves, even though his goal is to build an army of the dead. Wouldn't it be more efficient to just send all of your Walking Dead in at once to ensure an absolute win by overwhelming force instead of taking the risk of losing more of your army than necessary? This guy over here just refuses to kill Jon, just kind of tossing him around until it's time to reveal that Valyrian steel can kill whites. The wildling lady just wrecks White Walkers left and right and then just kind of lets herself be killed by a bunch of kids, after they do the horror zombie thing of just standing there menacingly before attacking. Jon and the main character group barely manage to escape, leaving such beloved characters like Woman and Thin behind. This is an admittedly great moment of dread as Jon helplessly watches the remaining wildlings get slaughtered while One just tosses them off like a baller. The Night King walks to the edge of the dock and shows off his ability to raise people from the dead as his slaves. Why is he doing this like he's showing off? Is he trying to scare Jon? I don't know. Look, this might be a small thing, but it's indicative of what the biggest problem with the Night King is. He's treated like a force of nature, but he behaves like a human with a distinct personality at times, with nothing really being explained to help flesh out any of his actions. Look, Hard Home isn't the worst episode of the show, but really a 9.8? This hoe isn't near as good as a single episode from the first 4 seasons. Come on, let's be honest about that. Anyway, when he gets back to Castle Black, Jon oversees the migration of the wildlings to the south. Sam asks for leave to train to become a maester in Old Town and replace Aemon, and while Jon is hesitant, he does decide to allow it. With his friends at Castle Black dwindled down to Ed, and I guess Tormund, if you want to count him. Jon is then stabbed to death by his fellow brothers. First is Alliser, who, despite his personal beef with Jon, does this primarily for his duty to the Watch. Since he hasn't actually witnessed the White Walkers himself and thus believes that the Watch's ultimate enemy is the wildlings, Alliser views Jon's decision to allow passage to that group as violation of their vows.
You have a good heart, Jon Snow. It'll get us all killed.
He's followed by Othel Yarwick and Bowen Marsh, both of whom are barely in the season, but they are used effectively to establish their doubts in Jon.
Less enemies for us.
Fewer. What?
And finally, there's Ollie. Poor Ollie. Jon takes the kid under his wing at the beginning of the season, making him a personal steward when he becomes the Lord Commander. In a nice parallel to Gior, Jon clearly wants to groom Ollie to replace him. Unfortunately, Jon's navigation of the wildling situation causes some inner conflict within him. If you remember, Ollie's entire family was slaughtered by the very wildlings Jon is now working with, and he hopes that this is all a ruse to lure the wildlings into a trap. He finds out that it isn't, and Ollie's trust in Jon begins to erode. He goes to Sam looking for guidance, but Sam gives him reassurance that Jon knows what he's doing, giving the boy some, honestly, really unfortunate advice.
Sometimes, a man has to make hard choices. Choices that might look wrong to others, but you know are right in the long run.
And so Ollie joins in this little coup against Jon. It's a really well done, shocking moment that makes sense given how these characters are built up over the season. Unlike Joffrey with Ned, these guys don't take any pleasure of killing Jon. They're just doing their duty. Yeah, you know what? This was probably the best part of the season. I mean, I have my issues with Hardhome, but the complex relations between the Night's Watch, the Wildlings, and for a brief stint Stannis' army makes the storyline very engaging. Jon's navigation of these affairs as he slowly loses allies builds a sufficient amount of dread, leading to a properly shocking and punctual ending for Jon's character that mimics in some ways how his father's honor got him killed as well. They're gonna bungle this, aren't they? Anyway, Stannis decides to march on Winterfell about halfway through the season, determined to beat Winter there. Unfortunately, Winter catches up pretty quickly. Stannis starts losing men in droves either to starvation, the winter weather, sabotage from Bolton agents, or abandonment. He's driven to the brink and he eventually convinces himself to do something he never thought he would do: sacrifice his daughter to the Lord of Light. It's been built up for about 2 seasons that Melisandre wants to do this. With the loss of Gendry in Season 3, Shireen is about the only access they have to Kingsblood. Stannis forces Davos to go back to Castle Black to get supplies, but in truth he doesn't want Davos to be around to witness this horrific scene. I can't really tell if that's for Davos' sake or to get rid of the hassle, but I like to think it's a little bit of both. Shireen's sacrifice is one of the most controversial scenes of Season 5. Personally, I think it works really well. First, this moment where Selyse tries to save her daughter is amazing. Despite all of her ranting about her hatred for her daughter, Selyse deep down still loves Shireen. Her motherly instinct takes over when she sees her precious daughter dying, creating this heartbreaking moment for a character who honestly hasn't been all that sympathetic. This is also a good moment for Stannis. This is where Stannis goes all in on the Lord of Light. We've seen him have doubts and push back against Melisandre's advice in the past, but now here, he's forced to choose between his rightful place as king, fully committing to R'hllor, and his love for his daughter. This is the point of no return for Stannis. Too bad he dies in the next episode. Yeah, Stannis' death is one of the most underwhelming deaths in Game of Thrones, especially since he's the last of the 5 kings standing. Well, with the exception of Balon, but the show doesn't seem to care a lot about him, so neither will I. Stannis is left alone as he sent Davos away and killed his daughter, and Selyse has killed herself in grief. Melisandre disappears in the night, presumably seeing her king's defeat in the flames and not wanting to go down with the ship. Stannis and a bunch of red shirts stand in front of Winterfell ready to lay siege when they are ambushed by Ramsay Bolton. We get one wide shot and then we cut to Stannis lying wounded on the ground. Brienne finds him and kills him. Look, I'm not opposed to Stannis being killed by Brienne, as that is a very satisfying moment for her character. It's just that the way it happened doesn't really work for me. First, the battle happens off screen, so there's no character-defining moment for Stannis during his final stand to drive home his faults that brought about his downfall. Second, it feels like there was one more season's worth of story for him. The first 9 episodes of Season 5 build up a Stannis who has lost sight of his honor and duty, slowly succumbing to a single-minded mission of kinghood driven by desperation. Then suddenly, Episode 10 goes, well actually, this was the downfall of the Stannis army. I would disagree. This was Stannis' Mad King origin story. He had established a relationship with Jon earlier in the season. How would their first interaction go after Jon comes back from the dead and Stannis killed his daughter? How would his relationship with Davos be affected? How would it be with Melisandre be affected after she abandoned him? Imagine a Stannis who is a brutal warrior for the Lord of Light with nothing to lose and no allies to back him. That would have been terrifyingly awesome. Instead, the writers just unceremoniously kill him off. It's great. It's satisfying, isn't it? I loved a lot of what Stannis is involved in with this season, whether it's his interactions at Castle Black or his trudge to Winterfell. It's just unfortunate that Season 5 sets Stannis up to be something that never comes to pass as a result of an underwhelming ending. Now, Sansa's storyline this season, it's kind of a mess. So the previous season set Sansa up to be an active player in the Game of Thrones under the tutelage of Littlefinger, grooming Robin to be the next king of Westeros. Season 5, however, abandons most of this pretty quickly. We get one scene where Sansa and Littlefinger oversee Robin being trained by Jon Royce, even though he's so sickly he can hardly look at a sword, much less wield one. After that scene, Littlefinger decides to take Sansa to an unknown location. Along the way, she demonstrates a couple of times that she's learning from Littlefinger, but she hasn't surpassed the master of manipulation. She also bumps into Brienne, who pledges to be her protector. Much like Arya, Sansa's current guardian casts doubts on Brienne's ability, and Sansa rejects Brienne's offer. However, Brienne, along with Pod, keep a watchful eye over her from a distance the rest of the season. They don't get a lot in terms of character work, but they serve their purpose well enough. So far, this is working pretty well. When they arrive at Moat Cailin, Sansa immediately deduces that Littlefinger plans to marry her off to Ramsay Bolton. His reasoning is that he's offering Sansa a chance to avenge her brother. Okay, we know that Littlefinger has a soft spot for Sansa, so maybe that's partially true, but come on. This is Littlefinger. There's gotta be another reason he's doing this. Well, there doesn't seem to be one. I mean, yeah, this does eventually work out well for him, but in the moment, what is the strategy of shipping the girl you literally killed a king to obtain off to a bunch of people who are clearly wary of you? Plus, Littlefinger even admits that Ramsay is an unknown element for him, and yet he's entrusting a prized asset to this guy. Then, at the drop of a hat, Littlefinger abandons Sansa to go to King's Landing at Cersei's beck and call, as she needs Oliver's testimony to put Loras away. And Roose just lets him leave! Roose has been snooping through Littlefinger's mail in order to make sure that he's not scheming against the Boltons, but then he's like, yeah, go scheme against me in King's Landing. That's not even the right accent. And scheme Littlefinger does. He takes advantage of his time in King's Landing to let it slip that the Boltons are harboring Sansa, obviously withholding his own involvement in the arrangement, and Cersei officially declares the Boltons as traitors. Littlefinger offers to march the army of the Vale on Winterfell in exchange for being appointed Warden of the North, to which she agrees. Then he goes and helps the Tyrells get Cersei arrested. Well, if you wanted Cersei gone, why not just secretly provide Lancel to the Tyrells while you mobilize the army of the Vale at the same time Stannis marches on Winterfell to create a two-pronged attack that would ensure the Boltons' downfall? He even stated that he thinks Stannis will win this conflict, so why not help crush the Boltons? With them out of the way, he can marry Sansa to Robin, effectively making them in charge of the keys to the north and east. Robin's sick anyway, so he'll probably die, and suddenly, Sansa stands in charge of two massive factions of the Seven Kingdoms. Then Littlefinger can just get married to her, and suddenly he's in charge of all of that crap. And he gets the daughter of the woman he loves. Win-win for him. Either that, or he could pledge loyalty to Stannis in exchange for being Warden of the North, seeing as he's pretty much the only option in that moment, and together you march on King's Landing, taking it over by force, while their queen and king's mother are in custody and the city is in disarray. The only hangup would probably be the Tyrells, but they tend to change their loyalties whenever it's beneficial for them, and Littlefinger has proven to be able to manipulate them anyways. This would be an easier plan involving people that Littlefinger is intimately familiar with, but instead he gets rid of his key asset to the north, handing her over to someone he's unfamiliar with on the off chance that she can survive him long enough for this situation to be beneficial for him. And yet somehow it works for him. On the Sansa front, she does a good job learning from Littlefinger and employing sneaky tactics at the beginning of the season, but once she gets to Winterfell, she just kind of becomes a helpless princess again. I get she probably wants to gain information first before acting, and maybe Ramsay's cruelty unexpectedly threw her off, but it does become frustrating that she doesn't really do anything to manipulate the Boltons until the very end of the season. And even with that, it's just a brief moment after Walda and Roose reveal that they are with child, where she emotionally tortures Ramsay with the thought that he will lose his inheritance to his unborn brother. But the rest of her time in Winterfell is mainly being tortured by Ramsay berating Theon and trying to implement Brienne's escape plan. The common folk of Winterfell are still loyal to the Starks, so Brienne recruits a couple of them to send Sansa a message to put a candle in the broken tower when she has a chance to escape. Unfortunately, Ramsay captures the maid helping Sansa and flays her. This isn't the worst thing he does to her either. On their wedding night, there's a controversial scene where Ramsay forces himself on Sansa and forces Theon to watch. A lot of people hated this scene, which, yeah, I mean, that makes sense, but this is also Ramsay we're talking about here. He's a horrible person. Plus, you're lucky that he didn't do what he did to Jane Poole in the books, who is the one who got married to him rather than Sansa. Let's just say it's somehow worse than what he does in the show. Somehow. Now, despite her setbacks, Sansa manages to capitalize on Stannis' coming invasion to initiate Brienne's plan. But Brienne decides to abandon her to go kill Stannis, which doesn't really sit well with me. Brienne is first and foremost a woman of honor and duty. I get that she swore to kill the man who killed Renly, but I don't think Brienne would just leave Sansa to the whims of the Boltons to accomplish that. With all options exhausted, Sansa turns to Theon for help. And you know what, to give the season credit, Theon is still great. Seeing his inner turmoil while he's tortured by Ramsay is such a grueling watch. Finally seeing him overcome his fear of Ramsay and choosing to save Sansa's life from Ramsay's jealous mistress Miranda is a satisfying moment for his character, kickstarting his redemption arc. Together, the two of them jump off the walls of Winterfell and escape the Boltons. A stunt that definitely should have killed him, but, whatever. Sansa's storyline this season has some good moments, especially involving Theon's redemption, but it abandons a lot of what was set up in the previous season in favor of one that backtracks on Sansa's character a bit and kills some of Littlefinger's brain cells, which you'll lose a little bit more of in the coming seasons. We should have gotten a full season of Sansa in the Vale as Littlefinger's apprentice before sending her to Winterfell instead of what we got here. In the East, we follow more than one storyline for the first time, but it still mostly centers on Dany. She's dealing with two major issues complicating her rule of Meereen, the Sons of the Harpy and the Fighting Pits. After Dany tears the giant golden harpy off the Great Pyramid of Meereen, the Sons of the Harpy start cropping up and killing unsullied soldiers. They are an insurgency group of slavers who want to overthrow Daenerys and reinstate their old system of slavery. She tries desperately to appease the elites of Meereen in a tricky balancing act. When a son of the Harpy is captured by Daario and Grey Worm, she decides to give him a fair trial under the Council of Barristan. She gets to learn a lot more about her father, the Mad King, and her brother Rhaegar from Barristan, and this provides guidance on the type of queen she wants to be. Unfortunately, a freed slave goes behind her back and kills the guy, so Dany is forced to deliver justice against him. This doesn't do anything to quell tensions, but she's trying her best. Dany is then pushed over the edge when the Sons of the Harpy jump Grey Worm. Barristan steps in and holds them off long enough for Grey Worm to survive, but he dies in the process. Honestly, this kind of pisses me off. This is Barristan the Bold, one of the greatest knights in the Seven Kingdoms. He ended the frickin' Blackfyre lineage, and he's killed by a few prissy rich boys with daggers. I get that the Sons have been effective so far by striking the Unsullied when they're at their most vulnerable, but here Barristan walks into this completely prepared. Granted, he's a little older, but he's still one of the best fighters in the show. Yet somehow these guys freaking kill him. With her most trusted advisor dead, Dany gathers all the heads of the rich families in Meereen and threatens to feed them to her dragons unless one of them fesses up to being in charge of the Harpies. Missandei now has to step into Barristan's shoes and give her advice, so Dany decides to marry his daughter to secure bondage with the noble houses of Meereen. Another way she does this is with the Fighting Pits. At the beginning of the season, Hizdahr returns from a diplomatic mission to Yunkai, reporting that the Wise Masters will agree to share their rule with slaves, but only if they can reopen the Fighting Pits. Dany is vehemently opposed to this, while Hizdahr and Daario advocate for it. Hizdahr argues that the Fighting Pits are a part of the culture of Meereen, and closing them is like spitting in the city's face. Daario, on the other hand, uses his own past to advocate for reopening the pits. When he was young, he was sold into the pits as a slave. He became so good that he was able to buy his freedom and use the skills he developed to join the Second Sons, leading him to the bed of Dany. To him, the Fighting Pits create a fulfilling life. He kind of becomes the devil on Dany's shoulder this season. He advocates for Dany to use her dragons against her enemies. He's also the one who suggests taking all the rich family leaders into custody, even going as far as to suggest killing them all, justifying it by saying,
"All rulers are either butchers or meat."
I might not have talked about him so far, but he's such a charismatic, fiendish rogue with such a great screen presence that I can see why Dany falls in love with him. Now that the Fighting Pits are open, pit fighters have flooded into Meereen to prepare for the first fights. Dany and Hizdahr attend a training session, as per customs, where a man suddenly bursts onto the field and defeats everyone in non-lethal ways. He reveals himself to be Jorah Mormont, and before Dany can command him to be taken away, he says he's brought her a gift. At that moment, the gift reveals himself. Tyrion Lannister. Up until this point, Tyrion has been traveling around the lands east of Westeros with a couple of different traveling companions. He first arrives in Pentos with Varys, who reveals that he plans to bring Tyrion to Dany to work on her council. In his mind, Westeros needs a ruler who is stronger than Tommen but gentler than Stannis in order to ensure that those without power never fall prey to those with it. Tyrion agrees, but he remains a sad drunk during their travels. Eventually, Tyrion becomes antsy and goes to visit a brothel where he gets a frankly sad moment where Tyrion can't bring himself to lie with a prostitute because of Shae. He goes to take a piss and is kidnapped by Jorah Mormont, who for whatever reason is drowning his sorrows at a brothel. Hey, you know what? I'm not gonna judge, maybe he's there for the Daenerys cosplayer. Yeah, this is probably the first egregious example of an extremely coincidental meetup where two characters who need to meet to propel the plot forward somehow just bump into each other at a specific brothel in Volantis. In order for this to happen, Tyrion needs to get antsy just at this exact moment and go to this specific brothel where Jorah just happens to be at, even though it's never really been established that he likes to frequent brothels. However, I take more issue with the fact that Varys just loses Tyrion here. The guy who is known for paying close attention to details somehow gets distracted from a very valuable asset to creating a better Westeros and just loses him. Varys just stops paying attention. I'm sorry, that's ridiculous. Like, bruv, what were you getting distracted by? You said yourself you care nothing for sex, so what's catching your eye at a brothel, dude? He's just like, oh no, I lost Tyrion, where'd he go? I couldn't have possibly lost him. Don't worry though, he somehow teleports to Meereen by the end of the season, so everything kind of just is fine by that point. Anyway, Jorah also wants to take Tyrion to Dany. A bit redundant, no? Well, I guess this time Jorah wants to take Tyrion as a prisoner to be punished. The two start to warm up to each other as they travel, but I don't think their relationship got the time it needed to be fully fleshed out. There's a couple nice moments where Tyrion sees Drogon for the first time, he tells Jorah about Gior, and Jorah saves Tyrion from the Stonemen contracting grayscale. Eventually they get captured by Mr. Echo from Lost, but Tyrion turns this to their advantage, getting them sold to a slaver named Yezin who is bringing fighters to the newly opened fighting pits. That's how we got here. Tyrion convinces Dany to spare his life and advises her to re-exile Jorah, who then goes back to Yezin and sells himself back into slavery to fight in front of Dany again because man brain. You know us, sometimes we gotta fight some dudes to impress a girl. Tyrion sizes Dany up and decides she's worth backing as queen, while Dany sizes Tyrion up and decides to let him join her council, effectively replacing Barristan as the Westeros expert. She also declares that all these feuding houses are just spokes on a wheel, cycling power from one family to another, and her intent is to break the wheel. Look, I know it sounds cool or whatever, but this is kind of a red flag. The implications of this is that Dany wants to destroy all the major houses in Westeros in order to become queen. And Tyrion's just like, well yes, that sounds reasonable. Together they attend the first public fight since the fighting pits were reopened. Jorah once again reveals himself to Dany and starts beating guys up, but suddenly the Sons of the Harpy attack. Gosh, these guys are so annoying. Most of the main characters manage to make it to the center area where they're surrounded. The only one who's killed in the process is Hizdahr Lorak. The season tries to make us question the guy and his motives, but he's generally depicted in an earnest light, whether it be his pleading for his father in season 4, his willingness to let Dany kill him, or his advice not to execute the former slave from earlier in public so as to not cause a riot that does eventually happen from executing him in public. Daario speculates that Hizdahr is involved with the Sons of the Harpy, but the only evidence is that the attacks stop after he gets married to Dany, and he's a little late to the fighting pits. If he was allowed a little more screen time to appear more shifty, he could have been an incredibly interesting character to follow, but because we spend so little time with him, he feels more like a plot device to get the fight pits open. Once he achieves his purpose, he dies, effectively proving his loyalty to Dany, something that was pretty much confirmed since the beginning of his character's story. At least in the books, he's shown to be a much shiftier individual, with very loose allegiances. The rest of the characters are surrounded by the Sons of the Harpy when they are saved by Drogon. The Sons, who, might I remind you, are a bunch of prissy rich boys, somehow manage to put up a fight against a literal dragon, and Drogon eventually receives too much damage and goes berserk. Dany does the only thing she can do, climb onto her dragon and abandon her friends. Yet she kinda comes off like a horrible person here. Okay, fine, her dragon is hurt, but realistically, the Sons of the Harpy should not be able to put much of a fight up against Drogon. Yet Dany prioritizes him and leaves behind her closest allies who were about to die at the hands of these guys before Drogon showed up. She's very lucky the Sons of the Harpy were too stupid to regroup quickly and attack again. She could have easily come back to a Meereen later with reinstated slavery and at best imprisoned allies. But let's be honest here, her allies would all be dead. She doesn't seem to care all too much until she's out in the Dothraki Sea, miles from any friends. At that point it's too late for her as she's surrounded by a Khalasar led by Khal Moro. This all worked better in the books as Drogon was the only threat in the fighting pits with no harpies in sight, so Dany flying off with Drogon was explicitly saving the lives of everybody there. Back in Meereen, Daario and Jorah decide to go find Dany and leave Tyrion behind to rule the city with Missandei and Grey Worm helping him. As they ride off, Varys suddenly materializes, reuniting the two allies. The storyline in Meereen is a bit of a frustrating one, largely stemming from the fact that the Sons of the Harpy should not be as effective as they are. They start off fine, jumping White Rat when he's in a vulnerable spot with a whore, but then they quickly go off the rails when they somehow kill Barristan the Bold and do damage to Drogon. Varys also loses brain cells this season, while Tyrion and Jorah's repetitive storyline can make their journey a little tedious to get through. On the positive side, I found Dany's political navigation of the Meereenese culture intriguing. Meanwhile, Arya is chilling in Bravos. Her storyline this season involves her slowly learning the ways of the Faceless Men. This is definitely a slow burn of a story that can be a little tedious at the beginning when Arya spends an entire episode wandering around Bravos before finally being led into the House of Black and White. Then she cleans floors while everyone refuses to answer her questions. However, once the layers of what's going on at the house are peeled back and the purpose of Arya's storyline is revealed, I found it to be satisfying. All season, Jaqen H'ghar...
A man is not Jaqen H'ghar.
Okay, sorry, my bad. All season, not Jaqen H'ghar tries to train Arya in the art of becoming no one. She's still obsessed with her vengeance list, and despite throwing away all of her other possessions, she still holds on to Needle. As she progresses to becoming no one, more and more of the House of the Black and White are revealed to her. Bodies are brought to the house, and those bodies are embalmed and taken to the Hall of the Faces, where they are used by the Faceless Men on their missions. Arya is also tormented by the Waif, who is a more antagonistic presence to her than the not Jaqen's stoic teaching. Because both characters are literally called no one, it's hard to get invested in them as people, but the lessons they teach Arya do slowly reveal more and more about her. Arya tries her best to be no one, but Needle's presence is a constant reminder of the vengeance she holds on to. Despite this, she manages to get her first mission as a Faceless Man. She is tasked to pretend to be a shellfish salesman and poison a local tax collector for the many-faced god, which is the god the Faceless Men worship. He's basically a conglomerate of every god in existence, so basically the Faceless Men don't have the balls to actually stick with one god and say he's the real one. Anyway, Arya doesn't complete her task because she spots a familiar face. Mace Tyrell arrives in Bravos to meet with the Iron Bank. Being the new head of coin, Mace is sent here by Cersei to work out the crown's debt to the bank. Though in reality, Cersei was just trying to get rid of the Tyrell Patriarch so she could easily arrest Loras. Accompanying him is Sir Mirren Trant, the man who killed Syrio Forel. Arya's vengeful heart overtakes her and she stalks the knight, finding out that he likes frequenting brothels for, young meat. Arya takes advantage of this and dons a new face in order to kill him. As punishment, not Jaqen blinds Arya. This is a relatively small part of Season 5 that works okay enough for what it is. It's a bit slow in its pacing for me, but there was nothing too bad about its plot. Arya continues to indulge in vengeance and is finally punished for it. Her story this season establishes that she will never let go of this part of herself, continuing her on a path that can only bring about death and destruction. And that's Season 5. Overall, it's an incredibly uneven one. Some of the smartest characters of the show are dumbed down, some of the characters are killed way too soon in very underwhelming ways, and we get a new batch of characters that at best are the most uninteresting and bland ones in the show. There's still enough good character moments with the existing characters and plot beats that carry it through, but Season 5 is definitely indicative of the downfall this show would take in the public eye. You know, a lot of people hold Season 6 in high regard, with episodes like The Door, Battle of the Bastards, and Winds of Winter being some of the most beloved episodes of the show. Unfortunately, I'm here to say that this season isn't very good. At this point, the show is past most of the storylines from the books, but it does try to shoehorn a couple remaining plot lines from A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons. Honestly, I found this season a slog to get through. All the previous seasons I could easily watch over a weekend, while I struggled to get through this one over the course of a week. Part of this is the ungodly slow pace of some of the major storylines, and the fact that most of the main characters cease to be characters to one extent or another. I even made a chart that shows how much each character was bungled this season. Let me show you. Season 6 picks up right where Season 5 left off, with Jon's corpse just sitting out in the courtyard. Why did Alliser and his buddies not get rid of the corpse? Maybe to send a message to everyone or something. But here's the thing, Davos and Ed are the people who discover Jon's body, which allows them time to form a resistance against Alliser. If Alliser had buried the body, or more likely burnt it, no one would know about Jon's death until he stupidly declared his guilt the next day, catching any Jon loyalists off guard, allowing him to easily arrest all of them. Also, let's not forget how poorly it went the last time the Night's Watch left some corpses lying around. So between the few seconds of killing Jon and leaving his body there, Alliser lost all of his brain cells and became Alfred Horny, or Horny Al for short. The next step in Horny Owl's plan is, naturally, stage a takeover of Castle Black, secretly killing or imprisoning Jon's key allies and forcing everyone else at sword point to bend the knee. Then he gathers forces to go kill the wildlings, uniting his shaky allies against a common enemy. Oh no, wait, I read my notes wrong. That's what Alistair Thorne would do. Horny Owl decides to announce in front of a whole room of black brothers of questionable allegiances,
Jon Snow is dead.
Who killed him?
I did.
And for whatever reason, no one there tries to kill Horny Owl the minute those words left his mouth. I mean, that's equivalent to killing a king. That's treason. It's illegal. You are punished by death for doing what Horny Owl did. Meanwhile, Ed and Dave, yes, his name is Dave now, are holed up with Jon's corpse. Now, why is this guy named Dave? Well, that's because the real Davos died in the middle of the night and was replaced by Dave Oceanman. Davos was a fiercely loyal member of Stannis' council, sharing a close bond with his king's daughter and harboring a deep hatred for magic. Dave Oceanman really wants to use magic to bring some random kid he barely knows back from the dead, even if it's at the cost of his own life. Dave doesn't even ask about Stannis or Shireen until episode 4. Instead, Dave dedicates his life now to fight for Jon. He sends Ed to go out and get the wildlings while he distracts Horny Owl. The wildlings arrive and help Dave Oceanman arrest all the mutineers. Meanwhile, he goes to Melisandre to ask her to resurrect Jon. Why? Because plot. Dave should have no reason to assume that Melisandre is capable of such a thing. Even Melisandre herself didn't know that this was possible until she bumped into Thoros in Season 3. Yet Dave asks anyways because he's pulling out all the stops to save a kid he's had like 3 conversations with. Melisandre, for her part, is left in a very interesting place in the aftermath of Season 5. She dedicated her entire life to Stannis' service, believing him to be the champion for the Lord of Light. And then he just dies. She's in a bad spot, believing everything she believed in to be a lie. When Dave comes to convince her to resurrect Jon, he tells her that he believes in her abilities, not her gods. She decides to give it a go and successfully brings Jon back to life. I love how the episode ends with everyone leaving the room believing they failed only for Jon to come back to life, and then the next episode starts with Dave coming back in at sunrise and finding Jon there. Did Jon just sit there patiently all night waiting for someone to come in before getting up for a walk? Or maybe that ceiling he was staring at was just that interesting. Anyway, Jon's resurrection pretty much factory resets Melisandre's character, as she's pretty much back to her old self from the previous season without any growth. She was set up for an interesting character arc, but then the show got scared of change and reverted her back to her old self. The same thing happens with Jon a little later. At first, he seems disturbed by his resurrection, becoming a lot more brooding. He rounds up all 4 of the mutineers to execute them. I mean, there was at least like 6 guys who participated in stabbing you, Jon, and then there's this whole room of people who were like, yeah, okay, when Horny Owl made his announcement. But yeah, I guess only the 4 guys who got names in the show should be executed. Bowen Marsh and Othel Yarwick are nothing characters, so who cares what they have to say for themselves, but Alistair finally decides to participate in the story this season to make sure he gets at least a good death. He stands by his own decision to kill Jon and is content to be at peace while Jon faces a life of chaos.
I fought. I lost. Now I rest. But you, Lord Snow, you'll be fighting their battles forever.
This was such a good send-off for a character who was fantastic for like 90% of his screen time. Oh, and Ollie is there too, he just broods until Jon kills them. And with that, we can place 2 characters on the chart. Ollie comes out of this season relatively unscathed, while Alistair borders on getting assassinated, but the comeback he makes in his final scene right before he dies bumps him up to a lot of damage. Immediately after this, Jon declares that his watch has ended and storms off, presumably right before turning around and walking back to his quarters since he's still at Castle Black when Sansa gets there. Sansa has escaped Winterfell with Theon. After Ramsay's dogs discovered the cheat code to finding people after they've gone through water, they're saved by Brienne.
Bloody woman!
Brienne pledges her sword once again to Sansa, and Theon urges Sansa to accept. You'd think that his time with Ramsay would make Theon distrustful of random strangers in the woods promising to help you after killing a bunch of enemies, but oh well. There's another glaring issue with this scene too, and that's Brienne. First, there is the extremely convenient timing of Brienne somehow randomly stumbling upon these two right when they're about to die, and second, there is no acknowledgement of the end of the last season. I've already stated that I'm not a fan of Brienne's choice to abandon Sansa to pursue vengeance, but it does provide an interesting path to take her character for season 6. Brienne is now someone who committed the dishonorable act of abandoning her vow in order to unlawfully murder an injured man, and now she's going to have to grapple with that as she tries to enter back into the service of the girl she abandoned. Sansa should be furious about this, while Theon expresses suspicion of her. Maybe Podrick can be the innocent glue that pulls everyone together or something. Instead, Brienne is just factory reset to the perfect honorable woman she has been until season 5 episode 10, and Sansa and Theon just welcome her into the fold. Theon just decides he doesn't want to go to Castle Black because he doesn't want Jon to kill him, even though he should know Jon well enough to know that he'll stand by his honor and accept him as a Black brother. I do like the idea that
I don't want to be forgiven.
Which honestly should motivate him more to go to Castle Black and join the Night's Watch, but they don't do anything with that this season. He just becomes an empty vessel that mopes his way back to Pike, which we'll talk about later. For now, once Sansa arrives at Castle Black, Jon is also factory reset to who he was back in Season 5, honorably helping Sansa prepare to take back Winterfell. I like their reunion well enough, and it's great to see that Sansa has finally regained her agency, but it's insane that Jon's resurrection is hardly acknowledged going forward. Jon coming back from the dead should drastically affect his relationship with everyone around him, but it doesn't.
I saw your pecker. What kind of god would have a pecker that small?
Also, I need to point out that the George R.R. Martin philosophy around resurrection is that it always comes with a price. When Lady Catelyn is resurrected in the books, she becomes a heartless revenge zombie. She isn't the same character she was before she died. If only the show had established this. Oh wait! Remember Beric Dondarrion? He's been resurrected multiple times by Thoros, and each time he loses memories of his life and bits of his personality. He's been resurrected so many times he's become a completely different person. The show establishes that resurrection has consequences back in Season 3. I guess if Thoros knew you had to lube the body up before going in for the resurrection, maybe Beric would have turned out fine. Anyway, Littlefinger's back. He gathers up the army of the Vale and somehow marches them all from the Eyrie to Moat Cailin and then leaves them there and goes to Molestown between episodes. Here's where the teleportation problem starts. Early seasons of Game of Thrones made sure that travel took time. The journey from Winterfell to King's Landing went from episode 1 of season 1 to episode 3 with months passing, but here Littlefinger travels from King's Landing to the Vale, assembling its entire army and marching to Moat Cailin, then ditching them to go to Molestown, all within a couple of episodes. Meanwhile, it takes Sam 11 full episodes to go from the Wall to Old Town. A bit farther to travel, I know, but it makes more sense than what Littlefinger did. He meets with Sansa at Molestown to offer the services of the Vale in the attack on Winterfell. Where was he when Stannis was planning to do that? I don't know. Obviously, Sansa's pissed at him for the whole Ramsay incident and refuses. Littlefinger then goes back to Moat Cailin and twiddles his fingers until Sansa invites him to join the Battle of the Bastards 4 episodes later. It's frustrating because Littlefinger used to be the smartest character in the show, and now he literally does not exist in the story until Sansa needs him. He is not a character this season. Jon and Sansa take a page from Littlefinger's book and teleport from the Wall to presumably the Gift to Bear Island and then to Deepwood Motte, all in one episode, recruiting soldiers to join their army. It's cool to explore some of the different cultures of the North as they've been relatively unexplored until now. Lyanna Mormont is definitely a standout. She's basically if Season 2 Bran had Olenna Tyrell's personality.
I remember when you were born, my lady. You were named for my Aunt Lyanna. It was said she was a great beauty. I'm sure you will be too.
I doubt it. My mother wasn't a great beauty or any other kind of beauty. She was a great warrior, though. She died fighting for your brother, Rob. I think we've had enough small talk. Why are you here? As far as I understand, you're a Snow, and Lady Sandra is a Bolton. Who's your Lannister? I've heard conflicting reports.
I did what I had to do to survive, my lady. I am a Stark. I will always be a Stark.
If you say so.
I'm going to kill you and then kill you again.
She's a nice addition to the cast. Now that their army's grown like maybe 3 inches, maybe 4 if we're pushing it, Jon prepares to attack Ramsay. Ramsay is also kind of ruined this season. We get a great scene where he mourns the death of Miranda, showing that he truly loved her, but then immediately after this he becomes a goofy cartoon character. The minute Walda gives birth, he kills his dad and his stepmother and brother for no reason. Roose told him that he's still his firstborn, meaning Ramsay is still going to inherit everything from his father, so there's absolutely no reason to kill Roose, except Harold Karstark joins him as his right-hand man because, well, you know, his dad was kind of decapitated by Robb a few seasons back. But don't worry, he's not a character in this show, so don't bother remembering who he is. Small John Umber also joins up with the Boltons after the Great John dies off screen, turning Rickon and Osha over to Ramsay. Did you forget them? Don't worry, they die pretty soon after this. Honestly, the Small John could make for an interesting character as a man who's embittered by his father's loyalties to the people who ultimately just ruined an entire war, but he's not really developed and is given 0 character traits. So for the villain side of things, we have Ramsay as a goofy Saturday morning villain surrounded by planks of wood going up against a group of characters who just aren't as interesting as they used to be. This is the main reason why I don't care all that much for the Battle of the Bastards. I don't care about these characters. Well, that and there's also some stupid decisions here. Ramsay's plan to build a mountain of bodies and trap the enemy army against that wall isn't too bad, and it fits with his deranged personality. However, everyone, including the writers, seem to just forget how effective 1-1 could be. I think a literal giant could easily break through a line of soldiers with spears. Just kind of like grab the spears, lift it up, and then just rip the person in half. It's not that hard. Instead, he's only used to break down Winterfell's gate and die. Don't get me wrong, it's tragic, but he's the only notable casualty on Jon's side. Anyway, they're saved by the Army of the Vale, who are secretly called by Sansa. Why does Sansa keep this critical element secret from Jon? No reason. Sansa gets pissed at Jon for not consulting her about Ramsay the night before they attack Winterfell. Why not bring this, along with the Army of the Vale, up to Jon, I don't know, when you're making plans at Castle Black? This is a forced conflict that cheapens the suspense of the Battle of Winterfell and needlessly gets a bunch of soldiers killed. But this is the way it is now. Oh, and also this is supposed to jumpstart some like really contrived conflict between Sansa and Jon so Littlefinger can kind of weave his way in there and stoke those flames, I guess. Jon quickly defeats Ramsay because he's too stupid to just aim anywhere but Jon's face, and Sansa feeds him to his dogs. A rather poetic death for this character, I must say. In the aftermath of this battle, Davos manages to retake his body from Dave and finally question Melisandre about Shireen, something that should have happened at the beginning of this season, and we get a solid scene where Davos goes off on the Red Woman. Jon banishes her and makes Sansa Lady of Winterfell. Littlefinger finally reveals his endgame to Sansa.
A picture of me on the Iron Throne. You by my side.
Then why did you marry her off to Ramsay, you freaking moron? We end our time in the North with Lyanna Mormont, Robert Glover, Wyman Manderley, and Lord Serwyn declaring Jon Snow the new king in the North. Okay, so where does that leave us? We got Jon, Melisandre, and Brienne. They were pretty much factory reset during the course of this season. Davos is now Dave Oceanman, so he's effectively assassinated. Ramsay is too because he commits an action that basically goes against all former character motivations that have been established for him, and he becomes a Saturday morning cartoon villain called, let's call him Ram Man Bolt Boy. However, Sansa manages to get out with a few dents, but largely intact. She gets her agency back again, which is nice. And Littlefinger isn't really a character this season, so we'll put him right there. Gosh, this is frustrating. As the stuff in the North was easily the best parts of the last season, and now it's become a massive mess of cluttered storytelling. Oh yeah, Bran is back after being absent for a whole season, so let's see what he's been up to. Not a lot. Presumably the Three-Eyed Raven has been training Bran in the art of greensight, but Bran still seems completely new to all of this. It feels like we didn't have an entire season pass to allow Bran to learn and grow in his abilities. We also get a bunch of vague statements that promise important developments but are never really fulfilled.
I've told you many times, stay too long where you don't belong and you will never return.
He isn't going to stay here forever. And out there, he needs you.
Bran's training involves seeing flashbacks to different points in Westerosi history. However, I have to question the point of these specific visions. Like, what's the point of this flashback? Like, yeah, on a metatextual level, this is to set up the reveal of how Hodor became Hodor, but all Bran learns from this is that Hodor used to be named Willis. How does that help him become the Three-Eyed Raven? Are you seriously expecting me to believe that Bran's caretaker, Old Nan, Hodor's great-grandmother, never told Bran about Hodor's childhood seizure, or that this wasn't common knowledge for the people in Winterfell? So really, Bran should already know about Willis. Okay, well, what about the other visions? We get a flashback to the Tower of Joy. Wait, hold on. How is Bran able to see this? Bran can only experience these visions thanks to the werewoods, but it only allows you to see things that happened around other werewoods, which are found exclusively in the north. The Tower of Joy is in Dorne, literally the furthest away from the north you can get in Westeros. Well, maybe there's something super important that Bran needed to see that legitimizes the Raven hacking werewood mechanics. Well, I guess Bran learns that Howland Reed dishonorably stabbed Gerald Dane in the back, Well, actually, Bran already knew that because Jojen told him 2 seasons ago. Anyway, apparently Bran can also interact with the past to a limited capacity, which only really sets up the Hodor thing again. We get the origin story of the Night King. Apparently he was a normal dude that the Children of the Forest turned into a weapon to kill the humans they were at war with. Now he's an out-of-control weapon that seeks to end all life. Okay, but that doesn't really explain why he displays a unique personality and deploys thought-out tactics even though he's a mindless weapon. I don't know, maybe it's a holdover from him being a human. There's another vision where Bran sees the Night King where it's confirmed that he and his White Walkers can see Bran for some reason. And the Night King can somehow touch Bran even though Bran is in his visions, giving him a mark that allows him to get past the magic shield around the Godswood. That means it's time to flee! But first, the Raven has to quickly upload more visions into Bran's head that must be paramount to Bran's ability to be the next Raven, which apparently is the same flashback to Winterfell from earlier. Bran is somehow able to stay in this vision despite being dragged away by Mira, even though it was established that Bran has to be in contact with the Godswood in order to stay in visions. But now he doesn't. This is to facilitate Hodor's origin story where Bran accidentally wargs into Willis as Mira tells Hodor to hold the door to keep back the White Walkers, inadvertently causing Willis to seize while repeating the phrase until it becomes Hodor. On one hand, it's very tragic that the circumstances of Hodor's death basically come to define his entire life. But on the other hand, it's kind of awful that Bran basically melted Hodor's brain, making him quite literally retarded for basically no reason. Hodor holds the door and delays the White Walkers for like 5 seconds, barely buying enough time for Cold Hands Benjen Stark to show up and save the day. It just kind of leaves a bad taste in my mouth. But yeah, Benjen is still alive. Well, technically he died and the Children of the Forest did the same ritual on him that created the Night King. I don't know why it had a different effect on him. It's not really explained. Also, how did the Raven not tell Bran about Benjen the entire time they were together? You'd think that would be an important bit of information to tell your successor. Anyway, Benjen tells Bran that he's now the new Three-Eyed Raven. What does that mean? It's never explained what the Three-Eyed Raven actually does, why he's so dangerous to the Night King, why he was even north of the Wall in the first place, or even why Bran needed to succeed him. So this new title for Bran means nothing to me. Benjen takes Bran to the Wall and leaves him, saying that the Wall magically prevents the dead from passing it. But doesn't Bran still have the mark? So wouldn't that mean that if Bran goes south of the Wall, not only Benjen, but all of the White Walkers and the Night King could cross the Wall? Unless the mark is like a one and done thing, I don't know. The mark is just kind of forgotten about after the door, so who cares? Bran finishes his Tower of Joy vision that reveals that Jon Snow is the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, making him the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Neat. That's where Bran's story ends this season. Notice how I barely mentioned Mira? That's because she's not a character anymore. We don't get to know how she feels about her brother's death, or anything about what's happening, to be honest. She's just there as Bran's little sidekick. In fact, everyone in this story is just there to prop up Bran without actually being characters themselves. Mira isn't a character, Bingen isn't a character, Hodor isn't a character, the Three-Eyed Raven isn't a character. This is a problem because Bran also ceases to be a character this season. This entire storyline is just a history presentation that builds up characters that aren't even present in this story, or a bunch of vague statements that aren't as important as they sound. Bran literally could have disappeared this season too and just showed up in season 7 and relayed the relevant information that he learned, and nothing would have been lost. And I wouldn't have had to suffer through this slog of a story where a lot of information is told to me, yet I learned nothing important. You know, if I had a nickel for every character in Game of Thrones that disappeared in the last episode of Season 4 and resurfaced in Season 6 yet acts like nothing much happened in the interim, I'd have 2 nickels.
Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, right?
Yeah, so the Hound comes back this season. After being left for dead by Arya, he was nursed back to health by a commune led by Brother Ray, which he then joins. For a character who only appears in one episode, and that episode being in Season 6 no less, Brother Ray is a pretty interesting character. Much like the Hound, Ray had a bloody past where he would kill, steal, and destroy anyone he was commanded to, but eventually he reformed and now serves as a Septon of the Seven. However, he's not as devout as someone like the High Sparrow, as he doesn't really care what god you serve, only that you find peace in your life and practice it. He tries to teach the Hound this extreme form of pacifism, but while he's found a community here, the Hound isn't quite ready to accept it. This pacifism spells doom for the commune, unfortunately. Lim Lemoncloak shows up at the commune and demands food and water, but Ray lies about not having any to send him away. Unfortunately, Lim comes back and kills everyone in the commune except for the Hound, who is out in the woods. This drives the Hound back into a life of violence as he goes off for revenge. This almost works for me, but it falls short. First, this happens all in one episode, and the first interaction we see between Ray and the Hound is portrayed as them meeting for the first time. I find it hard to believe that it took this long for Ray to try to reach out to the Hound, but because this was the way the relationship was portrayed, I don't get the feeling that the Hound had grown close enough to Ray to go out on a revenge quest for him. It feels like we started the beginning of the Hound's relationship and then just kind of jumped to the end where his friend died. If this plot was introduced earlier in the season, or if Ray had been portrayed right off his introduction as a friend of the Hound, Sandor's revenge quest would have felt more justified. Also, we don't get to know who Lim is, so it takes a bit for the audience to know that this guy is a member of the Brotherhood Without Banners. In the books, Lim was one of the most prominent members of the Brotherhood, becoming a key agent of Lady Stoneheart. In the show, he's introduced in this episode, so the weight of his actions aren't felt as much as they could have been. Imagine if this was Angai riding up and killing Ray's commune. We would immediately know that this is the Brotherhood without it needing to be said, and it would be indicative of how far the Brotherhood has fallen since Season 3. Just those little tweaks would have added a nice bit of weight to this small storyline. Anyway, Sandor somehow stumbles upon some of Lim's goons and then Lim himself as he's about to be hanged by Thoros and Beric. Hey, we were just talking about you guys. Beric lets Sandor hang 2 of the 3 criminals and then invites him to join the Brotherhood. He says that the Lord of Light needs Sandor's help to fight the White Walkers. Given the Hound's disdain of fire and religion and the Westerosi sentiment that the White Walkers are just an urban myth, Sandor should laugh in their faces and leave, yet for whatever reason he joins them. Overall, it's nice to see Sandor, Thoros, and Beric again, and this was one of the better parts of the season. Thoros and Beric remained pretty intact just because they were only in like 2 scenes this season, so that wasn't a lot of time to screw their characters up. The Hound gets a few dents, however, just because he agrees to join a cause his character would never logically join at this point in his storyline. Well, I feel like taking a nap, so let's talk about King's Landing. Jaime arrives back home from Dorne where he informs Cersei of Myrcella's death. Why he couldn't have sent a raven ahead, I don't know, but we do get a really good scene where Cersei blames herself for her daughter's death, recognizing herself to be a monster, while Myrcella was pure and innocent, and Jaime pledges to fight to keep Tommen safe. Jaime is really good the first half of this season. All last season he fought to be a good father for Myrcella, so naturally her death would drive him to a place where he would violently fight to protect the last 2 people in his family. He wants to murder the High Sparrow, but Cersei cautions him to take a more strategic approach, which she decides to throw out the window later in season. She too is also fairly solid the first half of this season. She also fights to protect Tommen from those who wish him harm. Right now the threat is the High Sparrow. He's been gaining a lot of influence and power within King's Landing, which poses a threat to her control. She decides to team up with the Tyrells, who are pissed that Marjorie and Loras are still imprisoned by the Faith. Together they plan to march on the Sept and forcibly take the Tyrell twins back. However, Marjorie has been making her own plays as well. She pretends to convert to the Faith of the Seven and converts Tommen as well, which pardons her of her sins. This conversion partners the Faith in the Crown, which I guess gives the High Sparrow more power. None of this really makes any sense. First, as natives of the Reach and King's Landing respectively, both Marjorie and Tommen should already be members of the Faith of the Seven. Plus, the Faith of the Seven is the official religion of King's Landing, so wouldn't that already mean that the Crown and the Faith are implicitly tied together? Also, what does this exactly do for the High Sparrow? The Faith already has the power to arrest the Queen and her brother and hold them both indefinitely. Marjorie finds out that Elena is the Faith's next target, so she tells her grandmother to go back to the Reach, which would definitely reveal that she's faking her faith, yet the Baked Bird does nothing about this. Also, Elena just agrees to abandon her family instead of helping Marjorie with her plan. Speaking of this, I wonder what Marjorie's end goal is with all of this. Too bad we don't get to find out. Kevin goes from hating the Faith of the Seven to being 100% bought in. Tommen is just annoying since he feels like a different character in every scene he's in. I get he's a kid, but he becomes so undefined as a character when in one scene he's ready to throw down with the smoking seagull, and in the next he's too nervous to do anything. He's a mama's boy, then suddenly he's a devotee of the Faith. Make up your mind on who you are, Tommen! Okay, it's time to talk about the High Sparrow. So the most interesting part about the Cannabis Cardinal in Season 5 was that he held greater ambitions than just religious reform, whether it was to punish the rich of King's Landing or to rise to power himself. We get one scene that brings back that intrigue where he tells Jaime that religions are capable of toppling empires. This possibly implicates that he wants to do this with these religious games. Unfortunately, the fated Finch spends most of the season droning on and on and on and on and on about nothing before getting to a point that provides nothing to the story or to his character. He becomes such a boring character this season, because 90% of his dialogue adds nothing to anything. We get to know his backstory, which is literally just, I had money and hoes and then decided, nah, not for me. Like, that's it? Gosh, such a boring character. So the season ends with one of the stupidest things I've ever seen, which takes place in an episode that has a 9.9 on IMDb somehow. So Tommen, under the influence of the whacked-out woodpecker, bans trial by combat, which prevents Cersei from using the mountain to save her once again. Qyburn, who has now recruited some little birds of his own, has discovered one of the Mad King's secret caches of wildfire. Cersei plans to use that cache under the Sept to blow it up the day of her trial. Okay, so there's a lot of problems with this sequence. First, how did it take this long for Loras and Cersei to get to their trial? Cersei was arrested back in episode 7 last season, and Loras was arrested before that in episode 4. It took about a season and a half for these guys to organize a trial in which 4 old dudes sit in a circle and listen to a handful of witnesses. The Wasted Warbler was literally doing nothing else this season, so what took him so long? But yeah, I guess the day finally arrives for the trial. Loras admits to his sins and gives up his inheritance to become a member of the Faith Militant, but Cersei doesn't show up. Why wouldn't you send a couple members of the Faith to collect Cersei before the trial? Why did it take until the trial already started before you sent Lancel off to go get her? Also, the second Cersei doesn't show up for a trial, everybody should have gotten suspicious. Like, this is a woman known for her scheming, and 90% of the people in this room do not trust her, yet they're just gonna patiently wait for her to take her sweet time getting there. Anyway, Lancel goes outside and sees one of Qyburn's little birds running off and follows him. Sorry, but that's stupid. Either Lancel knows this is one of Qyburn's kids who's clearly baiting him, so he should have ignored the kid, gone back inside, told everyone that Cersei's up to something and that they should all leave, or Lancel thinks this is some random kid, so he should have ignored him also and gone on his merry way, collect Cersei and bring her back to the Sept, where she could probably die in an explosion with everyone else. Instead, he follows the kid and gets stabbed. Speaking of stabbings, Pycelle is lured to Qyburn's lab under the pretense that Tommen wants to meet with him there, and gets stabbed by Qyburn's little birds. Why would Pycelle believe that Tommen would want to meet him in Qyburn's lab instead of, I don't know, his own quarters or maybe the throne room? Also, Tommen should be at the trial of the century right now, so why would Pycelle not immediately find this kid suspicious? What would Tommen possibly want to talk to Pycelle about as the trial for his brother-in-law starts? Also, what was the point of this whole shenanigan? Why not let him die with everyone else at the Sept? The only reason I can think of is that he was running late because he was having some quality time with a lady of the night. Anyway, Margaery starts to get suspicious when it takes too long for Lancel to come back with Cersei. She realizes that her mother-in-law is up to something and tells the Ascended Albatross that everyone needs to leave. He shrugs her off, and when Margaery starts telling everyone to get out of there, the members of the Faith Militant block them in, preventing them from leaving. Why would they do this? Loras' trial is over, so no one there is obligated to stay. The only person who's required to be here at this point is Cersei, and she's the only person who isn't there. Because of this pointless action, all these people get blown up by wildfire. Okay, so let's talk about how stupid that is. So King Aerys back in the day had caches of wildfire hidden throughout King's Landing, planning to blow up the city. One of these caches was under the Sept of Baelor. These barrels should have been easily discovered a long time ago. The Faith Militant basically live beneath the Sept, so how did no one discover multiple barrels of lethally volatile substances just chilling beneath the most holy place in the city? But even past that, the actual explosion just destroys so many things. I mean, literally, but also narratively. Margaery obviously had a plan with her that faked her indoctrination into the faith, and she could have tried to use that leverage against Cersei. Kevin's back in King's Landing, and he could finally get some time to shine in his interactions with Cersei. The High Sparrow is still this mysterious figure whose plans are completely unknown to us, and we could have gotten to learn what his end goals actually were. Instead, all of this storytelling potential goes up in smoke. The High Sparrow could have been an interesting Littlefinger-esque character with a religious flavor, but instead he ended up being a long-winded old man who died because of his own incompetence. Now, the outcome of this is also dumb. Cersei just publicly blew up the holiest building in King's Landing, killing the High Septon, the King's Hand, the leader of a major house, a bunch of common folk. Oh, and also the Queen, and she isn't punished for it. I understand why Tommen doesn't do it. Cersei kept him locked in his room so he wouldn't die in the explosion, but then leaves him unattended so he can kill himself. You would think Cersei would personally monitor Tommen to make sure he was okay after she made him watch her blow up the woman he loved and his religious leader. But instead, Cersei is too busy being proud of herself, and so Tommen decides to take a little trip out the window. The season ends with Cersei being crowned queen, which should not have happened. Even if there was no proof, it would be an open secret that Cersei killed all of these people. Olenna says as much after this happened. This should be the beginning of a rebellion. Like I said, Cersei only has 2 real allies in King's Landing, so even the common folk rebellion should easily get rid of her. Instead, this is treated as an epic girl boss moment, with the only person taking any concern being Jaime. Alright, so Jaime was sent to Riverrun after Tommen dismissed him in order to take care of Brynden Tully, who had gathered the remaining 5 Tully guys to take their home back from the Freys. Since the Freys have just defaulted to being incompetent and retarded, Jaime has to step in and help them. Oh hey look, Bronn's back! So the Freys' only plan is to continuously threaten to kill Edmure Tully unless the Blackfish lets them into Riverrun. The Blackfish, however, keeps calling their bluff. Jaime decides to take another approach. It's nice to see him struggle with his duty to his family and his vows to Catelyn in this little story. At first he tries to be a nice, honorable guy in order to solve this conflict without any casualties. He parlays with the Blackfish to try to get him to lay down arms, earnestly trying to honor his duty and his vows. But the Blackfish isn't having any of this, distrusting him due to his reputation as the Kingslayer. Jaime learns that he has to leverage this, weaponizing his reputation to force Edmure into a plan to take Riverrun without bloodshed. However, before that, Brienne arrives at the siege. Sansa had sent her there to convince the Blackfish to join forces in the attack on Winterfell, so Jaime decides to give Brienne one chance to negotiate, promising to let the Tullys march north if they surrender. Unfortunately, the Blackfish doesn't seem interested in helping the last living member of his family. Faith, duty, honor, my butt. This leaves Jaime's ridiculously stupid plan. He's going to send Edmure into River Run and have him command his men to open the gates and surrender. First, what stops Edmure from just not following Jaime's instructions and joining the rebellion? Then Jaime would have just given up his only high-value hostage for no reason. What makes him think that Edmure's men would obey him?
He's my lord, my lord.
And? Anyone with a functioning brain would recognize this as a trap, but apparently the Blackfish is the only person here who can actually think. Jaime's plan works because the Tully soldiers are stupid, not because of any military genius on his end. The Blackfish helps Brienne and Podrick escape before going to die off screen. With that, Jaime returns to King's Landing. Okay, this leaves us with a lot of characters to add to the chart. Cersei's fine until her gambit to blow up the Sept, which does a lot of damage to her character. Jaime, however, remains pretty intact, though his stupid plan does give him a few dents. Qyburn remains intact as a Cersei loyalist, while the Mountain is just muscle, so he's no longer really a character. Pycelle, Margaery, Loras, Mace, Kevin, Lancel, and the High Sparrow are quite literally assassinated, but at least Mace manages to stay consistent with who he has always been. Pycelle and Lancel take a couple dents towards the end of the season due to their own stupidity with the little birds, and Margaery also takes some dents from her conversation with Olenna and from the fact that her storyline was cut too short. Loras, Kevin, and the High Sparrow just aren't really characters this season. And Olenna takes a lot of damage for abandoning her family, but overall she keeps her blunt personality, so she's not quite assassinated yet. Edmure remains pretty intact, but the Blackfish is effectively assassinated for not choosing his family over his own pride and for dying off screen instead of choosing to go with Brienne in order to protect his grandniece. Bronn is a member of a group of characters this season that are reduced down to nothing more than crude jokes and little else.
Magic cook!
So he gets put on the not a character category. I also just realized I forgot to put Podrick down here. I kind of feel bad about that. He does remain pretty intact by the end of the season, but to be fair, it's not really hard to screw up Podrick. Okay, so Dorne isn't a big part of the season, being reduced down to 2 scenes due to the intensely negative reception to the storyline last season. Yet it still somehow manages to be bafflingly retarded. The first scene is at the beginning of the season where Doran and Ellaria are chilling in the water gardens. Doran receives word that Myrcella is dead, even though, as I've already said, he should already know about this. Ellaria immediately kills him while Tian kills Arya with a single stab in the back with a dagger. This guy was built up to be such a badass, and he's immediately downed by this little girl with a single tiny little stab in the back. Somehow Ellaria is able to get away with stabbing the Prince of Dorne in front of his palace guards, who just stand there like this is a normal Tuesday. I know Ellaria says that the citizens of Dorne are getting tired of Doran's inaction, but I seriously doubt that these guys, especially after helping stop a coup attempt, would just stand there for another one to happen right in front of them. But let's say she's right. Ellaria just committed kin and kingslaying in front of a bunch of witnesses. She just committed 2 of the biggest sins in Westeros. And this is in no way punished or even looked down upon. This should completely delegitimize her as a ruler over Dorne. She also sends Spear Girl and Whip Woman to King's Landing, where they somehow sneak aboard Jaime's ship from Dorne and kill Trystane. How are they able to orchestrate this to happen at the same time? How did they manage to get away with this? Why was Trystane just left on the boat by Jaime? As a diplomat of Dorne taking a seat at the small council, wouldn't he be placed in a nice heavily guarded room in the castle? Why does no one care that he died? He's never brought up again. Wouldn't the assassination of a foreign diplomat lead to an investigation and an inquiry to get a replacement? Also, Ellaria's entire motivation is to avenge her family members, so in order to achieve this goal, she murders 2 of her remaining family members. I mean, I hate to say it, but Ellaria's character is assassinated this season. The season ends with Olenna visiting Dorne, where Ellaria proposes an alliance to join Dany when she gets to Westeros. Varys arrives as a representative for Dany right before teleporting back to Dany's boat as she sails to Westeros from Meereen a couple scenes later. When I tell you that I died laughing, I mean I am literally deceased and I am recording this video as a skeleton. How does that work? Varys is just a magician now. But this alliance is valid, as both Dorne and the Reach have good reasons to hate Cersei, so the team up with a real threat from across the Narrow Sea makes sense. Doran leaves about the same impression in 2 scenes this season as about an entire storyline from last season. The Sand Snakes are still not characters, and neither is Ario. Doran is literally assassinated, so who cares about him? Sam comes out marginally better. He spends the season traveling to Old Town, but he reveals to Gilly on the boat ride there that he plans on dropping her off at his old home, Hornhill. Not only does this completely go against his promise to Gilly in Season 4 to never leave her alone again, but this is also just a bad plan. You're going to send your wildling girlfriend and her inbred son to live with your father for a few years, who, may I remind you, sent Sam to the wall in the first place because he was too fat and cowardly to be a proper Tarly. Why would Sam think that his father would accept Gilly into his home? The way Randall has been set up, I wouldn't be surprised if he just decapitated her the minute she walked into his house. Turns out, though, Randall readily accepts Gilly into his home and agrees to raise Sam Jr. into a fine young lad. I mean, he's not kind about it. He's actually kind of a dick. He also banishes Sam from coming back to Hornhill, which I thought was implied by sending your firstborn son to the wall, but, you know, twice the charm or whatever. Regardless, Sam quickly realizes his plan was stupid and leaves, looting his family's stuff and taking Gilly and Sam Jr. with him. This just feels like a pointless side quest. I mean, yeah, Sam gets Heartsbane, a Valyrian steel sword, but its plot relevance is minuscule at best. The season ends with the trio finally arriving at Old Town as Sam prepares for his studies. Gilly remains intact, but I'm so close to saying that Sam was character assassinated due to his stupid plan and his willingness to abandon the woman he loves after explicitly promising her that he never would. However, he ultimately doesn't abandon Gilly, and he's still his lovable self outside of this situation, so I'll put him in a lot of damage category. So Theon decides to leave Sansa and go back to Pike for whatever reason. He doesn't want to go to the wall because he thinks Honorable Jon will kill him, but he's willing to go back home to his father who hates him and his sister he screwed over. Pike isn't in a good spot at this point in the show. They've lost their foothold in the north thanks to the Boltons, and they've been licking their wounds for a whole season. Balon wants to continue his war campaign, while Yara wants to abandon the doomed cause. All this changes when Balon's long-lost brother, Euron, comes back to Pike and pushes him off a bridge. Ah, Euron. One of the most infamous characters in Game of Thrones. His introductory scene actually isn't that bad, but his character quickly devolves into lunacy and dick jokes.
Big cock.
Theon arrives and backs Yara's claim to the Salt Throne at an incredibly underwhelming Kingsmoot scene. Oh hey, there's Aeron! Too bad he isn't in the show for more than a few scenes. At least he got screen time. Unlike Victarion. Anyway, Yara makes a strong argument for her claim, but Euron just shows up and goes, "I'm gonna bone a woman from overseas and steal her dragons!" And everyone clapped.
I clapped when I saw
Big cock.
Because their psychotic uncle is now in charge, Yara and Theon steal the Iron Fleet and set sail for Meereen, where they pledge their loyalty to Dany and give her the Iron Fleet. Theon really isn't a character this season, only serving to prop up Yara, using him to legitimize her as a character, which sucks because Yara is a great character on her own, and it would have been great to follow her in her struggles against Euron without Theon there. Literally remove Theon from this storyline and nothing changes. I'm going to say Theon goes here, but I'm going to say Yara was pretty intact, as was Balon. In solidarity with my fellow book readers, Euron is going here. They took a ruthless pirate wizard and turned him into this. Part of me wants to say we should have gotten Victarion Greyjoy, but honestly, I wouldn't want to see him done this dirty. Speaking of Dany, she spends the first half of Season 6 with the Dothraki. When she meets Khal Moro, she reveals herself to be the former Khaleesi of Drogo. She demands that they bring her back to Meereen, but apparently she's forgotten all about Dothraki culture, as Moro reminds her that Khaleesi widows have to go back to Vast Dothrak to join the Dosh Khaleen. Daario and Jorah, meanwhile, somehow track Dany to Vast Dothrak, where they plan to sneak in and rescue her. I don't know why they have to sneak around. It was established back in Season 1 that Vast Dothrak welcomes merchants from all over the world, so a Westerosi and a Tyroshi walking around wouldn't be that suspicious. Meanwhile, Dany is learning about Dothraki culture, stuff she should already know about considering she was a Khaleesi. She does manage to make a friend, however, though she ceases to be relevant the minute Daario and Jorah find her. Instead of going with them, Dany lets them in on an important plan. She goes before all the Dothraki Khals, who conveniently are all in Dothrak at this moment, and burns the temple of the Dosh Khaleen, killing all of them. You know, if I had a nickel for every instance in Season 6 of Game of Thrones where a girl boss destroys a culturally sacred building while killing a group of important leaders inside, and instead of being rightfully killed by the people she's crowned their leader, I'd have 2 nickels.
Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, right?
Jorah reveals to Dany that he has grayscale and he attempts to banish himself to keep her safe. I mean, he's had grayscale the last 2 times he attempted to stay with Dany, so I don't know what's changed now, but instead of insisting that he stay so she can look for a cure, Dany commands him to go find a cure for himself. She leaves him in the middle of the desert with barely any civilization around for miles to try to do that. Okay, I mean, if you say so. On their way back to Meereen, Dany's dragon sense tingles and she rides off. After an unspecified amount of time, she comes back riding Drogon. How long did she leave her Khalasar twiddling their thumbs? How did she know Drogon was nearby? Since when did Drogon obey Dany? Last time we saw him, he was going all Charizard on her, but now it's like they did the How to Train Your Dragon scene becoming Hiccup and Toothless off screen. Unironically, the notoriously goofy Pokemon anime does the loving baby dragon to disobedient adult dragon that learns to respect its owner arc much better than Game of Thrones, and you can fight me on that. Anyway, with Drogon in tow, Dany makes her super casual return to Meereen where she finds it engaged in war. I guess that means it's time to talk about Tyrion. Let's just let his first scene of the season speak for itself.
It's a good thing you're not a boy anymore. Because you have no cock.
So yeah, Tyrion completes the holy trinity of characters who get reduced to crude humor and stupid one-liners this season.
Say the line, Bart!
I drink and I know things.
He becomes genuinely insufferable in some scenes this season. Tyrion has gone from an immensely complex character who cleverly weaponizes his wit to manipulate any circumstance to his advantage, to a drunk who cannot for the life of himself communicate with the people around him. The scene where he tries to pressure Missandei and Grey Worm into alcohol consumption under the guise of having fun is a little uncomfortable to watch. But this is all just a reflection of how dumbed down Tyrion has become. Even last season, Tyrion was a depressed wreck, but he was still able to wittily get Jorah and himself to Meereen under their unfortunate circumstances. Tyrion's solo plot this season involves his navigation around the Sons of the Harpy, much like Dany in seasons past. While Dany's anger drove the plot in previous season, Tyrion chooses to take a more diplomatic approach. I understand the idea behind this, showing the opposite extreme of Dany's solution to the slave problem and how it's also ineffective, especially since this is yet another outsider trying to change the culture of Slaver's Bay. At least Dany's mistakes are a result of her being a short-tempered and inexperienced young girl, but Tyrion has no excuse for his poor handling of slavers. In Season 5, he was shown to be able to navigate the culture of Slaver's Bay just fine, even if he was just an outsider to their world, but here he acts like he's back in Westeros negotiating with Bronn. Varys, who actually regained some of his brain cells this season, finds out from the whore who'd been working with the Sons in Season 5 that the group is being funded by a collective made up of the Wise Masters of Yunkai, the Good Masters of Astapor, and the Slave City of Volantis. Tyrion decides to invite the leaders of these groups to negotiate terms for peace. Razdel is back from Season 3, and somehow Yezin has risen from a lowly slaver who openly embraced Dany after the fighting pits were reopened to the lead slaver in Astapor. Don't know how that works. The Masters want Dany to sail away from Slaver's Bay and never return. Kinda hard to do that after you burnt her fleet down, you morons. Instead, Tyrion gives them an ultimatum to phase out slavery in 7 years and compensate the slave owners, or else he'll not do anything about it. You know, Tyrion, usually an ultimatum is given with a threat backing it up. You basically wagged your finger and said, "You guys shouldn't be doing slavery, stop it. Anyway, here's some prostitutes." Oh man, that's a really compelling argument you got there, Tyrion. Well, for the time being, it seems to work with peace setting in the streets of Meereen. Tyrion teams up with the Red Priests, who have slowly gained prominence within Meereen, to spread tales that credit Dany for the peace. The Red Priestess named Kinerva agrees to do this, as it seems that the priests have pivoted to Dany being the chosen one for the Lord of Light. Man, this was such a missed opportunity to have Makoro become a major part of the show. Instead, the Red Priests just disappear, even though they really should have gained more prominence. With the Red Priest at Dany's side, especially how you've seen how close Melisandre and Thoros got to Stannis and Robert, respectively. Varys, becoming uncomfortable with the presence of these sorcerers, decides to leave on his diplomatic mission to Dorne. Unfortunately, the peace doesn't last long as the slave masters ignore Tyrion's threat of nothing and attack Meereen. Dany arrives during the assault and Tyrion tries to explain the peace he brought to Meereen even if the fireballs crashing against the pyramids say otherwise. Dany decides she will absolutely obliterate all 3 slave cities, but Tyrion actually decides to be smart for once and reminds her that the plan is something Aerys would do. Instead, they gather the 3 faction leaders so they can all watch Dany's dragons destroy the slavers' fleets while the Dothraki flank their men on foot and kill them all. Grey Worm kills 2 of them but leaves Yezin alive to spread the word of Dany's power. Theon and Yara show up right after this, conveniently offering them up the Iron Fleet, which along with the intact slaver ships provide enough space to transport all of Dany's fighting hosts, in exchange for allowing the Iron Islands to be an independent nation. Then, at the urging of Tyrion, Dany decides to leave Daario and the Second Sons behind to rule Meereen. The reasoning is fine enough. It probably wouldn't look good for someone to take over Westeros with a notoriously ruthless band of sellswords while they're shagging that group's leader. However, I think Dany could take the risk. I mean, it's an open secret that Cersei's into incest and she hires sellswords next season, yet she's still queen. Stannis was a valid contestant for the throne despite hiring sellswords and pirates to fight for him. Plus, Daario isn't really a great choice to be a ruler. He's ruthless and brutal, perfect for a strict law enforcement general, but you need someone with a bit of tact to balance him out. Dany should have honestly left Missandei behind, as she's proven to be good when it comes to politics. Plus, she understands the culture of Slaver's Bay. And I guess Grey Worm can stay too since they're in love or whatever. With Daario alone, Meereen is absolutely going to collapse, but hey, foresight is not something I've come to expect from Drunkle Ty. That's his new name now. For whatever reason, Dany is impressed by Drunkle Ty's job at governing in her place, so she appoints him the Hand of the Queen. Dany, girl, you're setting yourself up for failure. The season ends with Dany and her hosts sailing for Westeros, setting up the final war for the Iron Throne. Yeah, Meereen was pretty bad this season. Dany actually manages to be okay despite basically defaulting to a classic girl boss. Her motivations and characterization is still mostly consistent with who she has been previously, though her treatment of Jorah and her Dothraki amnesia put a couple dents in her character. Jorah also receives a couple dents this season due to his inconsistent treatment of his grayscale affliction. However, Daario manages to remain intact, as do Grey Worm and Missandei, even if I'm not really that interested in them as characters. Tyrion is absolutely destroyed this season, yet Varys somehow manages to improve. We see him in action as a spy master and how his processes differ from Littlefinger. He offers Vala a better, safer life with her son instead of threatening her, and his little birds back in King's Landing talk about how Varys would give them candy and treat them kindly. This does a good job at building up Varys' character, so he's the only character I would actually say improved this season. Finally, Arya's story kicks off with the waif engaging in one of my favorite pastimes: beating blind homeless children with a stick. Arya is plagued day after day by the waif, who plays a more violent version of the game of Faces with Arya. Eventually, Jaqen arrives and tempts her with safety and comfort in order to get her to say her name, but Arya refuses and is invited back to the House of Black and White. What makes Jaqen think that Arya isn't lying to him? It's not like he's threatening her. He's just like, I'll let you sleep in a bed tonight if you say your name's Arya. No. Aight, cool, you get to sleep in a bed tonight. This doesn't seem like a foolproof system to me. After Arya rejoins the Faceless Men, she keeps sparring with the waif, who clearly doesn't like Arya for some reason. We see throughout the season that the waif harbors a deep hatred towards Arya, something that wasn't really present last season. Was this because she's jealous of Jaqen's favoritism towards her? Does she hate the Starks? Maybe just rich people in general? I don't know, because the show never elaborates on it, making the character incredibly vague and bland. Once Arya basically becomes Daredevil, Jaqen gives back her eyesight along with one last opportunity to prove she's become no one. She's tasked with killing an actress named Lady Crane. The Bloody Hand stage play is the best part of Arya's story this season. Not only does this finally expand on the culture of Braavos outside the Iron Bank, but it also allows Arya to experience some catharsis. Lady Crane plays Cersei in The Bloody Hand, and she's the exact opposite of the Queen. She's a kind old woman who strives to better herself with her craft, desperately wanting to improve the show to make it a great piece of art. Unfortunately, the lead actor, played fantastically by Richard E. Grant, is content with fart jokes and farcical melodrama. Arya gives Lady Crane some advice on her performance and actually develops some sympathy towards Cersei as a result of her new betrayal. She also deduces that the supporting actress is the one who requested Lady Crane's death, which doesn't sit well with her, so Arya stops Lady Crane from drinking her poisoned rum and warns her of the uppity upstager. Unfortunately, the waif witnesses this. Naturally, Arya, after disobeying yet another hit, tries to stay under the radar, secretly securing passage out of Braavos before the Faceless Men can move against her. Or she walks around in the open, flaunting her cash and loudly announcing that she's Arya Stark, trying to book passage to Westeros. At least she rearms herself with Needle. The waif jumps Arya and stabs her multiple times in the stomach, with Arya barely managing to get away and jump into the sewage-filled river. Well, it sucks that's the way Arya dies in the show, but I guess it's one less storyline to follow. Are you freaking kidding me? She survived that? Khal freaking Drogo dies of an infected cut on his shoulder. Arya freaking Hota died this season from a single little dagger in the back, but Arya, a tiny girl, is able to survive multiple stabs to the gut in a swim through sewage. She somehow manages to make it back to Lady Crane, who tends to her wounds and gives her milk of the poppy in order to help her sleep. She wakes up an undisclosed time later, just in time for the waif to kill Lady Crane and come after Arya. Really convenient that the waif didn't find Arya 10 minutes earlier, or Arya would be dead. This leads to an incredibly stupid chase scene where Arya is able to easily outpace the waif despite her multiple stab wounds, and for whatever reason, the waif doesn't utilize disguises. You know, the thing that the Faceless Men are known for. Arya leads the waif into a trap and goes Daredevil mode on her. Later, Jaqen finds the waif's face in the Hall of Faces, where Arya confronts him. He congratulates her for completing her training, saying she's officially no one. And Arya's like, "Lord, no, I'm Arya Stark." Then she just leaves and Jaqen lets her. Ah, so the Faceless Men are full of crap. The way this ended makes this entire 2-season arc feel pointless. I know I said that this show was setting up Arya to be a shrewd assassins a few seasons back, but this Braavos arc starts to push Arya in a direction for her to find peace in her life and become an assassin in the service of others. Instead, she goes through all of this and rejects peace and embraces vengeance, totally losing herself to darkness. Don't get me wrong, that is an interesting direction to take the character in, but it's frustrating that she was heading in this direction at the end of Season 4, then started to course correct for 2 seasons before doubling down. Season 5 punishes her for choosing vengeance, but then this season's like, yeah, but that was the right choice to make anyways. Kind of completely contradicting the message of the previous season there. Arya now commits to the darkness, sinking even lower than she had before. Her final scene really doubles down on this. Arya resurfaces at the Twins at the end of the season, where Walder Frey continues to celebrate his victory of the Tullys at Riverrun. Unfortunately, his sons Black Walder and Lame Lothar are nowhere to be found. Arya, disguised as Walder's new daughter-wife, reveals that she killed his 2 sons and baked them into a pie. She then reveals herself to Walder and slits his throat, reveling in the kill. Yikes. Look, killing Lothar, Black Walder, and Walder in retaliation for dishonorably killing your mother, your brother, his pregnant wife, and countless other soldiers at a wedding is one thing. Baking 2 of them into a pie and feeding them to their father is incredibly dark. Let's not even mention the implication of Arya wearing that little girl's face. You can only make faces out of corpses, so that means Arya killed this girl in order to kill Walder. Some people like to compare Arya at this point to the Punisher, but even Frank avoided killing innocent civilians, not to mention little girls. Arya is officially evil now, if not precariously walking that line. And with that, the waif's lack of substance behind her motivations make her not a character this season, and so does Jaqen's vague stoicism. I was originally going to put Arya in a lot of damage, but her assassination of Walder's daughter-wife officially kills her character for me, as this was never treated as Arya's fall from grace, but another girl boss moment. Also, how is no one going to mention Meryn Trant's murder from last season? The Kingsguard serving as the head bodyguard of the Master of Coin is mysteriously murdered at a brothel, and no one looks into it. This in no way strains tensions between Braavos and King's Landing. Cersei isn't panicking that one of her few loyal allies has been murdered under mysterious circumstances. Really? Yeah, so Season 6 is bad. Definitively bad. When I first watched the show a few years back, I fell for the hype and thought that Season 6 was a return to form after Season 5. But now this is easily worse. Some characters have important developments happen to them only for the show to ignore them if not outright contradict them, and those are the lucky ones. There's some characters that cease to exist or are outright assassinated, as you can see. I'm gonna erase the characters that either die this season or never come back to the show. Now, we still have a giant chunk of characters that are still intact, but most of them are side characters or supporting characters that didn't get a lot of screen time this past season, so this doesn't really bode well for the rest of the show. Oh boy! It's time to talk about Season 7. Now, while it does have some defenders, the general opinion toward the season has soured, especially since the fallout of Season 8. I've never been a huge fan of the season, but this time around, man did I hate it. The show has completely caught up to the books at this point, so I can't even rely on that to stymie talking about the actual content of the season. Although I will say it is a mercy that Season 7 is only 7 episodes long and most of the plotlines have been folded into about 3 main storylines. I guess I'll start with one of the less complicated ones to stave off this brain aneurysm I'm about to have. But first, since I'm going to be complaining a lot about this season, I'd like to make this a compliment sandwich. I haven't talked much beyond the writing and the character work, so I'd like to praise the production, design, cinematography, and the effects work of this season. The show as a whole has always been pretty consistently good in these departments, but this season is visually striking, which may just be because the writing is so lacking. Still, the costumes are top-notch, the shot composition is beautiful, and the sets are rich with character work. The acting is also excellent. Each actor naturally slips into their role and works wonders with it, even if their character is garbage. Well, there's the first slice of bread. Let's get to the lunch meat. Sam spends most of the season separated from everyone else as he trains to be a maester in Old Town under the Archmaester Ebros. He gets stuck in a cycle of menial labor, getting increasingly impatient with his situation. He really wants access to the restricted area of the library to read up on the Night King, but Ebros forbids him from entering. Sam does it anyway and steals the books on the White Walkers. With Gilly, he reads through them and discovers that there's a lot of dragon glass on Dragonstone. Wait, didn't Stannis already tell you this a couple seasons ago? I guess Sam just forgot until it was time to tell Jon about it so he can meet Dany on Dragonstone. Oh, also, Sam finds a picture of the dagger that was used in the assassination attempt against Bran in Season 1. Foreshadowing. He also helps Ebros treat Jorah, who has somehow made it from Vastoth Rak all the way to Old Town between seasons with his advancing grayscale. Ebros determines that Jorah is untreatable and will surely die. However, Sam, who has been reading some text from another Archmaester, asks if he can try one of the treatments from the book. Ebros says no, but Sam, the rebellious scamp he is, does it anyway. The treatment, it turns out, is to cut off the infected bits of skin. By the way, the edit here is perfect, but now I don't want to eat today. This ends up curing Jorah, which allows him to go back to Dany, leaving Sam to get in trouble with Ebros. Ebros does praise Sam for saving Jorah's life, but he punishes him by making him transcribe a bunch of text that the maesters were just too lazy to do themselves. Later, Sam walks in on a meeting between the headmaesters of the Citadel as they discuss a letter from Winterfell warning of the coming of the Night King. They're skeptical of it, and when Sam tries to stand up for Bran's credibility, they dismiss him. Ebros, who has usually been sympathetic to Sam's concern about the Night King, says this.
This message is part of a ploy by the Dragon Queen.
What? How? Why would Dany even know about the Night King to lie about him? Why would this be a valid war strategy? Why would you think Dany did this? Seeing as how this takes place after the Battle of the Golden Road, Dany clearly isn't interested in trickery to win this war. Also, why do you care? Maesters are concerned with service and healing. They don't care about rulers. Get out of here. The Maester's dismissal of the White Walker threat pisses Sam off, and he rants to Gilly while she reads about Rhaegar's secret marriage to Lyanna Stark after annulling his marriage to Elia Martell. That is quite a retcon there. Luckily, the Maesters were too lazy to read through this until now. Imagine if they'd read this earlier. This would put the crown in a very shaky position, as Robert's rebellion would not have been then started over Rhaegar's alleged forced entry and murder of Lyanna, but Robert's violation of a sacred marriage pact. I mean, yes, everyone hated the Mad King already, but it would have easily made Robert a less valid king. Wait, why was this document here in the first place? This was a secret marriage, so why would the Septon send documents to the Citadel unless he died and his replacement sent them, in which case, why didn't they read over the documents of the previous Septon before sending them? How did no one find out about this? They were sitting right there. I mean, it doesn't matter because Sam isn't paying attention, except yes he was because he tells Bran. Anyway, Sam does what he always does when an authority figure pisses him off. Steals their property and runs away. Man, if I had a wait, I've already done that joke twice now. This was the least offensive part of Season 7. It's always nice to see Jorah hang out with people who knew his father, but there's still a good bit of dumb here. You know what has a lot of dumb?
A finger in the bum.
Well, yes, that, but also Winterfell. In the aftermath of the Battle of the Bastards, Jon rules over the North. He decides to forgive the Umbers and the Karstarks who submit to him as king, but he is publicly chided by Sansa, who wants to kick these literal children out of their homes because their fathers were bad people. I get she's frustrated that Jon is seemingly making decisions on the fly without consulting her after they agreed to trust each other, but publicly chastising the king, whom you claim to support, in front of his allies, some of whom hold a shaky alliance at best, and openly advocating for the dislocation of your allies could severely compromise the loyalties of your army. I mean, Robert Glover refused to send his men to help in the Battle of the Bastards. Are you going to punish him too? That's probably what he's thinking. Jon also declares that not just the men, but the women and the children too will be trained to fight, so the chances of beating the White Walkers will be better. He later receives a letter from Drunkle Tithe saying that Dany has arrived at Dragonstone and wants an audience with him. Sansa, despite acknowledging that Tithe treated her well, suspects that the invitation is a trap. Based on her past with the Lannisters, yeah, okay, that makes sense. What do you think, Dave? Ty killed your son at the Blackwater. Surely you've got thoughts.
Sounds like a charmer. Fire kills whites, you told me. What breathes fire?
Alright, I forgot, you're not Davos anymore. When Jon receives Sam's letter about Dragonstone's dragonglass, it motivates him to accept Ty's invitation. Instead of doing the sensible thing and sending an emissary just in case it is a trap, Jon decides to go himself, much to everyone's chagrin. Sansa calls him out for it yet again, which enables the other lords to do the same. Look, despite not sending an emissary for this diplomatic mission, Jon's logic for accepting this invitation is sound. Dany has dragons and dragonglass. She would be a valuable ally against the Whites. Personally, I would have sent Sansa and Littlefinger to Dragonstone, since Littlefinger has proven to be adept at manipulating highborn folks into profitable alliances, and Sansa, who has allegedly proven herself to be competent politically, can keep him in check. Regardless, Jon leaves Sansa in charge as regent. He takes Dave with him because I guess he's just Jon's right-hand man now. Sansa apparently runs Winterfell pretty well, even knowing more about making armor than actual armorers. Littlefinger imparts this advice to her.
Fight every battle, everywhere, always. In your mind, everyone is your enemy, everyone is your friend. Every possible series of events is happening all at once. Live that way, and nothing will surprise you. Everything that happens will be something that you've seen before.
Yeah, that's funny considering how the season ends. But before we get to that, Bran arrives in Winterfell. Now that he's absorbed all these memories, he's basically become a robot. Sansa is very emotional over seeing him, telling him that he's the rightful heir to Winterfell, but Bran says he's actually the three-eyed raven.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, me neither, Sansa. Me neither. Bran also adds that Sansa looked beautiful the night of her wedding to Ramsay. Yikes. Come on, dude. You know, it's really hard to like him right now, Bran. Mira later comes to Bran and tells him that she has to go back home to be with her family when the White Walkers attack, and Bran's like, cool, thanks. Mira finally gets to be a character and berates him for forgetting the sacrifices that Hodor, Summer, and her own brother made. Bran's like, I'm the three-eyed raven. You keep saying that. What are you, like a Pokemon? I just realized that's the second time I made a freaking Pokemon reference in a Game of Thrones video. Mira mourns that Bran died in the cave and leaves, and so Greywater Watch and the Reeds cease to be relevant for the rest of the show. Shortly after this, Arya arrives in Winterfell. After killing Walder Frey, Arya pretends to be him in order to kill the rest of the Freys that participated in the Red Wedding. She goes out of her way to spare the serving girls, which makes her implicated murder of the one from last season a lot worse. Later, she stumbles upon Ed Sheeran testing out some new music with some Lannister soldiers. Now, despite the most awkward musician cameo of the show, I appreciated that this scene forced Arya to interact with a group of enemy soldiers who are genuinely good people following orders so they can go back home to their families. It provides Arya a new perspective in her vengeance-fueled quest. After this, she heads for King's Landing to cross the last name off of her list, Cersei. That is until she bumps into Hot Pie, who tells her that Jon has become the king in the north, and then suddenly the entire direction of her character gets tossed out the window. Arya heads for Winterfell, and with that, any interest I had in Arya's development is pretty much gone. Oh, she reunites with Nymeria too, but that scene is so freaking inconsequential I forgot to put it in the script. Sansa and Arya have a very warm reunion, but then suddenly Arya becomes an instigator, antagonizing Sansa into several pointless and frankly stupid arguments. Meanwhile, Littlefinger, for whatever reason, gives Bran the dagger from Season 1, and Bran decides to quote Season 3 to him.
Chaos is a ladder.
Instead of doing the strategically smart thing, either subtly killing Bran in a way that doesn't incriminate himself, or going back to the Vale to grow his power and influence there while Jon Royce is in Winterfell, Littlefinger decides to fuel the Stark sister drama because heaven forbid anyone have a good relationship with Sansa. The rest of the season mainly consists of the two girls bickering as they learn more and more about each other, while Littlefinger stokes the flames. Oh, and Bran gives Arya the dagger because he got an early screener for Season 8 and he knows that she will need it. For whatever reason, Sansa decides to confide her frustrations in Littlefinger, which is either incredibly suspicious or incredibly stupid. Either way, it's bad writing. He tells her to turn to Brienne for protection, even though he saw earlier that Arya could easily beat the Lady Knight, somehow, in a duel. Plus, why would you want to rely on someone who isn't fully in your control? Anyway, Sansa decides to send Brienne to King's Landing for a big meeting, which we'll get to soon. But once again, this shows Littlefinger that Sansa is acting stupidly or suspiciously. There are a few other instances like this where Sansa and Arya make choices that seem to be far too stupid or suspicious, making both them and Littlefinger as a whole seem dumb. For context, Season 7's climax for Winterfell's story is that Littlefinger thinks he's successfully convinced Sansa that Arya plans to kill her and replace her as Lady of Winterfell, but then Sansa pulls the rug out from under him at Arya's fake trial, revealing that Littlefinger is actually being charged for his crimes in the show.
I'm a bit confused.
So does that mean the sibling rivalry was a setup to fool Littlefinger? First off, why? This gained you nothing, as most of your evidence comes from the stuff Bran saw and from what Sansa personally witnessed. Second, why does this argument happen then? You two are in Arya's private quarters, and this isn't like Littlefinger's brothels in King's Landing. He's not watching you through a peephole. Just talk like normal people. On the other hand, the sibling rivalry could have been real until Bran told them off screen about Littlefinger. That also wouldn't make sense though. Why was Arya acting like a psycho, going so far as to threaten to kill her sister? Why then, in their argument over their roles in Ned's death, would they not address what actually happened? Sansa never mentioned that she was essentially forced at sword point to write the letter that called Ned a traitor, and Arya never mentions that she did try to save Ned's life, but Yoren stopped her. Either these arguments were fake, or they were real. Either way, they make no sense. Also, the charges they bring against him are kind of dumb too. They charge him with Lysa Arryn's death. Okay, valid. Sansa actually witnessed this, but didn't she also testify to the opposite? Specifically to Jon Royce, who is in this room? Would that not call Sansa's credibility into question for him? Now, I get it, maybe she didn't have a chance to actually reveal the truth to anyone, except yes, she did after she escaped Winterfell. Why didn't she just send a raven to the Vale after getting up to the wall at the beginning of Season 6? She was on this revenge kick and really hated Littlefinger for marrying her off to Ramsay and abandoning her. She could have sent a raven to the Eyrie and gotten Littlefinger detained or even executed. The army of the Vale could have still saved the day at the Battle of the Bastards, and it probably would have made more sense for them to be a back pocket trump card, as they wouldn't be readily waiting for Sansa's command at Moat Cailin. Plus, it would have been a much less frustrating way for Littlefinger to be bested. He's also charged with betraying Ned, which really isn't a crime, especially since Ned was attempting to usurp the throne from the believed to be rightful king. The final charge is for helping Lysa murder Jon Arryn and orchestrate the conflict between the Starks and the Lannisters, which kicked off the whole show. I mean, there's no solid evidence of this, and the only witness is a crippled kid who said he saw it in a vision. Most of these people are still struggling with the idea of the White Walkers, but they readily accept Bran's vision thing. I mean, my personal theory is that no one there really liked Littlefinger, so they just kind of went along with this and just stood by while Arya executes him. Well, actually, there's one more scene in Winterfell. Sam arrives and visits Bran. Bran also tells him that he's the Three-Eyed Raven.
Oh. I don't know what that means.
Yep, me too, Sam. We're on the same page on that. Bran randomly tells him that Jon is actually the bastard of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. Why are you telling Sam? You've been holding on to this information since the end of the last season, and you've told no one? Not Mira, not Ed, not Sansa, not Arya. You didn't even accidentally let it slip to Littlefinger? No, Sam is the guy you need to tell. Well, this is so Sam can actually Bran and tell him about Rhaegar's secret marriage, which apparently Bran didn't know about, even though he's freaking omniscient. Still, I guess this haphazardly sets up Jon to be a contender for the Iron Throne in Season 8. So the main plot of Season 7 is the beginning of the final war for the Iron Throne, which kicks off with Dany and her army arriving at Dragonstone, which Stannis for whatever reason left completely unmanned, allowing them to just stroll in through the front doors and stake their claim. Once their allies arrive, Drunkle Ty lays out his battle plan. The Iron Fleet will escort Ellaria back to Dorne while Olenna goes back to the Reach. In a coordinated attack, the three armies will surround King's Landing and lay siege to it, while the Unsullied march on Casterly Rock and conquer the Lannister family home. Meanwhile, Cersei gathers all of her bannermen to secure their loyalty, so basically it's just Randall Tarley and some other extras. Jaime appeals to Randall's racism to make sure he abandons the Tyrells, who he's pledged to. Euron then arrives in King's Landing, having abandoned the idea of marrying Dany in favor of marrying Cersei. Cersei rejects his proposal, so Euron pledges to bring Cersei a gift so she will change her mind. His intended gift is revealed when he ambushes the Iron Fleet on their way to Dorne. Somehow he either knew where they're going or just stumbled upon them and threw together an attack plan. Either way, this seems like an unlikely encounter. Regardless, Euron's forces are somehow able to overpower the infamous Iron Fleet. After being left with basically no ships last season, Euron has somehow been able to build enough ships to do this. I'll give the show the benefit of the doubt and say that we also see the Unsullied using ships at Casterly Rock, so maybe with the ships divided up, Euron's attack is more feasible. He also kills Spear Girl and Whip Woman, displaying their bodies on the ship they leave behind, which is incredibly gruesome and I kind of like it. I wish we got this more ruthless version of Euron rather than this guy.
A finger in the bum. Not now. We'll talk later.
Anyway, his men capture the rest of the relevant Dornish characters while he captures Yara, daring Theon to attack him. Theon does the sensible thing and abandons ship. This scene in isolation is actually kind of good. The show has tried to convince us that Theon is back to his old Ironborn self for like the past 5 episodes or so, and here we see a season's worth of torture-infused fear boil back up to the surface as Yara realizes her brother is going to fail her once again. Euron takes his prisoners with him, leaving Theon in the sea. He later gets rescued by, I guess, the only ship in the Ironborn fleet to have made it out unscathed. Euron then takes his prisoners back to King's Landing, where Cersei promises to marry him if he wins this war for her. We then get a rare great scene in this season where Cersei executes her vengeance against Ellaria. She gives Tien the same kiss of death that Ellaria gave Myrcella, and she leaves Ellaria to watch as her daughter dies from the poison, planning to keep her alive in the cell long enough to see Tien's body rot. That is some proper evil, and I expect no less from a Cersei with no living children. Oh, and also Qyburn introduces Cersei to a new weapon called a Scorpion, which is essentially just a giant crossbow that should be a viable counter to Dany's dragons. Way to destroy an important artifact to prove a point, Cersei. Meanwhile, the Unsullied raid Casterly Rock as Drunkle Ty narrates his plan.
They know we're coming.
Yes. Cersei believes my sole purpose in life is to destroy House Lannister. She will be ready.
Wait, then why are you doing this? If Cersei knows you're coming to Casterly Rock, how about you change your plans, you retard? Instead, you let the Unsullied go ahead with this attack where Grey Worm easily overthrows the forces at Casterly Rock, while Jaime leads the bulk of the Lannister forces to the Reach, leaving the Unsullied's fleet to be ambushed by Euron. At the Reach, Jaime experiences an easy victory. Despite the army of the Reach being formidable enough to secure victory over Stannis in Season 2, Olenna just calls her army a bunch of weaklings when Jaime arrives to execute her. I really like that Jaime chooses to mercifully give Olenna a poison that doesn't bring any pain to the person who consumes it. Olenna drinks it and decides to reveal that it was her who poisoned Joffrey.
It was me, Barry. I jerked you off at super speed so it'd seem like you nutted at just a woman's touch!
Honestly, I found that part to be hilarious, though I do really like that Jamie restrains himself from pulling his sword on her. It does indicate that he's trying to be a better person. Later, Jamie gathers all the Reach's gold and sends it ahead, apparently without anyone guarding it, to King's Landing, where Cersei uses it to pay back the Crown's debt to the Iron Bank. Cersei then immediately requests a loan after this. Then why pay back the debt if you're just going to take out another loan? Tycho, for whatever reason, gambles on this, even though he has financially supported Stannis in the past because the Lannisters are so unreliable with their money. Meanwhile, Dany gets rightfully pissed at Drunkle Ty for his retarded plan, so she resolves to personally lead an attack on the Lannister forces, which probably isn't any smarter. But I guess the plot needs to move forward somehow. She ambushes Jaime's forces on the Golden Road as they approach King's Landing. She leads the Dothraki, who have somehow traveled from Dragonstone to the mainland, even though most, if not all, of Dany's ships have been destroyed at this point. They, paired with Drogon, are able to easily overwhelm the Lannister soldiers. However, Bronn is able to make his way to the Scorpion that they were transporting and puncture Drogon's hide. But Drogon returns the favor and destroys the Scorpion. Instead of momentarily retreating, or maybe fighting on as Drogon seems resolute to continue the fight, Dany decides to just land Drogon and dismount in the middle of an active battlefield to pull the arrow out. Why are you doing that? Do you want to die? Jaime seizes this opportunity and recklessly charges at her, which is similar to how he acted at the Battle of Whispering Woods, so I guess it's in character for him. Drogon intervenes, but Bronn is conveniently there to tackle Jaime into the water. So Jaime definitely died here, right? Wearing armor alone should have condemned him to a watery grave. But I guess Bronn just has the insane upper body strength to drag Jaime while he's still wearing his armor out of the water. So when they surface, how are they not immediately captured? It's not like Dany assumed Jaime died and left. She's still nearby burning POWs. Somebody should have spotted him, or at the very least someone should be scouting for him. Not only would it be a good war strategy to capture the general of an opposing army, but wouldn't Drunkle Ty want to make sure his brother was alive? He's one of the only family members that Ty actually loves. Oh yeah, Ty is here. Why did Dany bring her political advisor and strategizer to an active war zone? I don't know. Personally, I would say that pointlessly puts your political advisor in harm's way. Anyway, Dany brings all the survivors of the battle, besides Jaime and Bronn, because plot, and offers them the choice between submitting to her or burning alive. Well, that's very Aerys Targaryen of her. Tyrion slips into Ty's body real quick to remind her that there's always the option to send them to the wall, but Dany ignores him. You do realize mercy will make you a good queen, right, Dany? You don't want to end up like your father, right, Dany? I guess not. She calls forward Randall Tarly, somehow recognizing him as a lord despite having no physical signifier of his status. He refuses to bend the knee for her because, well, you know, racism, and she sentences him to die. A recast Dickon, we'll call him Big Dickon, goes, "Oh wait, I want to die too." I do like this little moment where Randall non-verbally tells Big Dickon not to throw his life away, but Big Dickon goes forward with this for no reason. Naturally, a character who is admitted to being incredibly new to combat and doesn't feel comfortable with it more likely would submit, especially if it's at the bidding of his father. That honestly could have made for some interesting interactions with Jon, or even a reunion with Sam where they both have to process their father's legacy. Plus, Big Dickon could have actually gone through a character arc where he's forced to become a great military leader, but instead Dany decides to reduce him to ash. While all this is happening, Jon has been on Dragonstone. Prior to his arrival, Melisandre had come to Dany to tell her about the whole Lord of Light Chosen One thing, misleading Dany into thinking that she was the Chosen One. Why didn't she find out about this from the Red Priests at Meereen, who actually believe she is? Melisandre still believes that Jon is, so she wants Dany to reach out to him, as she thinks that Dany has an important role to play in the coming war against the Night King. Ty agrees to this, as he thinks Jon would make for a good ally against Cersei. When Jon arrives, Melisandre decides to discreetly leave, but Varys finds her and warns her never to return. I know this dude doesn't like magic, but why is he being so openly aggressive with her in particular? Regardless, Melisandre ignores his warning, cryptically saying that both her and him are supposed to die in Westeros. Can't wait for that satisfying payoff. Jon's arrival is a pretty warm one from Ty, and he and Dave get to see dragons for the first time. However, when he goes before Dany to ask for her help against the Night King, she is such a petulant child. I get you seek to rule Westeros and don't want a king in the north, but he clearly doesn't care about that and is concerned about something else. A smart queen would have deduced this quickly and sought to meet his needs to meet her own. Instead, she buckles down on making him kneel until Varys interrupts their meeting. Drunkle Ty manages to convince Dany to let Jon mine Dragonglass so they can secure another ally against Cersei. Later, Jon shows Dany some cave paintings made by the Children of the Forest that depict them teaming up with humans to fight the White Walkers. Not sure how, but this convinces Dany that the White Walkers are an actual threat. Also, Jon awkwardly grabs Dany's arm to guide her where she should point the torch. This is incredibly impractical, but they have to physically touch somehow so they can fall in love as they're told by their respective advisors.
I've noticed you staring at a good heart.
There's no time for that.
Also, Dave Oceanman has become fascinated with Missandei for some reason.
Speaking of good hearts, Missandei of North.
After Olenna is killed and Yara and Ilaria are captured, Dany flies off to attack Jaime on the Golden Road. While she's gone, Theon arrives wanting Dany to help free his sister. Instead, he is hostilely greeted by Jon, who only spares him because of what he did to help Sansa. He then loses any urgency to save his sister, choosing to hang out until the end of the season, where he wins back the respect of the Ironborn by getting into a fight with their captain. He wins the fight thanks to a crotch joke. Even though only his peen was chopped off. Presumably he still has balls, right? Anyway, when Dany returns, Drogon bum rushes Jon for no reason before recreating How to Train Your Dragon with him to tease his parentage. Jorah shows up just then and reunites with Dany. All of the Dragonstone people gather for Drunkle Ty to propose a plan where a group goes north of the Wall to capture a White to show to Cersei in order to convince her to join a ceasefire and help defeat the Night King. Don't even get me started on how stupid this plan is. You're going to send a small group of people to somehow extract one ice zombie guy from an entire army that, as far as you know, moves in a singular mass in order to convince your notoriously selfish sister to stop trying to kill you so you can fight an army of zombies. You are leaving a lot to chance here. You could spend your valuable time reinforcing the defenses of the North so that you can easily defend it from both Cersei and the Night King. Maybe if you're lucky, the two will wipe each other out. I don't know, just spitballing here. Anyway, the first step in Ty's plan is to have Dave Oceanman smuggle him into King's Landing for a meeting with Jaime.
Last time I was here, I killed my father with a crossbow.
Last time I was here, you killed my son with wildfire.
Somehow Ty is able to get a message to Bronn to bring Jaime to the crypt so they can talk. He gets Jaime to agree to get Cersei to agree to host a meeting with Dany in the future. Because the script just needs to give Dave something to do, it conjures Gendry into existence and gives Dave the ability to just randomly find him. Now, why does the script force this contrived situation into the story? Well, you see, Gendry actually did a lot of track in high school and became the Flash, and his speed will be vital for this important mission. With Ty, they return to Dragonstone and send their extraction team north. The team is led by Jon, who, as has been consistently shown throughout the show, has always put himself in harm's way for the sake of others, and consists of Jorah and Gendry. Dave also decides to tag along because what else is he gonna do? The group is greeted at Eastwatch by Tormund, whom Jon assigned as leader here at the beginning of the season, even though he had no authority to do so and didn't even run this decision by Ed. Tormund informs Jon that he has a few prisoners who want to go north of the Wall as well. This turns out to be the Brotherhood without banners. We only got a couple scenes with these guys before this, but there was a really good scene where they stumble across the farmer's house from season 4 and the group discuss faith. It's great to delve a little deeper into these characters. Then Sandor and Thoros bury the farmer and his daughter. By the time they get to Eastwatch, the Brotherhood has somehow dwindled down to just the 3 musketeers. And then after an exchange of quips, the group decides to team up and go beyond the Wall. Well, all of them except for Dave. There's a lot of good interactions on this expedition, from Thoros and Jorah reminiscing on the raid of Pike to Jon and Jorah reflecting on Gior's legacy. Oh, and there's also Thoros and Beric kind of just shrugging off Gendry's legitimate complaints about them selling him off to a woman who effectively did some Chris Hansen stuff on him. This doesn't really reflect well on you two. Yikes. Their forces are dwindled when they're jumped by a White Walker bear, 'cause sure, why not, and Thoros is severely injured when he saves Sandor's life from the beast. It would have made more sense for Beric to be the one throwing his life away here since he's basically immortal right now, but sure. The group coincidentally stumbles upon a small group of Whites who are, scouting? Why would the Night King be sending out scouting parties? There's no need for a horde of zombies to be splitting up, especially considering that this guy is supposed to be a living weapon, not a military strategist. Anyway, John and company set a trap for this group and jumped them. They managed to kill the walker, causing all but one white to die along with him. They determined that if you kill a walker, you kill everyone he's turned. Very convenient that there was only one white there who wasn't turned by this guy, but you know, plot's gotta happen somehow. They bagged the zombie boy, but not before he lets out a scream that summons the full force of the army of the dead. John calls upon the power of Gendry's legs and sends him to the wall to send a raven to Dragonstone. The rest of the group gathered together on a rock in the middle of the frozen lake while the army of the dead gather around it as they cannot go into the water. The editing here is kind of confusing as it's not clear how long the group is camped out here. The way it's portrayed, it seems like Gendry somehow spin-dashed all the way to the wall, got Dave to send a letter to Dragonstone, and Dany traveled all the way to where Jon is north of the wall overnight. However, if this took a logical amount of time, then far more than just Thoros would have died from anything from hypothermia to starvation. Regardless, Sandor accidentally and quite unnecessarily misses a rock throw, revealing that the lake is frozen over enough for the army of the dead to safely walk on. The army attacks and a bunch of red shirts die. Wait, hold on, Sandor should keep using that hammer to smash up the lake and keep the army of the dead at bay. Well, I guess it just didn't occur to them. Tormund nearly dies. Hey, wait, how are those guys jumping out of the water? I thought whites couldn't swim. In that case, Jon, Tormund, and Ed should have died at Hardhome. And this standoff should have never happened, as they should have just immediately charged these guys. Well, it doesn't matter, as Dany ex machinas herself into this situation right at the moment the important characters are about to die. She burns the incoming undead forces before landing Drogon on the rock. Jon holds off the enemy long enough for his comrades to climb on the dragon. Wait, Jon, where are you going? He just runs away from Drogon to keep fighting the undead when he could have easily climbed on by now and escaped. He does this long enough for the Night King to grab an icicle spear and pierce Victarion's heart. Yeah, Jon pretty much got Victarion killed. He gets tackled into the water, forcing Dany to leave him behind. This time around, the whites die in the water, allowing Jon to surface. The army of the dead are shuffling off now, so Jon can discreetly sneak away. Or he can make a commotion as he gets up and runs, causing the whites to turn and attack him yet again. Fortunately, this time Benjen ex machinas himself into the scene. He reveals himself to Jon, and before Jon can get any questions answered, Benjen's just like, "Get on the horse. I can't fit on it for some reason. No time for questions. Ta-ta!" And so Jon is carried off while Benjen dies for no reason. Benjen could have easily gotten on the horse and rode off with Jon, but he has to die because the riders don't know what to do with him. Jon manages to make it back to the wall, where Dany puts him on a boat back to Dragonstone with Dave, Sandor, Jorah, Gendry, and their little zombie friend. So basically we're in a similar position we would have been in if Jon had just gotten on Drogon, except Victarion might have been alive and not an undead weapon for the Night King, and Benjen would have been alive and maybe play a role in the upcoming battle against the Night King. Other than that, Jon's stupid decision really serves no important bearing on how the story plays out. Jon and Dany make bedroom eyes at each other, and Jon metaphorically bends the knee to Dany, starting his McQueen arc. What makes him turn his allegiance over to Dany? I don't know, she's hot, I guess. This storyline wraps up with a big dumb meeting. Jon, Ty, Sandor, Theon, Varys, Dave, and Missandei meet Grey Worm and the Unsullied at King's Landing. Oh yeah, the Unsullied just go missing after they're ambushed at Casterly Rock and no one knows what happened to them, but suddenly they just show up here and no one addresses it. The group is greeted by Bronn, who has already collected Brienne and Podrick, who have just arrived from Winterfell. Bronn takes them to the old dragon pit before taking Pod off somewhere to get a drink. This is the most blatantly thin way for the writers to get Bronn out of a scene. Allegedly, Lena Headey and Jeremy Flynn had a messy relationship and both had clauses in their contract that they couldn't shoot scenes together. However, this particular solution to that problem is incredibly retarded. Bronn is a commanding lord, one of the last on Cersei's side, and he's just allowed to not be at an incredibly important parlay meeting. And he's allowed to take an enemy soldier with him? Well, once Jeremy has left the set, Cersei is allowed to enter. Dany then arrives late on Drogon to flex her dragon strength. This is a substantial moment as we are witnessing many characters reunite after multiple seasons or share a screen together for the first time, and it's all for this big dumb meeting where only a handful of them get anything substantial to say. Most of Sandor's character development for the past 2, maybe even 4 seasons go out the window the second he sees his zombie brother. They square off for a few seconds, which means that the Mountain, I guess, still has some memories of his past life. He's kind of just been a mindless muscle machine so far, so I guess that he gets some sort of character character besides a zombie strongman. Also gotta love how no one is stepping in to break this up, considering this is a parlay meeting. Finally, the meeting is able to start.
Theon!
I have your sister.
Oh, come on, Euron. Though I do like that Euron doesn't care about any of this and is just there to torment Theon. Top 3 Euron moments for sure. I mean, there's not a lot of good ones, but this is definitely one of them. Finally, the meeting is able to start. Ty and Jon lay out that the Night King is marching south, planning to end all life on Westeros, and then they show Cersei their evidence. After showing off the White's capabilities and its weaknesses, Euron nopes out of there, although this is a ruse so that he can go east and collect the Golden Company. Cersei considers the plan, but she will only agree to it if Jon agrees to stay neutral in her and Dany's conflict after the fact. Jon refuses because...
I cannot serve 2 queens.
That's not what she asked of you, dude. She asked you to just stay out of it. That's what the North wants anyways, but heaven forbid someone attack my queen. Drunkle Ty has to go speak with Cersei personally to salvage this situation. Cersei blames Ty for the deaths of Tommen and Myrcella, saying that the murder of Tywin allowed for their deaths to happen. And Ty tells her he regrets his behavior. He offers himself up to be executed, and for whatever reason Cersei doesn't take him up on it. I guess this is meant to show she still loves him, but she's been fine with manipulating a trial to get him sentenced to death and with putting a bounty on his head. She should have no remorse about killing him. Anyway, after Ty deduces that Cersei's pregnant, we just cut back to him returning to the Dragon Pit with Cersei, and she agrees to the ceasefire, pledging to send her armies north to help fight the Night King. However, she reveals to Jaime in private that this was all a ruse to allow her to keep the Iron Throne, planning to let the warring factions fight to the death and kill the surviving army. Jaime confronts her on this, obviously, saying that they made an oath, but she shrugs him off. This isn't too bad of a moment, as this is Jaime finally breaking free from Cersei's control to pursue his family's honor, and Cersei cementing herself as the monster she's been built up to be this season. Jaime tries to leave, but Cersei threatens him with execution. Seeing as how she wasn't able to execute Ty, this moment loses any tension it could have had. Obviously, Jaime calls her bluff and heads to Winterfell to fight the dead as winter arrives in King's Landing. This storyline ends with Dany and Jon doing the deed as they sail to Winterfell. Ah, the ancient Targaryen tradition of incest. Meanwhile, at Eastwatch, the Night King arrives and uses Victarion to destroy the wall and comes south. So I guess this does mean that Bran coming south of the wall enabled the Night King to invade. Thanks, Bran. You brought about the apocalypse. So where does this leave the character board? Well, Thoros dies, but we do get a good scene with him at the farmer's house. However, both he and Beric receive a lot of damage for portraying themselves as noble, yet they shrug off what they put Gendry through. Qyburn isn't really relevant this season. He plays Cersei's cue for the scorpion scene, and he shows interest in the White, which is in line with his obsession with necromancy. However, he takes no initiative with this and just goes along with whatever Cersei wants. For now, I'll move him to not a character, but there's still a little bit of him left. Edmure isn't even in this season, so I guess we'll skip him. Podrick just kinda gets his butt whooped by Brienne as he trains with her, but doesn't get much to do past that, so I'll move him to not a character as well. Though he does get this atrocious line.
Catelyn Stark would be proud. You kept your vow.
No, she didn't. She had nothing to do with Sansa or Arya reuniting.
I did next to nothing.
Gilly is still Gilly. Since Shireen helped her learn to read a few seasons ago, she helps Sam with his Maester studies and becomes seemingly fascinated with history. She supports Sam in his decision-making and raises Sam Jr. She is still very much intact. Yara doesn't get much to do. She wants to immediately attack King's Landing at the beginning of the season, and she lesbians it up with Ilaria until their ship is jumped. After Euron captures her, she disappears from the season, so I guess she's still intact, as what little we see of her seems to line up with who she's been. Grey Worm gets to have intimate relations with Missandei and solidifies their relationship, but he pretty much is a non-entity outside of this, so to be consistent with what I did with Qyburn, I'll say he's not a character. We get more screen time with Missandei, however, where she does some girl talk with Dany and advises her on her war council. She also gets a handful of scenes where she's either teaching others about her culture or learning Westerosi culture. She remains intact. Varys is a little messy, as he becomes needlessly petty and hostile with Melisandre, even though in earlier seasons he would have played along with people he didn't like for the sake of diplomacy. However, he keeps his allegiance to the realm when Dany confronts him about his shifting loyalties. She makes him promise to confront her whenever she makes decisions that don't benefit the realm. He expresses doubts in her after she burns Randall and Big Dick onto Ty in honestly a really good scene where the two old friends just get to hang out and discuss things. He advises Ty that his practicality needs to counteract Danny's ruthlessness. I think, however, he definitely should have brought his concerns directly to Danny. I'll say he receives a few dents, but overall still okay. Sansa is just dumb. She's promoted as this badass leader girl boss who's incredibly intelligent, but she gets into pointless fights, directly counteracts her advisor's counsel, and is rewarded for it. She is this season's first assassination. Sandor makes it out okay. He gets to reflect on his journey at the farmer's cabin, but he's still his gruff, vulgar old self. There's also an indication he may be coming around on the Lord of Light. However, a lot of this goes away when he sees the mountain at the end of the season. It's not egregious. Not yet, at least. Jaime is one of my favorite parts of the season. He wrestles with his allegiance to Cersei and his family, but as people start to point out the obvious to him, he finally has to abandon her and break off his abusive relationship. However, like last season, his military victories come from incompetent enemies and less his own abilities, which continues to weigh down his character. Dany says she wants to be different from her father, but then she ignores her counsel, becomes petulant with people approaching her in good faith, and burns Big Dick on for no reason. It's clear they want to do the Mad Queen Dany arc, but right now it doesn't feel earned, as she doesn't really try to be a good queen once she's in Westeros. It feels like Weiss and Benioff derailed her character to get her to their desired ending. Ergo, I'd say she's pretty much assassinated at this point. Jorah is still a Dany simp, and the minute he's cured of grayscale, he goes back to her side. He's willing to go on Ty's stupid mission for her, so I'd say that he's pretty much back to being intact. Littlefinger, on the other hand, is just flat out assassinated both on the writing level and quite literally in the show, as he loses brain cells and becomes blitheringly incompetent so that he dies at the end of the season. Mira gets one scene to be a character, and it's her last scene in the show, but she's still mostly Bran's taxi service, so she stays where she's at. Bingen is still not a character, and he dies for no reason. Bran is full RoboCop without any of the interesting inner conflict. His complete social ineptness is something, I guess, but he's pretty much nothing but a plank of wood. If they explored the importance of the three-eyed raven, maybe he could have been interesting. The Mountain gets a little something in his standoff with his brother, but he's still mostly not a character. Bronn is still making dick jokes.
Break on. Dick on.
And he's just the default military guy when Nikolaj Coster-Waldau isn't available to be on set. It sucks he's just a nothing character now. Tormund has now been reduced to being the wildling guy who's obsessed with Brienne.
I want to make babies with her. Think of them. Great big monsters.
He also throws his former king under the bus for no reason.
Mance Rayder was a brave man, proud man. King beyond the wall, never bent the knee. How many of his people died for his pride?
Pride? Fuck my pride.
Dick. Cock. Dick. I like it.
The Sand Snakes aren't characters and they die, so they don't even matter anymore. Theon gets two moments to shine, the standoff with Euron on the boat and beating up the Ironborn guy at the end of the season. Outside of that, he just kinda stands around and has a little agency on his own, so he's still not a character. Jon is relatively consistent with his honorable little self, but when he goes McQueen mode at the end of the season for no reason, his character is kind of ruined. Plus, he tends to make bafflingly incompetent decisions, but to be nice for now, I'll just put him in a lot of damage. Melisandre's pretty much a non-entity. She sets Jon and Dany up on a blind date and pieces out. Not a character. Brienne does almost nothing of substance. She tries to appeal to Jaime at the big dumb meeting, showing that the existence of the White Walkers has shaken her belief in honor and loyalty, that the greater good comes before that. But outside of that, she's just around, not a character. Cersei goes to the natural conclusion of becoming a monster now that all of her kids are dead. When she becomes pregnant, she obviously becomes a little more cutthroat and ruthless to ensure that this child stays safe. However, she had no reason not to kill Tyrion right then and there. Overall, though, I would promote her for this season to a little damage and not a lot of damage. Olenna is in like 2 scenes, but she's mostly pretty good, besides throwing her army under the bus. Sam redeems himself a little, but he mostly serves as the lore learner for the sake of late-game world building. However, he's such a lovable guy that he's easy to watch. Though I can't help but think that echoing his father's sentiment about the Citadel is backtracking on his character a little.
I'm tired of reading about the achievements of better men.
Your nose, buried in books. Spending your life reading about the achievements of better men.
Still, I'll bump him up to a little damage. Dave, Euron, Ty, and Arya stay in the assassinated category. Dave is unrecognizable as Davos at this point. He doesn't have any feelings on talking to Tyrion, the guy who killed his only son. Euron gets a couple decent villainous moments, but he's still an awful Saturday morning cartoon character. Ty gets a couple of sparse moments where his personality and wisdom from the first 4 seasons get to shine, but he's mostly an incompetent buffoon.
Who's an idiot?
Arya abandons her vengeance quest for basically no reason and then behaves like a psychopath towards her sister unprovoked. So I rearranged the board and erased the characters who died this season or just don't come back to the show, and honestly, looking at it, it doesn't look as bad as I thought it would be. We only have a handful of characters who have been assassinated and only one that really has taken a hit to his character. But the main concern right now is that most of the main cast just don't exist as characters with their personal character traits intact. And most of the intact characters are mainly side characters or just weren't in the season. Don't worry though, Season 8, it gets a whole lot worse. Season 7 is just an absolute travesty. This could have been a monumental season of television, but because most of the characters are forced into certain directions to guarantee they end up where the writers want them to end up for the final season, the story becomes a bungled mess, and multiple characters become unrecognizable from who they were seasons ago. Oh right, this was supposed to be a compliment sandwich, so I need to end this with a compliment. I mean, if you want more in-depth coverage on how bad this season is, I'd highly recommend Glidus's Piss Take series. He also did videos on Season 6, and they're also great. I used them for reference to make sure I knew what I was talking about because he's far more knowledgeable about this series than I am. I'll put the link in the description down below and try to remember to put an iCard up here for you. I know that wasn't actually about Season 7 itself, but that was the best I could do.
Well, that was totally what Season 7 was all about, wasn't it?
Exactly.
Character development?
Lob it all
Story!
in.
We're finally at the infamous Season 8. If you ask most people, this is what killed Game of Thrones. It's universally hated by just about everyone. Go on YouTube and you can find anyone from the previously mentioned Glimbus to Mauler to Sean Chandler to Cosmonaut Variety Hour, and even Moist Critical has made an in-depth commentary video on why this season is bad. And because of this, and because this video is long enough as is, I'm going to try to make this as brief as I can. The final season of Game of Thrones splits its 6 episodes in half to finish off the 2 major storylines of the show. The first half of the season deals with the fight against the Night King, while the second half wraps up the war for the Iron Throne. I don't like this. Putting aside the fact that both of these conflicts really need full seasons of their own to flesh out their respective stories, I hate how this is structured. One of the many big points of both the books and the show is how humans get too consumed squabbling amongst themselves while something that could end them all looms over them. That point sort of goes out the door when the Night King is killed first and the petty squabbling just kinda goes on uninterrupted like nothing ever happened. Though I will concede that humans do have the tendency to do that, I guess. Anyway, Season 8 starts with most of the characters gathering at Winterfell and hanging out as they prepare for the Night King to arrive. The Northerners are understandably wary of Dany and pissed off at Jon for basically selling them out for some hot incest. Jon makes some introductions between Dany and Sansa, who are just like immediately hostile with each other for no reason, but Bran's like, "We got no time for this, the Night King's coming, come on, we gotta go, we got 6 episodes this season, no time to waste, let's go." As they make battle preparations and try to navigate the tricky political situation Jon put everyone in, there are a lot of reunions going on. Jon and Arya compare sword sizes, which would have been a sweet moment if Arya wasn't basically a psycho mass murderer at this point. Sansa and Drunkle Ty see each other for the first time since the Purple Wedding, which in light of her relationships with Ramsay and Littlefinger could have been a good moment of reflection, but instead it's yet another moment the show takes to chastise Ty for being an alcoholic moron, as Sansa rightfully calls him out for trusting his sister to just send her army up north and support them. Arya meets Gendry at the Forge for the first time since he got sold off to Melisandre in Season 3. Instead of reflecting much on their past, Arya gets down to brass tacks and requests a super special weapon. She continues to pester him about this weapon, and when he expresses concern for her, she just shows off that she's basically perfect with every weapon, so I don't get the point of this particular weapon to fight the White Walkers. I know she's become a good assassin or whatever, but they're really overselling how good she is with these weapons. She only trained at most a handful of times with archery before, and who taught her how to throw knives? Like, I'd buy if she was great with a sword or maybe a bow staff, but she's acting like she's in an Assassin's Creed game. Right before this, she bumps into the Hound for the first time since Season 4, and I love Sandor's side of this interaction. You can just tell he's emotional over seeing Arya again. Jorah and Sam reunite after about a season where Sam is introduced to Dany for the first time. Once Dany finds out Sam's last name, she reveals that she executed both his father and little brother, causing Sam to become overwhelmed with grief. In isolation, this is a great scene, however, it's marred by the fact that there's no way Sam left the Citadel after his family died and made it all the way to Winterfell without hearing about this once. It's at this time Bran decides to tell Jon about his parentage, even though he was pretty adamant about telling Jon as soon as possible at the very end of last season. And Sam goes to tell Jon, advocating for him to take the Iron Throne. Once again, this is some good stuff for Sam. Jaime arrives and is put on trial for Cersei being Cersei and lying to everyone. Ty and Brienne stand up for him and he's pardoned. He then goes on a mini reunion tour where he goes to apologize to Bran and talks to Ty and Brienne. The show is doing a good job of showing how Jaime is striving to be a better man. We get a couple more arrivals. Theon shows up in Winterfell interrupting a catfight between Dany and Sansa. He just got done rescuing Yara from Euron and was sent north to relay that Yara is going to reclaim the Iron Islands and hold it as a safe haven for Dany just in case the fight against the dead is lost. I mean, she has Dragonstone already, but sure, why not? He also has a really sweet reunion with Sansa. Beric and Tormund, who somehow survived this, also show up. They bring Ed with them, who they bumped into at Last Hearth, where the Umbers were completely eradicated by the Whites. Yeah, instead of helping their evacuation, Jon was too busy riding dragons and smashing Dany by a waterfall. This trio's arrival brings news that the dead will be upon them soon. With a timetable set, they immediately begin war planning. Don't know why they haven't started devising a plan yet, but, you know, now's better than never. Bran proposes himself to be bait, finally providing some sort of explanation about the Three-Eyed Raven and the Night King. Apparently the Three-Eyed Raven is a walking history book and the Night King doesn't like that, so his first step is to kill Bran. Sure, why not? Their entire plan becomes hiding Bran in the Godswood with Theon guarding him in order to lure out the Night King, while everyone else distracts the army of the dead. Okay, sure, that could work, but you have to make a plan that limits the amount of people who die as much as possible, lay out multiple layers of traps to stymie the dead's progress, keep hand-to-hand combat limited, and fortify the walls of Winterfell with, like, obsidian spikes to make it harder for the Whites to climb. Yeah, that's not what they do. But before that, we get more character conversations. Ty, Jaime, Brienne, Pod, Dave, and Tormund chill by a fire, and we get Tormund's origin story.
Giant's milk.
And there's also a sweet scene where Jaime knights Brienne, and it's the only thing Brienne gets for like the last 3 seasons of the show. There's also another decent interaction between the Hound and Arya where Sandor realizes how much Arya has changed. Beric shows up, Arya gets bored and leaves to get some of that Baratheon schlong. Sam interrupts the only interaction we get to see between the only 2 living Mormonts and gives Jorah Heartsbane, which pretty much never comes into play after this. Come on, give us more Lyanna and Jorah. That is a meaningful interaction you can build upon. Missandei experiences racism and Grey Worm tells her that they'll go live in Noth after the war is over. Not really sure Dany will let her sworn commander and her trusted translator just leave, but sure, okay. Jon meets with Dany and just drops the fact that he's her nephew before she can say anything. The dead arrive. Here we are, the climactic battle against the big threat the entire show's been building up towards. How does it go down? Not great. Melisandre randomly shows up, riding from the north somehow, and lights the Dothraki weapons on fire. They charge in as the cavalry, and there's this really neat shot where they all pretty much just die. Why did you just sacrifice basically the entirety of the Dothraki here? There's no reasonable strategic purpose for this. You basically just gave the Night King more soldiers, for no reason. Dany is upset her people are dead and decides to ignore the plan to stay behind and guard Bran. Jon decides that sounds good, and follows after her. After doing a couple of strafing runs at the zombies, Jon decides to target the White Walkers in the rear, but suddenly a gust of wind stops him. On the ground, the troops are becoming overwhelmed by the Whites, so they retreat while the Unsullied cover them. Ed saves Sam's life in the retreat, but is killed himself. Once most people have retreated, Grey Worm decides to screw over his brothers in arms, and Dave attempts to signal Dany to light the trench. Unfortunately, she can't see him because, she left. This leaves Melisandre to come out and fulfill her ultimate purpose in the war against the Night, touching wood and getting it hot. Arya gives Sansa a dagger and sends her to the crypts with the other women and children, and Varys, and Drunkle Ty.
I don't know how to use it.
I mean, it's a dagger. It's not that hard to figure out how to use one effectively.
She's the smartest person I've ever met.
Bran forgives Theon in one of the only good scenes in this battle, as Theon is officially welcomed back into the Stark family after everything he's done and been through. Bran then decides to finally lure the Night King to him by working into his ravens. Way to let all these people die while you just hang out, Bran. The Night King tells the Whites to pile on to the burning trench to form a safe bridge to cross. Season 3 would like to have a word about this plan. Also, this shot is perhaps the funniest thing in the show.
Guess I'll die.
The zombies do the classic zombie thing, make a pile to climb up the walls of Winterfell. During the attack, Beric berates the Hound for hiding from the fire, but he changes his mind when he sees Arya fighting with her special weapon that she immediately loses. This season loves its setups, but hates anything resembling a payoff. If this was less clunky, this could have been a great turning point for Sandor, as his love for Arya motivates him to overcome his childhood fears that have defined his life and fight to save others. Arya plays a stealth minigame in the library and manages to escape the Whites, except not really. She's saved by Sandor and Beric, the latter of which fulfills his purpose to the Lord of Light by dying so Arya can run down a hallway. All of his lives have been built up to him standing in a doorway so a psychopath mass murderer can make it to the end of a hallway. If I had a nickel. He manages to make it to the end of the hallway while injured, so I don't even know if this is necessary. Beric dies and Melisandre shows up in a room full of dead people to tell Arya, hey, actually you're supposed to kill the Night King. And so Arya leaves Sandor by himself to do just that. Lyanna Mormont dies killing an undead giant, so that's cool, I guess. Meanwhile, Jon finds the Night King and starts a dragon fight. Undead Viserion manages to injure Rhaegal, but Drogon manages to knock the Night King off his steed. Rhaegal drops Jon off and leaves to find a better show to be a part of. Dany finds out that Dragonfire can't kill the Night King, so Jon pursues him on foot. The Night King starts to raise the dead and, wait, Jon, why'd you stop? He's right there, keep going! Instead, Jon just stops and watches the Night King do his little magic trick. Ooh, this could be interesting. Ed and Lyanna are being raised from the dead. This could provide some interesting character stuff for Sam, Jon, Jorah, and some of the other characters. Oh wait, we never see them as Whites again. The cool thing about zombies is that they force characters to face the people they love while those people actively try to kill them. It provides a nice little internal struggle for characters, yet this show seems to be allergic to that type of thing. The Night King also raises the corpses in the crypt, which immediately start attacking the people there. See, this is what happens when you put vulnerable people in a crypt when you're fighting against a guy who can raise the dead. Although they probably didn't consider the fact that apparently skeletons are able to break through solid stone. Sansa and Ty have this weird non-verbal exchange. I don't really know exactly what the two of them are thinking, but the acting's good, I guess. Dany saves Jon from the newly raised Whites, and once again she stupidly lands Drogon in the middle of an active war zone. Drogon has had enough of this stupid strategy and ditches Dany while Jon gets cornered by an undead Viserion. Jorah steps in and fights to the death to protect his queen. You know what? Not a bad way for him to go out. Meanwhile, the Night King arrives at the courtyard, killing all of Bran's protectors. Why are they all armed with bows? Why does no one here have a Valyrian steel sword? Wasn't the plan to lure the Night King here and kill him? How exactly do you plan to do that with bows and arrows? Theon decides he wants the best death of the season and does the final solo charge on the Night King as a redeemed man. With his foes defeated, the Night King slowly walks towards Bran and slowly starts to draw his sword. Don't worry, Bran, you're gonna die here any minute now. Any minute. No, wait, here comes Arya. She does her little trick from last season and kills the Night King. This was so freaking underwhelming. Out of everyone in this cast, Arya Stark gets to kill the Night King. Let me just run through maybe 10 characters off the top of my head that could have made this death more satisfying. 1, obviously, Jon. He's the one who's been actively fighting the Night King for the longest out of anybody in the show. The Night King's death at Jon's hands would have made him the hero of humanity and would have easily slid us into the Dany jealousy arc. Number 2, Dany. She could get justice for Viserion, and if the Northerners ignored her for Jon, that could believably send her spiraling into her Mad Queen arc. 3, Sam. Cowardly Sam the Slayer, who killed the first White Walker in thousands of years, kills the last Walker ever and proves his dead father wrong by becoming the hero of humanity. 4, Jaime. He finally finds his big act of redemption by slaying another king and saving millions. 5, Theon. He finds redemption by defending the home he once betrayed. 6, Ed, because Night's Watch. 7, Tormund. The Night King kicked him out of his home and killed countless members of his people. I would be pissed at him too. 8, Alice Karstark. I'm pulling out some of the deep cuts. She could make up for the betrayal of 2 generations of her family in killing the Night King. 9, Melisandre or Beric. It would have been a much more fulfilling way for either of them to accomplish their role in the Lord of Light's plan. 10, Bran him frickin' self. The three-eyed raven twisting fate around and killing the machine trying to kill him. Plus, it would have made it more believable when he becomes the freaking king of the 6 kingdoms at the end of the show. Literally, Jeor Mormont could have come back as a white and killed the Night King, and it would have been more fulfilling than Arya Stark, the psychopath serial killer who didn't know about this guy's existence until like a couple episodes ago. Plus, this doesn't change any of her character dynamics after the fact. In the aftermath of the battle, Melisandre kills herself because the script has no more use for her. Dany empowers one of the few people who could challenge her for the Iron Throne by making him the Lord of Storm's End, even though no one there actually knows if there's one already. Dany gets jealous over Jon's popularity, Jaime and Brienne smash, and Sansa and Sandor get to share a scene together for the first time this season. Why have they not interacted yet? What the heck? Still, it's a good scene that shows just how far scared little bird Sansa has come since season 2. Gendry finds Arya and proposes to her, but she rejects him.
I'm not a lady.
Well, he's not much of a lord, so you two would be perfect for each other. But nah, Arya's gotta be strong, independent lady woman. Jon is now super awkward around Dany since they know their family. Dany asks Jon not to tell his siblings about that, but Jon flips a coin and decides to pick loyalty and duty this time around and tells them, but swears them to secrecy. Sansa tells Ty anyways. Dany decides it's time to take out Cersei. Ty plans another siege to starve out King's Landing and turn the commoners against her. I mean, if blowing up their holy place and killing multiple innocents in the process doesn't do it, I don't know what will. Sansa thinks that they should take some time to let their soldiers heal, which honestly kinda makes sense.
The longer I leave my enemies alone, the stronger they become.
Wait, but didn't Varys just say...
Thankfully, she is losing allies by the day.
So which is it? Later, I have a fever dream where Bronn manages to make it into Winterfell and find Ty and Jaime threatening to kill them. Ty haphazardly decides to promise him Highgarden in exchange for not killing them, and Bronn leaves. Man, if only Littlefinger knew that all he needed to do to become a major lord is threaten to kill the King's Hand with the crossbow. Wow, what a weird scene. Anyway, people start to leave Winterfell. Tormund decides to take the free folk back north of the Wall. Sandor regresses on his character arc and decides to go back to King's Landing and kill his brother. Arya isn't actually a character anymore and has no direction in this story, so she's like, yeah, I guess I'll try to kill Cersei again, and joins him. Jon takes his armies on foot to King's Landing while Dany rides some boats to Dragonstone. On their way to Dragonstone, Ty tells Varys about Jon's secret parentage, and Varys starts thinking about backing Jon as the rightful ruler of Westeros. Ty proposes a marriage alliance, but Varys is like, nah, Dany's too strong. I mean, sure, I guess, but that's the best solution you have right now. Dany wants to rule, and Jon doesn't, but he can serve with her as king to strengthen her rule, and maybe in the process temper her anger. Dany kind of forgets that Euron exists and has omniscience on the seas. He somehow manages to shoot Rhaegal not once, not twice, but 3 times with an upgraded scorpion from frickin' far away. Dany charges and Euron decides to start missing every shot now, but it spooks Dany enough for her to retreat. Euron turns the scorpions on the ships, causing Ty, Varys, and Grey Worm to be knocked overboard. Euron, for whatever reason, decides to take Missandei captive because he read the wiki and discovered that Dany really likes her. Cersei has piled all the civilians of King's Landing into the Red Keep in an attempt to dissuade Dany from a full frontal assault. This doesn't stop Dany and Grey Worm from wanting to do it anyway. Varys and Ty manage to convince them to parley with Cersei one last time to give her a chance to give up. In private, Varys finally decides enough is enough and tells Ty he's going to get rid of Dany. I get they're friends and all, but Varys should really not be making this scheme known to someone he knows is a Dany loyalist. Back in Winterfell, Jaime finds out about Euron's ambush and that Cersei's death is pretty imminent. For whatever reason, this causes him to abandon Brienne and his own character arc to go back to her. He seems to be motivated by the realization that he's a terrible person because Cersei is. Didn't you abandon her because she was a terrible person and you didn't want to be one?
I would have murdered every man, woman, and child in Riverrun for Cersei.
No, you aren't. You actively tried to make sure no one died at Riverrun to abide by your oath to Catelyn, so you're just wrong. Brienne, you were there, you know this. Oh wait, Brienne isn't a character, I forgot. She just watches him leave and cries. They've officially ruined Jaime, one of the last good characters in this show. Parlay time. Dany's army meets Cersei right outside the walls of King's Landing. You know, if the writers remembered this was Cersei, she would have just immediately killed everyone there with her new and improved scorpions, but no, once again she has a chance to kill Ty and just doesn't do it for some reason. She doesn't have any problem with killing Missandei though. This sends Dany and Grey Worm over the edge. Meanwhile, Varys moves forward with killing Dany. He greets Jon at Dragonstone and immediately starts nonchalantly talking about treason out in the open in front of a bunch of Dany loyalists. Well, there you go. Varys is ruined too. Ty is one of these loyalists and snitches to Dany, who burns Varys alive and blames Sansa for it, for some reason. She tries to make out with Jon, but he's still not into incest.
Alright then. Let it be fair.
Wait, so she becomes a monster because she can't get laid? She resolves to sack King's Landing and kill everyone there, but Ty once again proposes that he can convince Cersei to surrender.
If the city surrenders, they will ring the bells and raise the gates. Please, if you hear them ringing the bells, call off the attack.
So Ty's just making stuff up now.
I've never known bells to mean surrender.
Dany yet again agrees to this, and tells him that Jaime was caught trying to get into King's Landing.
The next time you fail me will be the last time you fail me.
How many times are you going to say this and not kill them? This is like the 15th time he said he could reach Cersei and has failed. Ty has Dave Oceanman arrange for a ship to smuggle Jaime and Cersei to Pentos and tells Jaime to convince Cersei to surrender so that the common folk are spared. He should know at this point that Cersei would never surrender. So he's basically just condemning his brother to death by letting him go. Meanwhile, Arya and Sandor manage to easily get into King's Landing without being detained, because they're special. The next day, Dany attacks the Iron Fleet. Unlike last time, Dany plans to beat them by trying harder, I guess. She single-handedly destroys the Iron Fleet and all the Scorpions on King's Landing. Gotta love how these tools basically served no purpose in the climactic battle of the show. Nor did the Iron Fleet really either. Meanwhile, Grey Worm faces off against the Golden Company on the other side of King's Landing. Oh boy, I can't wait to see how formidable these guys are. They must be pretty good since Cersei went out of her way to get them. Ha, no, Dany just kills them all. Wait, Dany, why are you here? You could have killed Cersei. You were right by the Red Keep and just didn't attack her. You were right there. Well, with basically all of Cersei's forces eliminated under 5 minutes, the people of King's Landing ring the bells to surrender. Unfortunately, Dany doesn't like bells, and instead of directly attacking her enemy, she just decides to start indiscriminately killing not just the men, but the women and the children too. Because Grey Worm is loyal and big mad, he joins in. For whatever reason, the Northerners also decide indiscriminate murder of men, women, and children are cool too, I guess. The only people who don't indulge are Jon and Dave. As he makes his way to Cersei, Jaime bumps into Euron, who somehow survived this. Euron decides he wants to kill Jaime, and they fight. Jaime kills him in yet another unsatisfying death. I'm so glad Jaime, who didn't like Euron because he wanted to bang his sister, killed Euron and not Theon or Yara. That would have been actually satisfying to watch. Wouldn't want that to happen. No, this is Game of Thrones Season 8. We don't want satisfactory conclusions, no. Meanwhile, Cersei decides to flee only after Dany starts flying towards the Red Keep and not, when it's clear they've lost. Sandor and Arya get there right as Drogon starts to destroy it. Sandor tells Arya to abandon her vengeance, something she already did earlier, but now I guess she's back on the vengeance quest. He adds that he doesn't want her to turn out like him. Then why'd you bring her, dude? If you knew vengeance was bad, why'd you bring her on a vengeance quest? Also, if you knew that revenge and hate was wrong to begin with, something that you've learned over the course of this show, why are you here? Alright, the writers really wanted the big Clegane grudge match. Anyway, Arya leaves, Sandor intercepts Cersei, the Mountain, and Qyburn as they evacuate. Greg suddenly gains sentience and kills Qyburn to fight his brother. Cersei escapes and bumps into Jaime, who takes her to the crypts. They find that their way out is caved in, so they resign themselves to die in each other's arms. Too bad I don't care, since Jaime's character has absolutely been destroyed to get here. Plus, they could have taken a couple steps to the left and survived. Sandor tackles Greg off the tower as heroic music flourishes. Piss off, show. You've ruined the Hound. Meanwhile, we get to see the redundant point of view that Arya has as she tries to escape King's Landing. She witnesses the destruction Dany has brought, something we've already seen from Jon. She tries to save a mother and daughter and fails, and then she gets knocked out. She comes to, finds a horse, and rides away, only to be back inside of King's Landing without a horse at the beginning of the next episode. In the aftermath of this horrible event, Jon confronts Grey Worm as he murders prisoners. Dave tells him to talk to Dany, and Jon, being the honorable, dutiful man he is, fights Grey Worm to save the captives. Or he walks away and allows Grey Worm to commit war crimes. Sure, Jon's an honorable guy only when it's convenient to the plot now. He heads to the Red Keep where he's greeted by Grey Worm. Okay, the teleportation's getting ridiculous. The script supervisor definitely just showed up to set drunk. Dany delivers an on-the-nose fascistic speech. Ty finds Jaime and Cersei's corpses and resigns from being Dany's hand. Dany doesn't like that and has him arrested. Arya confronts Jon about Dany.
I know a killer when I see one.
Yeah, you don't say. Jon visits Ty in custody, and Ty tries to convince him that Dany is not fit to be ruler. Jon defends her actions after saying he isn't going to defend her actions.
I can't justify what happened.
She saw her friend beheaded. She saw her dragon shot out of the sky.
And she burned down a city for it.
It's easy to judge when you're standing far from the battlefield.
Ty plays the family card as he leaves, and he goes to Dany to talk her out of world conquest. She refuses, and he kills her. Drogon's Dany senses tingle, and he shows up. He gets pissed and destroys the Iron Throne because I guess he hates symbolism. He takes Dany's body and flies away, and Grey Worm arrests Jon off screen. He was perfectly fine with killing prisoners before, but now he's only going to arrest the guy who killed his queen. Sometime later, Ty is brought before another big dumb dragon pit meeting to answer for his crimes. Representatives of each of the great houses are there. Edmure is there to represent the Tullys in the Riverlands, Robin is there to represent House Arryn in the Vale, Jon Royce is there to be redundant, Sansa is there to represent House Stark in the North, Gendry represents House Baratheon, Yara represents House Greyjoy, the Dornish Prince guy is there to be the token Dornish guy, Oath-breaking Citadel dropout Sam is there to represent House Tarly and the Reach by default, I guess. Brienne represents the Knights. Arya threatened to kill everyone if she wasn't allowed. Bran's the Three-Eyed Raven, which I guess is a pass to just do whatever you want. This guy's here, so is this guy. Don't forget about him. Oh, and Dave Oceanman wanted to be included too, so he just said, screw it, why not? I'm so over this show. Sansa wants Jon freed while Yara wants both Ty and Jon killed. Wow, she seems more upset about Dany's death than her own brother's, doesn't she? In fact, she doesn't even mention Theon at all. Ty proposes that they pick a king or a queen to determine the punishment for both he and Jon. Edmure seizes this opportunity to serve the realm. He's a man of honor and duty who successfully ensured that almost all of his people weren't killed during the siege of Riverrun during season 6. Oh wait, this was just an unnecessary scene to needlessly embarrass my boy.
Please sit.
Piss off, Sansa, he's one of the only good characters left in this show. Sam, on the other hand, proposes democracy. Unfortunately, no one else has a good proposal, so who do you have in mind, Ty?
There's nothing in the world more powerful than a good story. And who has a better story than Bran the Broken?
Literally anyone else here? Did I not just mention Edmure? For whatever reason, everyone just goes, yeah, sure, that makes sense, and they vote Bran in. Well, everyone except for Sansa, who decides to make the North independent again. And Bran punishes Ty for being an awful hand by appointing him to be Hand. He also decides to send Jon off to rejoin the Night's Watch. Wait, how is there still a Night's Watch? The Night King is dead, the Wildlings are allies, the Lord Commander is also dead. Why have they not just disbanded and gone about their own business? There should be no Night's Watch left to join. What is the purpose of the group now? Apparently there's enough people to have an entire fleet escort Jon back to what's left of the Wall. He has a brief goodbye with his siblings. Bran will be the next king of the Six Kingdoms, Sansa will become the first queen in the north, and Arya has resigned herself to dying at sea. Sure, why not? The show ends showing where all the major living characters end up. Brienne is, for some reason, the captain of the King's Guard because she's the only living knight in the show, so that's by default her final position. Podrick serves under her as a knight. Bran's small council meets for the first time. Sam is the Grain Maester, which makes no sense. Dude dropped out of the Citadel. He shouldn't have a chain at all, yet he's the highest ranked Maester in the realm. Dave is the Master of Ships because, sure, why not? That's all his character's been reduced down to anyways. And Bronn is not only the Lord of Highgarden now, but he's also the Master of Coin because I guess he was a sellsword once. This realm is screwed. Not only do you have a cripple king who can't have kids, which means the minute he dies, the entire realm is going to devolve into a war of succession, but you also have a cutthroat lord as the Master of Coin who will definitely start a war for his own financial interests. Jon goes to the north and meets Tormund there, who I guess hasn't gone north of the Wall yet. Jon reunites with Ghost, who basically has been a non-entity for like at least 3 seasons, and joins the Wildlings as they travel north of the Wall. So does this mean Jon isn't part of the Night's Watch anymore? Or can members of the Night's Watch just leave the Wall whenever they want? Is there any rules to this now? Like, none of this is clear. Who knows? Sansa is crowned queen in the north, and Arya condemns a ship full of people to die at sea. She said she wants to sail west of Westeros, which is canonically an endless sea, so they're all just gonna die out there. Also, Arya has never demonstrated an interest in exploration. It's like the writers didn't know what to do with the character who's been a literal psycho serial killer for 2 seasons and just sent her off to sea, which I guess is perfect for a character who has been completely aimlessly wandering around for 2, maybe 3 full seasons. Literally none of these endings were satisfactory for any of these characters, nor do they make any sense. I freaking hate Season 8. The battle for humanity was incredibly underwhelming and dumb. At least there were some satisfying character moments like Theon's death or Jaime's redemption tour. However, the second half of the season absolutely ruins anything good that was left in the show. Like, I'm looking at this character board, and the only characters that make it to the second half of Season 8 and miraculously remain intact, or at the very least aren't completely destroyed, are Edmure because he's pretty much in only one scene, and Gilly because she stays behind in Winterfell to be pregnant. I mean, I guess Sam is pretty good too, but it pisses me off he didn't earn his status as Grand Maester. Look, I'm not opposed to about 85% of the story beats this season wanted to hit. It's just that the way the writers steered the story to get there was just absolutely retarded, and I left this show with a bad taste in my mouth. How the mighty have fallen. Game of Thrones used to be the king of television. Many considered it to be one of, if not the best shows on TV, and for 4 seasons I would have agreed. There was political intrigue and brilliant action. Characters like Ned, Tyrion, Bobby B, Davos, Stannis, Bronn, Varys, Littlefinger, Jaime, Joffrey, Alliser, Viserys, Elena, and Theon could have numbered amongst my favorite characters on TV, and those of which who died in those first 4 seasons remain there. As the show started to outpace the books, it quickly ran itself more and more into the ground with each season. When your show ends so horrifically and half of it isn't even that good, I don't think you can confidently assert that it's the best show out there. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone who hasn't seen it, and that really sucks to say because it used to be so good. There's a video by Unique Namosaurus that does a much better job at satisfactorily wrapping up the major storylines of the show as well as giving the characters proper endings that befit the arcs they were on. That video is going to be my own personal headcanon from now on. Despite the runtime of this video, I still haven't covered everything about this show, whether through sheer laziness or I just kind of forgot. Maybe in the future I'll revisit it, but for right now I've spent about as much brain power as I possibly can on this disappointment of a show. Thank you to everyone who worked their butts off to deliver some of the best television out there, and to those who underperformed, well, maybe next time, champ. Hey, you know, there's always that Star Wars project. Maybe that'll work out for you. And to those of you who have made it this far in the video, thank you as well. I know this video was a bit of a chunky boy, but I really appreciate that you took 6 hours of your day to watch this. And if you made it this far, I'd like to think you liked the video, so why not subscribe for more things like this? Oh my gosh, I'm so glad I'm done with this show. Well, now to wait for Winds of Winter to be published. Maybe George can write a better ending. I'm sure it'll be out any day now. Any day now. Any day.
Do you want to hear your dad sing to you? Because, I groove to Kanye's new stuff.
Posters say I can't do everything, well, I can try. And as I roll along, I begin to find things aren't always just what they seem. I wanna turn the whole thing upside down. I'll find the things they say just can't be found. I'll share this love I find with everyone. We'll sing and dance to